Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I thank you for tuning on in this Monday morning as we all find ourselves here in the afterglow of knocking off the Niners off of a successful regular season. A season not many saw coming. The number one seed locked up in tow. I know we are all running high, running well, and we had a little bit of news yesterday, and I was not able to quite get to it yesterday because I was still kind of recovering from all the celebration there on the prior Saturday, but wanted to cover it today. I think it's an interesting piece of news for the Seattle Seahawks. We're going to be looking at a couple of other items outside of this, but want to lead with this today. We're going to be bringing some extra shows to you guys this week and next week, so I hope you guys are locked in and ready for those. But Charles Cross, the Seattle Seahawks signed him to a contract extension here a couple of days ago, or not yesterday, not a couple of days ago. My brain's still a little bit slow here from the weekend. And it's got some people wondering. It's got some people unsure. It's got some people, questions. Is it the right deal? Is he worthwhile of it? As B. Ballin says here in my chat, he thinks it's a bad decision. Cross was too much money. Hasn't made a Pro Bowl. So I want to kind of address some of this for this. Look at Charles and what he's done in his career here with us a little bit. Look at the contract as much as we can. We don't have the exact details, but I think that we can do a pretty good job of being able to ascertain the details in general terms based on what we're hearing from this. So first off, when it comes to Charles Cross, he was part of the Russell Wilson package, of course, and you were able to take him in that top 10 area of things. And he stepped right in for you and was an immediate starter for you in that way. And you can see here PFF grades for how he's done the last 4 years. Comes in out the gate, gives you about league average play, about 63 overall grade. Improves on that just a little bit in 23. Improves upon that majorly in 2024 with an 82.5 grade, which is top 8-ish or so as far as his ranking then in the sport at that point. And then you have this year where he was at 73.2, so a little bit of a tinier dip down from where he was last year, albeit injuries have been a bit of a factor here, but that's been where he has been at as far as just how he's performed. So never performed badly. He has been above average. We go back to the Pro Bowl thing, which we'll cover here in a second, but we can see this year as it's currently where he's sitting rank-wise here. You've got Cross approximately at 28th overall amongst all tackles in the sport. He is just a hair below Kelvin Banks Jr., the first rounder this year. Deion Dawkins, who's been a good left tackle there for Buffalo. You have Morgan Morris has been a solid guy for many years. He's a right tackle. And you've got Ronnie Staley just below him. Armand Mabou, first round pick this year as well. So not awful company to be surrounded by necessarily in the way that this is set up for him. But it goes back to the point a little bit that was being made by the poster that I just showed the comment on. But okay, well, on the outside looking in, you're not getting dominant play. Yet when you look at this and you look at what you've just given him, you're going with over $100 million. And as you can see here with the sports track left tackles here, you've essentially given him the fourth highest value of a contract that has ever been handed out here to any left tackles. His average per year is still pretty significantly high in this. When I route by this, he's still now the fourth highest paid left tackle here in the sport on average per Y years. So again, we come back to understanding a little bit of some of the wonder and uncertainty from some Hawk fans on this and not quite being able to really make a lot of sense on, okay, well, seems like we're overpaying him a little bit on this versus the play we've got. First things first, Charles Cross has been a good player for you at the left tackle position. Let's identify that one. Has there been some times where there were some pressures given up too much last year? Yeah, but that was throughout the whole offensive line. It wasn't a Charles Cross problem. It was an offensive line problem that was really built up as much as anything from passing the ball too much, becoming too predictable offensively speaking, and then defenses pinning their ears back, not to mention needing at times because the defense wasn't quite locked in all the way fully through a lot of last year, having to score a lot of points at times. And so that did contribute a little bit of that. I think that the run game struggles that are pointed out too, and then you certainly can see in his grades as well that they represent this. As you go through here, you can see by far he's better as a pass blocker than he is as a run blocker necessarily. I think that this isn't a surprise, and that's a little bit of what you do get with him. Now, I think what's made this harder for people a little bit on this has been the fact that Josh Jones has come in over the past couple of weeks, and he's been able to come in there and fit himself well and be a better run blocker than Charles Cross has. And so this has some people going, well, if he's outperforming on his PFF grade from what Charles has done this year, isn't that more of an indicator that we should be on the lookout for more of another left tackle out there and not have to pay all this money to Charles? And I think that you get caught in a sample size sometimes, and it can kind of trick you a little bit there. We got to remember with Josh Jones that over these last 3 weeks, yeah, you had Jared Verse that you had him facing up against in the Rams game, but the Seattle Seahawks were giving a heavy amount of chip help. Just think about to the last play of the game, for instance. The last play of the game there where you're scoring the 2-point conversion. You're providing chip help down there on Josh Jones or on Jared Verse with the tight end. So he had gotten a lot of help in that game. And then over the next 2 games with what you were dealing with the Panthers in this last week, you didn't really have a viable edge threat out there that could really show the vulnerabilities of Josh Jones out there. It's not that Josh hasn't played well. I'm very impressed by how he has played. Would love to have him back as the swing tackle moving into next year as well. But it is a little bit more of, you can't get caught up in that small sample size saying this is what you would get over a 17-game schedule. You would get diminished play versus what you get from Charles Cross. You just would. And so I wouldn't get caught too much in that. And remembering as well with Josh that he struggled already with injuries in just 3 starts. So, how much is he going to be able to hold up if you were trying to go with him for a full season on that and your faith in that? Not to mention having to find another left tackle that could be viable to go to if it doesn't hold up there moving into next year. This could get to be a little bit of a cakey situation. And I can understand then why Seattle would probably look at it and say, let's just, pay the guy. Seattle could have paid him, of course, at the start of this year. And this is a bit of the driver of this contract going where it is. When you wait an extra year to pay a guy, you're going to end up having to pay more maximum prices versus potentially getting the discount. I think the Seahawks did this with both Kobe Bryant and Abraham Lucas as well. They went to those guys prior to the start of the season, said, do you want to get a contract extension done? We're not going to pay you what we pay you if you go out and you have a successful year in 2025, and then here's what we're going to give you, and you'll get this high watermark money for your position. But we'll give you a good amount of money right now. You can have money in hand and not have to take that risk on yourself of getting injured. Abraham Lucas, of course, pulled this lever. We saw Kobe Bryant didn't, and Kobe's going to pay off. He's going to get himself probably a big contract out there this offseason. But in Charles Cross's was a similar situation where I think that they came back to Charles Cross last year, and I would estimate that Charles Cross's people came back to Seattle and said, yeah, we appreciate you offering that discount to get out ahead of this, but we'll just play this out a year and then get all the money, get the money we want. And that probably this contract you're paying today is probably pretty close to what Cross's people were wanting you to come step up to the plate to at the start of the year. And so this was really going to be an inevitable deal. When you wait past the 3rd year, you're essentially into the 4th year now. You're not getting as much of the discount at play. And when you look at the situation here, notice on these left tackles that are here, these are not right tackles, left tackles. So it's not me, I'm not taking a collection of just all the tackles and kind of, cherry picking it through there. But if you can notice, though Charles Cross is in the APY in a fairly high place there, as far as not off of Rashawn Slater with his high water 28.5 per year spot of things, he's not on $140 million of Tristan Wirfs on the overall contract, so he's well below that. And as I think you can see here, when you look just below Charles Cross at these guys that are below, I've called Charles Cross when he came out the Laramie Tunsil of that draft. And Laramie Tunsil is a really solid player, more pass protector than run blocker, but just a good overall player, good overall left tackle. Not going to get you the next iteration of Walter Jones out there, but you could count on that. And I think that Cross is definitely rounding into that kind of type of player. But you can see here, Laramie Tunsil, Bernard Raymond, Andrew Thomas, Jake Matthews, Jordan Mailata, Colton Miller, Dan Moore, Garrett Bowles, Deion Dawkins, Taylor Decker. There's a significant amount of left tackles with more than $20 million per year on average. It's not as much a break the bank area anymore, and where inflation rates have kind of hit into. This is the price for even just the above average left tackle play, especially when that left tackle is up to be paid, when they're due, number one, and when you have waited that one extra year to then pay them. So this is why the contract is up where it is and why they're spending the money they are on this. And it's not an overpay on this. I think another part of the details of this that's going to be very important from a Hawk fan perspective on this and trying to consider this deal or really properly assess it is going to be to look at a little bit of the what they're probably going to do around moving around the 2026 season here. Because you have Charles Cross with his fifth-year option locked in at $17.56 million. And I noticed yesterday when we looked at the new deal on this, they did not tell us necessarily what Cross was going to get back as far as bonus money goes, and that we don't know how that's going to sit on the books here with this. But what this does give you a possibility of being able to do is really play with that $17.56 million. Did you convert base to bonus on it? Did you lower down next year's cap to maybe $1 million? $1.5 million as a veteran minimum, and then just it's the bonus on top of that, thus potentially even lowering down the cap hit for Charles Cross next year? Did you just maybe sit with the $17.5 million, which you can see right here? Did you just sit with the $17.5 million and say, hey, let's just eat that next year where it stands? We'll guarantee the money to him on that money. We'll get him some more other bonuses around that. Because there is a little bit of possibility here in doing this, of course, as I've talked about for a while, of Seattle being able to play a little bit of a compensatory game this offseason and how they manage their cap and manage their cap space. But they did have the space, of course, to pull this off. When you look at 2026, the Seattle Seahawks currently are sitting behind the Titans, Chargers, Raiders, Rams, Commanders, Jets, as far as their cap space goes. And the highest amount of cap space, the absolute highest amount right now in the books that's being held, is the Titans with $105 million. So Seattle, prior to this extension getting locked in, we're at $69 million of cap space at that point. One of the highest amounts in the league as far as availability goes. So they absolutely had the money to do this. If you've been following this channel here on YouTube, you've been knowing since the start of the season, I told you that this was probably going to be the inevitability on how this was going to play out, just because of the fact he's not been a bad player for you. And I think one little last part to consider with this is that all those contracts I showed you of those guys over there on Sports Track, right? Every one of those ones that I pointed to might see a common denominator when you look at the fact you're looking at some of the ages that are there and some of what it might have factored on this. Because you got 26, 25, 36 for Trent, of course, but then you got 25 for Charles. Same as Darisaw, same as Andrew Thomas, a little bit younger than that. We got some older guys kind of interlaced in here. But I think that this was also a bit of a driving final force to this contract, and why you gave it out was the fact that he still is 25 years old. And I think that there's reason to believe here that Charles Cross is not necessarily finished into his final form, meaning that the player that we've seen this year is just the player that we're going to get in exact terms moving into the future. 25 years old, a guy getting, growing into his grown man strength is the part that gives me some hopeful optimism when it comes to the run game stuff, coming a little bit more forward. It's never going to be a dominant part of his game, but just a little bit more forward. I think this scheme and the kind of run blocks it asks its linemen to do at times lends very well to him, lends very well to his mobility. And so I think that there is a little bit of a thought from Seattle's standpoint on this too, that there's still a little bit more untapped upside to this player in Cross. This was a kid that you drafted very young. 21 years old, he came into this league. And so those kind of guys, you give them maybe a little bit more of that extra time, understanding that once you do get to that prime, they've had a lot of seasoning in this sport, and you're going to have yourself a hell of a player on your hands, and he is just now rounding into his prime. You also hopefully give him a little bit more ability to feel calm and cool about the fact that he's got his money in hand, and that he goes in the playoffs here with a little bit of a dodgy hamstring, or has had that popped up a bit, that he doesn't have to worry about that. He can play loose, free, fast, and get after it. I think investing in your offensive line is never a bad thing, and especially when you have a player that's proven their worth their mettle. It's not perfect with him, it's not dominant with him, and I get that. The question about Pro Bowls is, I think, again, a valid one to ask and go, hey, the guy's even made a Pro Bowl less than All Pro, and you're putting this amount of money at. But as you can see with some of those contracts I posted out there, how many Pro Bowls has Dan Moore made? Right? I mean, he's sitting at $20 million. And while Pro Bowls are a great somewhat indicator to a degree of a player on certain parts, we also know the Pro Bowl is not always the best measurement tool. And I think to consider why he's not made the Pro Bowl in the NFC, you've number one got Trent Williams there. Nobody's beating Trent Williams out as the number one left tackle. And then when you go to the next two guys behind Trent Williams, you've got Penei Sewell, who right now is on a Hall of Fame trajectory as a left tackle. Wait, no, he's a right tackle. Sorry. I'm spacing that one out. It's early in the morning here, so folks. But you have Jordan Mailata as well out there with Philadelphia as a really good left tackle. Darrisaw with Minnesota out there is a really good left tackle. I think if we went and looked through the Pro Bowlers that have gone here recently, I think we would come to find a little bit that you can understand a little bit more why he hasn't overtaken necessarily those kind of guys there. But in some cases, it's just because of those guys being so good. Trent definitely is going to be a Hall of Famer, right? And so I wouldn't necessarily take away from the fact that he hasn't gone to the Pro Bowl. I think it's completely fair to say, well, he's not necessarily taking that next full step to maybe earn the contract in itself on the surface of it. But when you look at these finer details, the fourth year that you pushed into on this, the fact that he's been a solid performer on this offensive line, above average. He was as high ranked last year as I think 8th in the league amongst all tackles by PFF. So you can point to the PFF in certain regards this year and look at it and go, well, the PFF's got him at 22nd. But then again, last year, much higher, was in more of a realm of, if he was in that same place this year, I think there wouldn't be anybody shaking a stick at this contract or worrying the least a bit about it. But a good deal, I think, for the Seattle Seahawks. One, I think that they're going to look back on and feel very solid about. And, the more you get taken care of on this type of stuff, the less that you have to look for in the open market, the more you can laser lock in on those things in the offseason that you do want to round up and get even better. This is already gets to remain in the same shape. Now we get to make these other parts even better because we don't have to go double back down on this thing and put a massive amount of resources into this to keep this stabilized. Because if you weren't going to spend the money here on Cross, you're going to have to find a way to do it somewhere else. You're not just bringing back Josh Jones on a 1 year, $8 million deal and going, look at how much money we saved. Now I can take that money to other places. You're going to have to get another left tackle in there. You're going to have to find some other value at points to make sure you got an insurance policy, and a pretty hefty one at that point, including maybe even having to draft a guy with your first round pick in this upcoming draft in that way. So that also is the bit of the driving force, is if you didn't do this, what you would do on the other side of it. Cross would probably at that point be moved this offseason. There'll be some people who will be like, well, just play him out on his 5th year of his deal. That was never going to be a viable aspect of things. You're kind of, in certain terms, lucky that he didn't squawk and make a bit of a pain in your rear at the start of the year to get the extension there where he was potentially due to get it. So to expect that you're going to be able to stretch him out into a 5th year at that point, that was not going to be viable. You were then going to be having to move him. Could you have gotten a late first round pick? Maybe on that front of it. Laramie Tunsil went for a 2nd and a 4th recently. Now, Tunsil's 28 years old, so he's a couple years older, but he's not ancient. And he was 27 last year when the trade was made between Washington and Houston. So, you might have only been a 2nd and a 4th rounder you could have gotten. Whoever traded for Charles was going to have to pay him on a new contract extension. And so that may not have been as illustrious a look as far as a possibility goes either, and probably worth considering on this when it all comes down. All right, let's get on to some other news here that I wanted to cover today. And first, let's talk a little bit about number one seeds. Just doing a little bit of look-see at some stuff that I found kind of interesting here. And first off, since 1990, when the playoffs expanded to 12 teams, initially with 2 top seeds getting the byes, the number one seeds are 41 and 15 in their divisional round game. So the very next game that we're going to go and play after this bye week, teams since 1990, and consider it on this, that the majority of that time since 1990, there's actually been two number one seeds. So, pretty good win rate. Yeah, not a bad win rate there, huh? 41-15, 73% coming out of it. Having that extra bye, having that rest this time of year is a big factor and a big help to this team in that next game and through the rest of this playoffs. Can't be undersold giving these guys this kind of rest, and especially a little bit extra long rest playing on Saturday. You got to feel like you're going to have a real fresh body. You're going to be able to go out there. You're going to have the Rams looking like the likely team at this point, as it all does stand, as we look at the playoff seeding and how it's set up now with the Steelers able to eke that game out last night against the Ravens. They'll take on the Texans in the AFC. You got the Bills and the Jaguars matched up, the Chargers and the Patriots. And then over in the NFC, we've got the Rams going to Carolina, the Niners going to Philadelphia, and the Green Bay Packers going to Chicago. Seattle will take on the lowest ranked team off the back of that into the next round. So whoever is the lowest loser or lowest winner, I guess, however you want to say that, is the one that they're going to be likely to play. And as it looks like, with the Rams going into Carolina, Carolina was able to beat them last time they played, but that's going to be a very motivated Los Angeles Rams team, and expect them to give them all they got. So Rams looking like the likely team, but teams that are in our position have done pretty darn well with that 73% win rate in the divisional round after that initial bye week. Just for fun, wanted to take a look at and just kind of see in general where things were at. I don't know if this will tell you a lot of stuff, but number one seeds as far as overall record goes, 51 to 40 is the overall combined playoff win-loss record of number one seeds. About 35% of number one seeds reach the Super Bowl. So pretty nice little rate there. And you've got 6 Super Bowl wins for the number one seed, so a 15% championship rate. Make of these numbers what you will. We got some firings today. We've got some firings, and it's definitely Black Monday, that's for sure. Raheem Morris out as head coach. They also fire their general manager after his little first-round trade last year. Probably blew up in his face on top of a couple other things. Word has he didn't even tell them that they were going to draft Penix to the owner after they had signed Kirk Cousins. But Raheem Morris is out. If the Rams were to move off of their defensive coordinator, I would fully expect you're probably going to see Raheem Morris go back to the Rams as a DC. So that helps out the Rams situation just a little bit. We've also got this morning, Jonathan Gannon fired. Pew, 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 pew. That's the sound the owner made when he walked into Gannon's office this morning, right before he fired him. So he is going to be let go. Monty Ossenford will continue to roll along as general manager, and we'll be on the lookout for the next head coach there. Gannon on his way out. Kevin Stefanski out as Browns head coach. He is going to be maybe one of the top candidates in the coaching cycle. We'll see about that. I don't know if I'm convinced as much of that, but we'll see there on that side of it. But and a guy that'll definitely get an OC job, bare minimum. And then one that we all thought was probably going to happen, but the shoe did drop. Seattle Seahawks. Not Seattle Seahawks. I see I'm locked in on this one. The Raiders fired head coach Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was let go. And still don't think that this is the last of the coaches that are going to be let go here in this situation. I think the Baltimore situation is one to very closely monitor there with Harbaugh. I think if Harbaugh was let go, I think the Cardinals would probably jump on him with 2 feet if he becomes available. But that is another one to take a look at and just be aware of as far as a situation that could also be one more opening that opens up. So this is where we come to the problem with Kubiak. Many of us are worried, and rightfully so, that you get too many guys fired out. This has been such a good offensive season on the whole that that's going to be enough to bring him into the flux somewhere. It doesn't guarantee he's going to go get a job, but I'm already hearing from Mookie Alexander here on our text stream with the boys on the syndicate field goals that he's hearing here that Falcons are already trying to request an interview with Clint Kubiak, and so you just go, ugh, boy. Yeah, it's going to be hard at this point with all of these jobs that are coming available now to be able to retain Kubiak. It just takes one team to fall in love with him. And I've said if you're down to sort of 3 or 4 teams that need a new head coach, then probably unlikely that Kubes gets the job. If it gets into that sort of 6, 7, 8 territory of things, probably more likely that he's going to get the job. But yeah, and in regards to Coach Carroll and just little bit of a don't want to kick anybody when they're down, not any way in that. I think that the Coach Carroll situation with the Raiders was one that no one was going to find a quick solution to. And I think that Carroll's age and how much time he has to coach was a factor in how they went about this offseason. And unfortunately, it cannot be so. When you want to put a great NFL team together and one that struggled for so many years and one that's been dysfunctional for so many years, and you're walking into that dysfunction and everything is a mess in every corner. It's like walking into the house of a hoarder. And I'm talking a deep hoarder. I'm talking 3 feet deep hoarder. It's like you're walking in a house like that and you go, let's turn this into a penthouse by tomorrow. And you get back to the next day and you haven't even cleaned out half the trash in one corner. And you're like, man, there's this much to be done? There's this much? So this was an impossible situation for Coach Carroll to go and rectify. I think that you did hear from a lot of the Raider fans, and you heard from a lot of people around the organization there and what was going on, that a lot of the same issues that we had here with Coach Carroll did also show up there. And I think that this is where This wasn't what caused him to fail. They're the Raiders. That's a failure because that organization's a failure and they don't have a lot of visionary outlook in what they do. And maybe this will correct after this and moving forward, but that's not first and foremost on Carroll's shoulders. It is a little bit of representation, though, of Carroll on some of the stuff that happened down the line with him that, he did not kind of rectify. And that every coach, no matter how good a system you have, no matter how good a culture building you are, no matter how much success you've had to have prior, you have to keep evolving. You have to keep developing. You have to keep being aware that there are stuff within your coaching abilities that does stink a little bit maybe, and that you got to kind of stay on top of that. So like, the nepotism thing, like maybe don't hire your sons on as the staff, right? Same thing that we had here where we go look for a defensive coordinator and it's not, he's hiring his sons, but he's hiring it in-house. He's not looking for the greatest of candidates. He's kind of looking for at times it felt like the yes men that were just going to do what he, sort of wanted to do. And you can't go that route. Sounds like a lot of the stuff with him having too much influence into the offense and not letting that just kind of roll as it is. Might have been part of a contributing factor to Chip Kelly kind of checking out mentally a little bit in that process. Something that we saw here too as well, is there was some good amount of friction between him and his OCs, especially Schottenheimer. And so it's not the greatest of ends there with Coach Carroll. Don't see him going back at this point to the college ranks, dealing with the NIL situation. Probably going to be retirement at this, but Carroll's had one hell of a career. And this finish to the Raiders doesn't change that in the slight. Certainly will be able to have his name retired up there beyond in the stadium when it's all said and done. And got us our own championship, but tough loss for him. That was a tough environment to go to, and I don't think any coach goes into that Raider environment this year and finds success. I don't think that there's anybody that turns that around fast. I don't care if you're on every P's and Q's as far as your schematics go. It was not going to happen with that roster where they were at, and building building the kind of culture that Mike McDonald's built here, and it's part of why we are so amazed by what he's done here, is that he's been able to put this culture together in really 2 years from where it was, because it had kind of slacked off a little bit at end of Carroll's time, and that you didn't have this kind of necessarily buy-in that you had before with other prior like Legion of Boom type teams. Mike McDonald's got that buy-in now, and so very impressive that he's been able to pull this off so very fast, as you can just feel this locker room, even as these guys talked in the pressers and as they've spoken throughout the year, that they really understand what they've got in this coach. They really understand what they've got as far as this opportunity goes, and they're doing, it seems like, all they can to take full advantage of that. And very cool in the part of this team. All right, let's see where you guys are at here in the chickadee chat. And if you can for me today, please do hit that like button. I know I always say this a little bit. We might not go as long today as we normally go, but the hope here this week is going to be to pepper in a good amount of shows for you guys. So if we do go a little bit shorter, we're going to be going with some more extra shows this week. We've got the roundtable on tomorrow, Tuesday, of course, and we'll be doing the Wednesday weekly roundup. We got the B&B show on Wednesday, and then it looks like on Friday we'll be doing the Syndicate as well. Just want to give you guys a heads up. I will be streaming throughout this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So we've got 2 games on Saturday that we're going to be streaming with the NFC, and then we'll be definitely streaming at least 1 game on Sunday, maybe 2 games on Sunday. We'll see how we're feeling with that. So please do join me on Saturday and Sunday for that. We'll be doing some play-by-play of those games, getting a little bit of look at this potential Ram team that we'll be playing. Good to see you in the house, Megan. How you doing? Brian Myers, Pete Carroll out, man. Pete Carroll out. And John looking very smart with the decision he made to do that. B. Ballins, thank you again, man. Good to see you in the house. And great comment on this, by the way, because I think that this is where a lot of the fan base kind of does find themselves a little bit with this cross deal. So I'm glad you brought this up, because it was what I wanted to address. In regards to having the contract extensions that are going to come up for JSN and for Love and for Murphy and others, Julian Love just signed a recent contract extension. So he's kind of still in an okay spot there, to where you're not really, I don't think you're necessarily really pressed there to have to get him onto something anytime soon. I will double check this actually right now. So Love signed the extension in 2024. It was a 3-year extension. So you still have Love through 26 and through 27. And he's making good money at that time, so you don't have to double back around to him until at the end of 26. Murphy still has another year of his rookie deal left, B. Ballins. So you have to, on Murphy, wait still another year to even give him a contract extension. You are absolutely right about Witherspoon and JSN, and those are going to be the next two deals that you give out. So that I would not undersell that. That's certainly going to be a bit of the case. But this all comes back to where you're at from a standpoint of how good are your books. When it comes down to, well, we got this guy to pay, we got that, we got to pay. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of guys to pay. We are, and we've seen plenty of teams have some issues with having to pay a lot of guys. But where are you at in the books? Are you going to be in a position to have to make some tough decisions and cut guys away? Like Niners this last offseason had to go with Tre'Davious Ward and with Dre Greenlaw and with Hufanga. They had to look at those guys and go, look, we got to tighten the belt strap. We're going to have to eat a bunch of dead money. We can't afford those guys. Somebody else is going to pay them a lot of money. That's the pickle and predicament you're talking about. You don't want to get into and you want to be aware of. But this isn't just based on, well, you got so many guys to pay. It's also how much space you have to work with. So the Seattle Seahawks right now with the seventh most amount of space in 2026 as it currently stands. This is in combination, of course, with this right here. $483,000 of dead money. We're sitting on $80 million of dead money right now, B-Ballins, this year. So your books are so clean. You have cap space, but you also aren't sitting on a significant amount of dead money. And to put this in perspective, just look at the Jets team above us. See that number? $75 million. Sorry, $75.62 million. And they have technically more space than us in cap space, but they're also sitting on that dead money. So that's $75.5 million of a lack of flexibility that they have on their books. That's sort of locked in just dead money to players no longer on their books. Go a couple other guys above to the Raiders. Okay, you got $100 million to spend if you're the Raiders, but you're still already sitting as well, in addition to that, almost on $35 million. And they're probably going to cut a Geno Smith, and they're going to probably trade a Max Crosby, and that's going to be more dead money on their books. So while they have cap space, they don't have cap flexibility. And so all of those two parameters, it's the space and the flexibility that allow you to put whatever contract you want to put together. And I think that when you look at 27 and sitting where the Seahawks are sitting, they've got $135 million. As far as that goes, they're about 11th or 12th there as far as the money goes on the books there at that point. I don't think Cooper Kupp by that point in 2027 is going to be back on, like, Cooper Kupp's got an $18 million cap hit for 2027. I don't think he's going to be on the books at that cost at that point. I would guess by 2027, it might be by that point you're probably moving on with, Jaron Reed. So probably that contract's also not likely to be on the books. You got $8 million you can save there. So flexibility exists there into 2027, even going into 2028. Seattle Seahawks right now with the top three amount most of cap space in 2028 as it currently stands. So the future is beautiful, B-Ballins. Future is beautiful. You have all the space in the world, no dead money. You have seen in John Schneider a willingness at times to put voidable years into contracts. So it comes down to what we had. I thought we had here Leonard Williams. So here, Leonard Williams, he's not necessarily under the contracts, but you got 4.686 voided years, $4.6 million in voided money for 2027. This is a little bit of a new standard thing in the NFL. Of course, more teams are doing this. And so you still have that as well as another lever you can push, another button you can slap down in order to create even more space. Kind of the bottom line on this, B-Ballins, we've got as much space as we need to sign all of these guys. And Cross's contract is not going to limit that in the least. The other benefit of this is that this is the nice, happy result when you're paying your quarterback more of a middle-of-the-road contract rather than you're paying your quarterback a market-breaking contract. And that's the case right now with Sam Darnold, where on an average per year basis right now, what do we got, Sammy? So Sam Darnold right now at $33.5 million per year on average actually finds himself $4 million below Geno Smith on an average year per basis. Here's our quarterback contracts here. So you got Sam Darnold way down here. Way down here is Sam. You got Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Geno Smith. All are making more on average year per basis than Sam Darnold is. And in doing that, that then means that you're not going to be as hamstrung as some of those other teams are going to be by having to pay those quarterbacks that amount of money. Because it's a significant amount more on these guys that are above. It's Lamar at 52. It's Justin at almost 53. It's Brock at 53. It's Jared Goff at 53. It's Tua at 53. It's not just they're 5 million more or 4 million more like Geno. It's a significant amount more. And that's also going to free you up to be able to make some moves. Moto Kyle, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. D-Mac, that 49er whiner fan was still bashing Darnold, laughing aloud. He's a clown. He's not. He's dug in, man. And I realized this a couple of weeks ago with Jesse, and God love Jesse. He's a good friend. I think he's got a good football mind. I think that this is just one of those places where there's a hearty amount of disagreement between me and him. But yeah, the narrative on him coming out of this game, as I was watching what he was having to say to kind of prepare for this roundtable and anticipate a little bit of it, is seemingly how Seattle's protecting Sam in the play calling. And I didn't really feel like that was the case. I think he's sort of failing to recognize the fact you ran for almost 200 yards. And I feel like some people just feel like you have to throw. Like you got to throw. Well, if I'm running the ball like this, why do I got to throw? Well, because our defense really sucks against the pass. So you should want to attack our defense. Well, your defense sucks against the run too. So like pick your poison. We'll do whatever we want to do. Why don't we just control the clock and walk up the field on you running the ball? So, this is where I so hope Sam raises the Lombardi T-Mac. I so hope he does this for all these people that have been so, in my opinion, unduly hard on the guy, treating him like he's this trash can, treating him like he's just almost not even a bottom third quarterback, almost like in the way they speak about him as though he's like 27th. And I feel like people just don't recognize in looking at Sam and what he's doing at the quarterback position. They get caught up in the bad moments. They get caught up in having a feeling about something rather than really looking at it deeply and trying to really consider all aspects of what's going on, considering all the aspects of how he's playing the position. His toughness, for instance. Bless Bryce Young. I was listening to Bryce Young last night, and he had a guy on who's a smart kid, and he's good. He's got a good football mind, but I just disagreed with him on this very point, being that this comparison back to Jimmy Garoppolo is awful. It's an awful comparison. It really is. And it's one that just to me screams of, well, when I looked at Jimmy Garoppolo's stats in 2019, and then I looked at Sam Darnold's stats in 2025, and I think that they're the same. It's like, this is the dangers of just looking at statistics and not looking at how the guys actually play the position, and why Sam's got way more in the tank to provide than what you're going to get from a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo, who you have to scheme around constantly. Jimmy Garoppolo can't throw outside the numbers, period. Not consistently, certainly not in inclement weather. He's not going to have the arm strength to do so. Sam Darnold can make every throw in the book. Jimmy Garoppolo has no mobility. Sam Darnold's got some mobility. He can use his legs. And then really one of the big points on this is toughness, standing in the pocket, willing to take a hit. Jimmy Garoppolo's a little bit of a pussy at times when it comes to that. In fact, he's literally had former teammates call him a bitch. No one is ever going to call Sam Darnold a bitch. No one's ever going to question his toughness. It's a lame comparison. Darnold's capable of doing so much more, in my opinion, than Jimmy. Jimmy's not an awful quarterback, but just it's not the right kind of comp. But this is the type of stuff I'm sure, Jesse's going to try to say as well, and people are going to try to make. And I think it's just a lazy ass comparison. Very, very lazy. I hope he shuts him up though. Let's get to a couple donations here. Bryce Coots in the house. What's up, Bryce? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the $25 donation. Appreciate you, bro. Great show last night. Good to see you in the house as well. Hey, Syndicate brother. This deal, I think, will age well as the salary cap goes up. Also, how nice is it to finally have a situation where all 5 starters have the chance to be back again next year? Go Hawks. Yeah, continuity, right? Continuity and chemistry. The two big factors towards offensive line performance and success are 2 factors that the Seattle Seahawks have kept missing from their offensive line for many years. And finally, in the drafting of a Charles Cross and an Abraham Lucas, it began the process of actually trying to foster and create that. I can't agree with you more. I can't agree with you just more solidly on all the points there. Number one, the salary cap is going to go up exponentially into the future. In fact, I've heard some whispers and rumors about this thing really having one of those years in an off season where suddenly it really just kind of goes to the moon on us all of a sudden, where it's not just that sort of, it's going up by 13 million this year, but you get a substantial like, whoa, this thing went really up. So that's instantly going to make this look not that bad at all. You're going to see many other left tackles get signed here over the course of the next year. And by next year, you'll see this contract sitting in the more outside the top 10, probably, Bryce, which makes it look all the better. Again, back to your point on this one. And then the continuity aspect and keeping that and understanding of how important that is can't be undersold. Because, and especially if we're going to run the same kind of scheme like this one that's so detail driven, that's not merely just go out there and block the guy in front of you, but it's, execute your double teams, climb at the right moment, hit your timing right from this block to this block, learn how to, get the pin block angled in there correctly with your body. It's not about pushing the guy, but just make sure that you got the right leverage in place. All of these things come into factor of the performance of this offensive line, and still 25, Bryce, still room for him to grow within his game, especially within the system as he gets more and more comfortable with it. So I agree with you in full. There's no measure in this deal whatsoever. There's not even a 1% measure in this deal that makes me go, I get that why there would be for some Hawk fans. I'm not pushing against those that feel that way a little bit, but from my perspective, I think Bryce captures it really well in the respect of these are the things that I think about that just make my peace with it a little bit. And some of the details are going to matter on this too, on where the cap hits land and how this all factors out too, because let's not also forget that when you get the first contract numbers come out and they're released, that's the agent releasing those numbers. That's the agent dressing the numbers up to look their best. And I did notice that there was no mention of actual bonus money within the deal itself. I saw guarantees mentioned, but I didn't see the bonus money mentioned. And maybe that's a place where Seattle's been able to come out of this and, okay, we give you the structures and the guarantees, but we're not necessarily getting hit with the bonus to where the cap hit's going to be substantial in the first, let's say, 2 years of the deal. All this stuff could all lend itself well to it being a good deal you feel pretty good about when it's all said and done, Bryce. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $25 drop, bro. And great stuff last night on the show. Great discussion out there. We'll be seeing you on, we got the Friday Syndicate going. Please do get subbed up out there to Hawk's Eye with Bryce. Part of the Syndicate package here. Megan with a $50 donation. Thank you for that, Megan. Very kind of you. Good to see you in the house. The lady from Dan Enda. This is Morning B in the 12s. Yes. You know how much I love Cross, and I called him as the 9th pick or so weeks before the draft. So relieved that the team did it. Me as well, and you called it back in the day. You were hot to trot on Cross, and rightfully so. And you love seeing this deal done. It makes a lot of sense. The kid was one that you felt pretty safe about in the pick you were getting at that 9th spot. We did, at least where we were at that time, Megan. That he was a guy that I felt like had a real strong argument to be made the best left tackle of that draft. And that was a draft that had 3 guys taken in the top 15. And I think that as it's played out and you look at those other guys and what they've done versus what Cross has done, he has been the best of the bunch in that realm of it. So good pick for us, 25 years old. I think he's only going to continue to get better. He's a great pass protector, and it's very helpful against some, especially the twitchy guys. He can struggle a little bit with power sometimes, but twitchy guys are not getting past him. Very quick, very hard to find a guy that's that athletic and that ability to stay with these guys as they're coming out every year and they're getting twitchier and twitchier and harder to stay in front of. But thank you, Megan, for the $50 donation. Good morning to you. And very nice to hear. You got to feel like, too, Megan, it gives a nice shot in the arm to the locker room. And, look, we're rewarding you guys. You go out there, you perform, you bust your butt. You're a good soldier. You do it right. And this is a team, as I've said for many years, going back to LOB, that will reward you. They're not one of those teams that get cutthroat and they're going to try to play some sort of money ball situation. They understand the power of the locker room, understanding that this is something you need to know. That you go out there, you bust, you put your body on the line, you do everything you can to prepare yourself to the utmost. You will get a deal here. You will get well paid. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Good job on the call, and by the way, on the Cross thing back years ago, and feels good. Got the guy in tow, and man, back to Bryce's point on this as well. Just being able to start to maybe potentially have all 5 coming back, start to potentially, God forbid, turn this offensive line into an actual strength of this football team and what that could bring with it. how much that can benefit all of the rest of the other parts of this offense, including Sam Darnold, the quarterback position. I would really love to see John continue to make this a point of emphasis as we go in the future. Doesn't mean he has to go for broke, but just that he continues to keep playing kind of add-on to the position, not just trying to get by with your Austin Blythe types, your Evan Brown types, your Gabe Jackson types, but actually putting notable quality into that offensive line and then, building it with that continuity as well in sort of tow. M. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, M. Jordan. Says, didn't Cross play for a drop back scheme in college? That would mean West Coast blocking is new for him to learn. I think he'll only get better. I love this contract. Oh, I'm glad. I'd like to hear that. I'd love to hear the positivity here from the foes in the chat, because yesterday I was looking online. There was a few people that were sort of doing some pearl clutching a little bit about the contract. So it's good to hear a couple first donations here. You guys are on board with it. He played in the air raid system, which I think this is what you're trying to kind of mean by drop back, because it's not really a drop back system. Of course, the air raid's going to be it's going to be shotgun all the time. But to your point, drop back being in college, Charles Cross played in a system that passed the ball 73% of the time. And so, yeah, you go to the NFL, it's as much as he was good, he wasn't bad as a run blocker in college. You just didn't do it a lot. And then when you did it, a lot of times you're catching the defense in a position of thinking it's pass, and you're able to kind of catch them off guard a little bit. So, yeah, there is a little bit of that need to kind of have to learn to do this stuff. I think as well, M. Jordan, it probably hasn't been great necessarily for Cross's development that you have spun through so many different offensive coordinators and through so many different systems since he has been here. I do think that this is a little bit of why you see last year, for instance, the grade go up a little bit higher for Cross last year when it comes to 2024 with Grubb. Why? Because Ryan Grubb was running an air raid offense. He was running essentially the college offense that Cross was comfortable within, and you did a lot of pass protecting last year in that scheme, and so that's a little bit why that went up a little bit last year. But to your point, I would expect that you give him more time in the system and scheme, and you allow him to kind of get the finer details in, understanding the scheme. When you look at Charles Cross, you go, well, he can't run block because he's just not a big mauler type guy. He doesn't have, he's got 20 less pounds than a guy like Josh Jones and what he can do to push guys around. Fair, valid point. But also within this scheme it's a mobile offensive lineman scheme that it's looking for. So Cross's mobility and his athleticism blend really nicely into this scheme, getting to second level blocks, climbing down, pulling out in front. It's going to ask you to do a lot of blocks that are going to be more along the quote unquote finesse angle of things, less pure mauler, a little more finesse. And that becomes a little bit more about technique and getting yourself angled into the right position for a particular block, and less of needing to just blow guys off the line and be a meat plow at that point. That's nice to have, don't get me wrong, but it's not necessarily the prerequisite for this particular system, to your point, M. Jordan. So well said on your part. And yep, air raid system was what he was playing it out there at Ole Miss. Was it Ole Miss Cross went to? I can't remember which one. One of those Southern schools. Oh, Bryce coming in with another $50 donation. Man, you are very kind, Bryce. Thank you for that, man. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. He says, well, Falcons have now requested to interview Kubiak for their head coach. Let's see how many of these come in now. A long playoff run could help keep him away. Thoughts, Brandon? Any of the jobs you think you have a better chance of luring him away? I can't speak for sure knowing where Kubiak's heart lies with this. And that's the hard part that's going to make it tough to make an answer for you on this one. Because from Kubiak's perspective, the way he was asked in certain times this year as things wound down, Seahawks reporters did a good job of kind of trying to probe around in his mind a little bit and go, the question was asked somewhere along the lines of, what if, if you're looking at having another, head coaching job offer, would a, maybe the thing that would hold you up from doing that is that you mentioned you don't want to move your family around as much, and that you want to keep them in one place, and that would maybe be the factor here on a head coaching job being offered so soon after you've been an OC here. And essentially, I got the vibe off of him in his answer of, if there's a head coaching job out there, we'll move, and then I'll do what I got to do on that. Because I think that these coaches just come back to again and again feeling like you're not always going to get an offer every year. And then just because you get a chance this year to go be a head coach does not mean next year that same offer or better chance or a better opportunity will be available. And Ben Johnson is the guy that gets mentioned a lot as having willing to sort of wait that year to go to the right situation. Maybe Kubiak is that kind of guy, but I would just tend to believe, if I was a betting man on this, that if there is a team that offers him the head coaching job, he will take it. And that if I look to the form of OCs, or I look to the form of guys that have taken head coaching jobs, leaving places, they don't really factor in the landing spot very often. Even at Coach Carroll last year, going to the Raiders and what was going to be required there. I mean, that was a lot of really Coach Carroll kind of having to look at that with a sort of glass is definitely half full when there's only a couple drops left in it. And that he was doing that in part, I think, because there wasn't a lot of really good other offers or any other good offers, quite frankly, for Carroll as a head coach. And that being the case, he had to kind of just, take what he could take. And I think Kubiak, might be in a similar place where I don't think he gets 3 job offers this offseason, but I do think that could just one come through with all of the that are available. I do. You mentioned a good part about this, which is that you had the potential of maybe being able to keep him in tow through playoff success. One more reason to just keep playing. And that the more that you're able to keep playing, the more those teams are going to have to wait, because there's the rule put in place now where you can't fly a guy out when he's in the middle of preparation. I'm glad the NFL did this, to where it's like, look, you can do a Zoom meeting, but you can't fly the guy out when he's in the middle of a playoff run to do an interview and have him prep for you and your team all of a sudden while he's trying to prep for what's going on here. So, I like the fact that they only let them do the Zoom meetings while they are in the playoffs. That should be the way it is. You're under contract. You shouldn't be out there looking for new jobs when you're under contract. And that we also know with teams on this, Bryce, that they do tend to be in a place where they want to hire these guys fairly quickly. You don't see a lot of the John Schneider approach from a couple of years ago where they exhaustively go through, it feels like 50 candidates, and interview a lot of those 50 candidates twice. Instead, you get a little bit more of these teams that just sort of go, well, I just kind of like this guy. I want this one. How about this one? And I do wonder if not, that then, if we have a long playoff run, allows us to be freed up. But I'll tell you with this, Bryce, the amount of openings that we have now, I thought once you get to about 7 or 8, that's kind of the breaking point for me with Kubiak, where he probably gets hired at that point if it's that many jobs available. There's just not enough good candidates out there, to choose through. So hopefully get that long playoff run, man. But I do think it just takes one team offer, and I don't think he really cares. I don't think there's like a bright landing spot. Atlanta comes and they calls, and you go, okay, I got Kirk Cousins, I got Penix coming back, I got a good young defense I don't have to worry about. I've got an offensive line I can work with that has plenty of decent parts to it that help me to get some success. I got Bijan Robinson there. I mean, from Kubiak's standpoint, that job alone on just measuring that point out, he's a Southern guy, he's from the South. Seems like that'd be a tough one for him to say no to if they were to offer him. But that's back that point where I think you could kind of do the same on all these teams a little bit on it in your outlook of it. Let's say Cleveland came to Kubiak. So, hey, we got 2 first-round picks. We can kind of work with Shador a little bit as far as on the front of this. We're going to start to get to a good cap situation. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done on this team, but some of our base fundamentals are in much more cleaner shape than they've ever been here in recent years. I think this is going to make it hard, man. Bryce, I think it's going to make it hard. Please have a deep playoff run, to your point. But thank you, man. I appreciate that, your double donation today. And again, folks, please do. Hawks Eye, Dan VN, Seahawks Forever. These guys I do my work with on the syndicate. We're eventually going to have these out, during in season, I'm sure, and maybe even hopefully into next year, get these into more of like a once a week kind of show if we can. And you want to get subbed up to these guys. They do great work. They're busting their butt here, producing some great content, and love working with them. But thank you, Bryce. We'll be also getting meeting up here at the end of the month here, as we're going to be doing the Senior Bowl. Hopefully, we'll be doing the Senior Bowl during Seahawks bye Super Bowl week. That will be the hope there, Bryce. Wouldn't that be cool? How awesome would that be, huh? Huh? Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Me in the house. What's up, me? It's good to see you. Says, if we do end up losing Kubiak, who are you hoping is his replacement? Ooh. Oh, I wish I had a great answer for you on this one, me. I've been thinking about it. It's not for lack of thought. Ideally, I'd like to stay to the same West Coast Shanahan offense that we have running right now. I don't really want to deviate. I think, number one, you lose some of the progress and the what you've done with that, and you sort of have to hit the reset button back to a new scheme. Number two, Sam Darnold fits, I think, it is best in this scheme. So I want to keep him in it for that reason. In addition, as far as there being guys out there available that make a lot of sense to me on the market that I can gravitate to on this, I don't know if I've got a great answer for you on that. There's a part of me that wonders, can you go to Kubiak, the other brother in San Francisco, and say, hey, I know you're OC here, but you can go and you actually call the plays here. Can you do the same thing with LaFleur or with the Rams? Can you go to him and say, I know you're OC, but you can come here and you can be an OC and you can actually call the plays? Probably not. You probably can't pull that off, I would say, would be my guess. So not too sure. Does a Brian Daboll get another head coaching job? Does Kevin Stefanski get another head coaching job? Stefanski would be a guy that doesn't run exactly the same system exactly, but I think there's stuff he has within his system that could work nonetheless. So, those guys could be a little bit of a draw into the situation potentially, as not necessarily that pure West Coast Shanahan offense, but that you find essentially just the best candidate. I definitely would want to go Shanahan first, but if we couldn't, then you go, okay, well, just give me the brightest mind. If there's not that Shanahan guy that's out there that is kind of available. And, with the firings that happen right now, unfortunately, nobody's really been let go of here that's a kind of Shanahan kind of acolyte on this. So it's not going to be as easy as it was last year, where, everyone asked me who I wanted as the OC, and I was like, Kubiak, give me Clint Kubiak. I don't know if there's a Kubiak just sort of sitting there banging around on the open market this year right now. That would be the equivalency of that kind of Sam hire from last season. So it's going to get a little tricky on this one. There isn't a ton of names there. Thank you, though, me. Great question. And I'll try to dig into it a little bit more as we kind of get to more of the names that are kind of be out there and available, but we'll be in a bit of a predicament if we lose Kubiak. That's going to be. So I think what we'll end up running into is just kind of how I was talking it up now. I think you run into where you can't find the Shanahan acolyte, so then you just have to hire the new OC that is the best candidate, just the best guy. Maybe you get a good name and you get a guy that's legitimate, but then within addition to that, you're sort of having to somewhat reset the scheme a little bit too. Wouldn't like it, but I'd understand it if it's got to go that way. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $2 donation. Maybe I'm crazy, he says, but if I'm Atlanta, I offer Kirby Smart a head coaching job. Kirby's not gotten a lot of head coaching heat despite the success that he's had in college, which has been strange, Randall. It does seem like, for whatever reason, the pipeline of head coaches coming from the college sector of things just hasn't been as vibrant as it once was. It used to be a real viable thing that these guys would come from the college ranks and they'd go to the pros, and you'd see a steady stream of that. And then we look in recent years, and it's been more of the NFL leaning in the direction of saying, let's elevate a DC or an OC to head coaching role. So I don't know if there's something within that the NFL is just not buying as much into these college head coaches as being viable candidates. But I think with Atlanta, my estimation with them here, Randall, would be that you've had a couple of defensive-minded head coaches that you've had run through there. You did have Arthur Smith come through there as a sandwiched in between those two defensive coaches. I would expect with the offensive talent where they have it on that team that it's probably going to be an offensive-minded head coach that they bring in at the forefront there. Kirby's a outside the box. I like it as an outside the box kind of thing, but I would estimate that Clint Kubiak, for instance, makes a lot of sense in Atlanta. Stefanski could make a lot of sense in Atlanta. And so I think that Kirby probably does remain at the college level, but that's more just because that NFL slant right now to not being as, Sarkisian's gets no heat. Lincoln Riley heat's calmed down. We never, some of these guys who people thought initially would, like the guy in Clemson a couple years ago when he was winning, he never got a sniff. I'm not hearing anything about Lanning getting any kind of heat out there from Oregon. How about the Indiana coach, Randall? That'd be fun. Randall with another $2 donation. He says the Packers upset Chicago and head to Seattle. Book it. I could see it. It's a young Bears team. And it's a divisional matchup for them in the first round, which I don't think that they probably want. And that you're facing off now against, this team that's going to be very aware and understanding of how you want to run your offense and the variety of different things you do within your offense that can be so tough to deal with from a Bears standpoint there with, with the new head coach they've got brought in there. The Packers this year, Bears lost the Packers 28-21, and then they just barely beat them 22-16. So these have been very close games down to the wire, and would not surprise me in the least if we saw the Packers able to take down that Chicago team on the road. That's a tough matchup for Chicago, even though they have that essentially the division to have to take back on a division foe like that in the Packers. And Packers were able to kind of rest things up this week, Randall. They didn't have Love starting, and Josh Jacobs, he got the week off there, and they're going to be able to really get everybody well rested there for that first playoff game next week in Chicago too. So it's not even where they're going to be super tired on that point. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation as well, man. Appreciate all of your support. If I'm Oakland, I target Stefanski. Dude can coach. I think he's a good coach. I think he's gotten a bad shake there with Cleveland. I don't think they ever got him a quarterback in there, and that was a big factor when you have an offensive-minded head coach. You never give him a quarterback. I think that the offensive line started to get kind of older there, and that they didn't really ever do a good job of really reinforcing that. Another kind of important factor for an offensive coach. Stefanski of the Raiders, I could see it making a lot of sense. I could. Who was I hearing about that they were thinking about if they were letting him go? I'm trying to think about the name. I thought there was a name out there that was being bandied about, but now I'm totally spacing on it. Going to be an interesting hire for them. And who's going to want to go in on that job too, with the amount of work that needs to be done? You don't have a quarterback. You don't have any offensive line. You don't have any wide receivers. You got Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, and they're going to probably move Crosby. So then your whole defense is empty too. I'll tell you, you talk about one of the least attractive destination locations for any head coach in the sport, Randall, and that may be the predominant factor is Stefanski, is he might have a couple of options. He'd probably pick the Raiders as one of those last options with the amount of stuff you got to get done there to make that thing work. There's a lot of work there. Parksa, thank you for the $5 donation, Parksa. B, what is your opinion of Stefanski as an offensive coordinator? Amazing work as always. Hawks Nest is the best. Checking my facts here. I don't want to speak out of school. So, though Stefanski is not a Shanahan acolyte, there's a heavy amount of outside zone that he's going to feature within his system. That's going to lend itself well to what we do. He runs a rhythm-based passing attack, which is very helpful for what we do. That's very helpful to Sam. So it's not a pure Shanahan thing, but the more I think about this, Parks, the better I like it, I guess, on this front of it. And then the real third part of it that I really would be interested in as well, in addition to this, is the utilization of the tight ends and specifically the two tight end sets. Stefanski was one of the true forerunners. We find ourselves this year in the year where you'll see the highest rate of 12 personnel usage when you guys hear all the numbers broken down about the NFL collectively this year. We will see the highest number of 12 personnel usage, that's two tight ends, in the sport in probably about the last 20 years. And Stefanski was one of the guys 5 years ago that was at the forefront of saying, I'm going to utilize these two tight end looks. I'm going to make this a point of emphasis within my offense. So outside zone, rhythm-based passing attack, utilization of the two tight end sets. Stefanski would be probably a grade A hire as a replacement, especially as I was kind of talking back there with me was asking about, who would be the replacement. And the more I kind of think about this, the more I come back to Parks to going, well, okay, it's not the exact Shannon thing, but it's still pretty darn close. And he is legitimate. I do wonder, though, if some team doesn't look at the Stefanski situation in the same way I do, where you go, that Cleveland organization was a mess. And the Deshaun Watson contract, and then doubling down on the Deshaun Watson contract, and some of how they've approached free agency, spending money and roster building, really has been outside of Stefanski's control. And you can't necessarily hold him to account on that part of it. But if he's out there as an OC, I guess right now early on, that would be my number one guy I would look to bring in as that replacement if that's that's, kind of the case on this. So he'll be an interesting guy to monitor, where his reputation's at league wide and where people are at, and if he's one that's going to get a little bit more of that heat. But love the fact he's got the outside zone stuff. You can at least just like on that one. And he's got an offense that I think could fit Sam Darnold pretty well. Sam can work within this offense for him on what he does. So love it, man. It's a great suggestion, Parkson. Thank you for the kind words, man. Very kind of you to say. Seth K. Aloha. Thank you for the $5 donation, Seth. Good to see you in the house. They love talking crap about Sam, but Purdy's going to have nightmares for years to come about this defense constantly swarming on him. Made him look bad. Boy, I'll tell you what. It was the All-22 last night. I'm going through prepping up for the roundup on Wednesday, and the All-22 last defensive tape is a coach's wet freaking dream from the Niners game. I was watching it, and I was just this defense. I know we said it on Saturday. I got to say it one more time. This defense was flying around. They weren't just making plays, making tackles. I mean, these guys were flying around so fast, and everything was happening so fast around Brock. And I'll tell you, you were running press man coverage on the outside. On both sides, not just to one side of the field, the other, because sometimes they'll run press to one side, then they run the off coverage to the other side. And there was some of that mixed in. There's a lot of just pure press man stuff. We're going to press them up at the line. We're going to throw off the rhythm, throw off the timing, disrupt the route, and then have Brock back there going, man, the route's not into the place that it's supposed to be into because of this contact. And you just intermixed everything together so well. The quick pressure, you're able to keep on top of it. This was a game which was one where the Seahawks defense took it to that Niner offense. Is the Niner offense missing Trent Williams and some other parts that could have made them stronger and better in that day? Yeah, sure. That was a contributing factor. But Mike McDonald had a grade A game plan put together, and this defense executed it at an exceptionally high level. Exceptionally high level. So, they love talking crap about Sam. Niner fans love talking crap about Sam. And they'll look at Purdy and go, you're wonderful and you're perfect and amazing, and then nitpick away at Sam on that side of it. Part of me wonders on this with it a little bit from a Niner perspective of you had Sam Darnold in your house, and you could have gone to him instead of Brock, and then here you have in Brock this guy that's paid twice as high as what Sam's being paid, and Sam's got well more talent when it comes to throwing the football than Brock does. And that you have a limitation in Brock and you're paying him twice the money. And then that maybe that causes you to kind of spin out in your outlook of the situation a little bit, right, Seth? Like that's a hard thing to kind of look at and turn over a little bit in your own mind as you're facing that reality. Because it's undoubted with Brock that there are limitations to the arm strength. It's undoubted with Brock that there are question marks to him on the health front. There aren't any questions with Sam on the health front. My man can take it. He can take a beating. He can get banged around a little bit and stand back up and still be strong with it. So, they love talking crap about Sam. It's the same old stuff you hear with Sam over and over again. It's never anything new under the sun. It's never any new insult. It's never any new shade. It's the same old tired stuff of seeing ghosts, or this is gonna happen when you need him most. And it just doesn't matter what he does to disprove that from their perspective of this. They're going to look to find that. And I saw it in the post-game discussion in regards to Sam after the game and how that all played out and broke down. And I shake my head at it anymore. I'm not trying to convince anybody anymore, because it's just, frankly, if you're coming at it to make this argument, you got to make an argument. And nobody's making an argument on the anti-Darnold mode of things. They speak with certainty about things that are going to happen in the future, like they're a psychic about his play and when he's going to have this happen and when he's going to have that happen. But they don't actually just break down the individual play and what he's done and what he brings to the table and how good a QB he's been. It just becomes this thing about this thing that's going to happen at some point down the future, at some point, don't know when, but it will definitely happen. Okay. This isn't a real discussion here about what he is as a quarterback and what he's bringing. It's about some individual aspect of his game that you think maybe comes up at some point down the road. All right. It just doesn't give us much of anywhere to go with on the discussion with it. And he's proven himself at this point. If he's a football fan through 2 years watching him, 14 wins now on this team, 2 different teams he's done this on. You look at the quarterback and McCarthy that took over for him. You look at Geno Smith and what he did with the same supporting cast by and large here the prior year. I don't understand how the math's not mathing for these folks. A lot here to indicate how good he's played, but it is what it is with it, right, Seth? I mean, it just becomes a little bit at this point ridiculous. Eli Montoya. Thank you for the $5 donation, Eli. If you get a chance, can you discuss extending Woolen? Pros and cons, whether you think we will or not. Thanks, brother. Go Hawks. It's a great discussion. It's a great point of, definitely worth talking about here, I would say. Well, first, let's look at where we're at contract-wise as far as the cornerbacks go within this sport, because much like with Charles Cross, this is going to give us a little bit, Eli, of a standard to look at and kind of get a general idea of where he's going to be looking as far as his payday goes. And so if we look at this here, and we're looking at average per year, the top market on the money right now is Derek Stingley at $30 million, J.C. Horn at $25 million, Patrick Surtain at $24 million, Deron Bland at $22.5 million, Jalen Ramsey, A.J. Terrell, Denzel Ward. So my feeling on this would be that you're not going to see him able to quite get up into the area of where these contracts are up, $20 million a year. I don't think that he's making that. I would guess that he's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe a Zion McCollum kind of contract. And that's going to be right in there at about $16 million per year. So it's probably instead of he signed a 4-year deal, I think he signed a 3-year deal. So a 3-year extension on $48 million per year. That's probably the territory that we're talking about for Woolen. Seems like a lot, I know, but you're not going to give him down 8 or 9 million. You're going to be in the teens. So 3-year, $48 million, about what it's going to cost. That'll run you about $15 million to $16 million per year. Somewhere in that territory is where I thought he's going to be about $15 million probably. Might be a hair under the McCollum contract, so it might be only be $15 million per year. So it's like 3 years, $45 million, right? But still in the same territory of it. I think that's kind of a substantial cost to pay for Woolen. Not that he couldn't earn that contract and be fully well worth it for any team that signs him to that deal. He's got ball skills. He's improved in his game. When he plays like he did this last week, he's going to be on Roundup, I believe he's going to be my underrated hero of the week on the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. When he's playing like that, a lot of teams are going to stand up and go, hey, we can definitely add that to our secondary, and that's useful. I think the hard part with Woolen becomes that, Woolen had this fantastic rookie year, and it essentially was the best year of his career. And that since that year, you've not been able to replicate that. And there was a little bit of a feeling, and there were some players in the locker room that intimated there were certain players that this happened to after that first year. And I don't know if they were referencing to him or somebody else that, said that maybe some stuff kind of got to certain guys' heads about the years that they had. And that, they kind of thought, well, I've done the work, I put it in. And I do feel like with Woolen for a couple year period there after that first year, there was definitely a tangible feeling of him, not willing to get in there and try to be a tackler and trying to avoid physicality and trying to kind of just be finessey back there in what he does from the cornerback position. And you can't do that in this defense. And I think that Mike has been able to slow but surely here in the last year and a half, get him into the right direction and get him on the right path to becoming the best version of himself on a football field. But is it going to sustain once you pay him? I've got a big thing, Eli, on watching certain players in this league and being able to really watch and kind of tracking guys, not just on our team, but looking at players that are getting paid in other places and other spots, and then watching what happens to their performance, watching what happens to their availability, watching what happens to just the feeling of like, am I getting then the most out of this contract I'm giving this guy? Or am I more paying for the past performance and for more of the hope of what I think can be in the future more than what I know to be in the future? And I think when you sign these kind of contracts, look at Cross, I know what I'm getting in the future in Cross. You can make the question marks about, well, he's not a Pro Bowler or he's not going to be an All-Pro, but he's going to give you solid play. He's going to be a really good pass protector. I know once I pay him money that there's not going to be that drop-off from that. And if I knew with Woolen that the Woolen I get today is the Woolen I'm going to get moving into future years, that he's matured and he's, really grown up into his, full adult self and realizing, what he has as an opportunity in front of him here with this pro career and with especially his talent, then you wouldn't have any issues in doing that whatsoever, Eli. But from where I stand, there are those questions right now. And I would say that I would trust in Mike on this one, where I've said, I think with Mike, he's not going to put up with guys that don't have the right mentality for his defense. When he didn't have the 2 inside linebackers last year that were working in his defense, that could get off blocks, that could be physical, he said, no, I'm not rolling with that anymore. John, get these guys out. Let's get Tyree Knight out there. Let's go get Ernest Jones. I'm not rolling with that. That doesn't work for me. Likewise with Woolen, if he's got a question, I think in the very least of this same question I'm having, that it's going to dial back and that you're not going to get as motivated as Woolen at that point. I don't think there's any way this contract gets done. And I think a lot of what John does Schneider-wise to determine that's going to be going back to Mike going, what do you think, Mike? You know the cost on this, but do you want to do this? And while I've got a lot of confidence that you're able to pay a lot of these guys going into the future that was mentioned above on the stream earlier on this, Eli, pay Cross today, you're going to play JSN, you're going to pay Witherspoon, you're going to pay Byron Murphy moving into the future. There's some contract going to be given out here. And, while I think you can pay everybody for the most part, I think there's going to be some spots that you're going to want to collectively be precise with and be careful with and not just give everyone all the money, but pay the right guys and make sure you're careful on not paying those guys where there might be that risk that it's going to blow up in your face. I don't think that there's a reason that you have to necessarily take that exact risk with the kind of personnel you built up on this team, with the talent you have stocked as a foundation on this team. So it's a complicated one. As to whether I think we will or not, I don't think we will when it's all said and done. I think that the cost just goes up a little bit too high. It's a little bit, Eli, as a comparison. I've been comparing it over to the Shaquille Griffin deal. It wasn't that you weren't necessarily willing with Shaquille Griffin to bring him back, but the Jacksonville Jaguars threw him a $14 million per year deal, and you went, yeah, that's too much. That's way too much. We can't go that far with him. I think likewise with Woolen, if we're talking about it being a $7, $8, even a $9 million a year kind of deal, that would Seattle be open to doing that with him? I think they would. But once it starts getting into 14, 15, 16 million, I think that's where it gets just a little bit too rich. Great question, Eli. Fantastic question. And you can see here these contracts for the cornerbacks just kind of go up pretty high. So you can be this 18th highest paid cornerback in the sport, and you're still making pretty significant amount of money. And that's going to be the case here with Woolen as we go into next year, I would say. But a great question. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $10 donation, Kyle. Jesse is using the 49er injury excuse after all the S-talking he did last week is hilarious. Losing to Sam Darnold will do that. Injuries weren't the excuse when they averaged 35 points per game and won 6 in a row. Yeah, it's one that I did point to last week, of course. It's one I pointed to last week as to the reason why I thought that the team was going to beat this Niner team comfortably. Kyle, right? So I'm kind of torn on this one a little bit. From one perspective on this, I go, well, yeah, I was kind of also leading into this game, pointing to that being the thing that is going to be the mitigating factor here. It's just too much. But you are not wrong as well in the respect of what we heard not only from Jesse, but every Niner fan, is that the injuries weren't going to make a lick of difference. It wasn't even going to be a speed bump for my Niner team against your Hawks, right? It's going to be a shootout. We're going to score all these points. Okay, you're going to score on our defense a bit, but like Darnold's going to end up making that mistake, and that's going to happen 100%, and that's the way the game will be playing out. So to your point, they spoke about the game playing out in just that manner over and over and over again. I saw it online over and over again presented this way. They didn't want to lean on any of the injuries at all coming into this game, that was going to make any difference. And now in retrospect, if he's going to do so, you can expect, Kyle, that with Jesse on the round table, if he's going to bring up the injuries, I'm going to be like, you didn't want to bring up injuries last week. Now you want to bring them up? Last week it was Darnold was going to suck tailpipe. And now it's injuries. Yeah. So I'll be consistent on this, and then I'll say, look, I certainly walking into it was saying that the injuries were going to be what they were and that they were going to be the cause of this loss. It's just too much. It's way too much. If their health is better, then closer game, but they just way too many injuries. But you're right. I'm not taking away from that. He definitely was popping off, and they were popping off that it was going to make no difference in the least, that this Niner offense was humming hotter than they ever have under Shanahan, that Purdy was making miracles happen, but they were beating up on lesser foes, and they were working their way through that weak-ass schedule, right? And that's what they were feasting upon. So, it's the excuses are coming out now, but that's not what they said was going to happen. What they said was going to happen was Darnold was going to fall on his face when you needed him most. And he didn't. And That's just the bottom line of it. You try to make all the comparisons to Garoppolo that they want to make, and all the fact that you'll eventually is going to break your arm. Eventually, it is going to happen. When does it happen? When precisely? Just it's going to happen. It will just happen. It's like, oh well, how exact of you? How precise of you in your prediction modeling? But yeah, Kyle, I'm expecting the round table is going to have a lot of excuses built in, and I'm like I've done in there recently. I'm going to set the record straight if I got to set the record straight. I'm not going to hesitate doing so in the least. Appreciate you, Kyle. Thank you, man. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. Last first round we re-upped was 2010 pick Earl Thomas III. Ooh, that's a long time ago. Long time ago. I guess that has been the case. No LJ Collier, no Jordan Brooks, no Bruce Irvin. We let Bruce Irvin walk. That's right. After his first round contract was up. Interesting. It's been a minute. Some of that has to do, of course, too, since 2010, Randall, being that how many first round picks have you moved in a trade, trading out of the first round, or multiple picks for Jamal Adams, first round pick there for Jimmy Graham, first round pick there for Percy Harvin. So you got a couple years there too, where you weren't always picking all the first rounds there through there, but still that's a great little factoid. Robs, thank you for the $2.79 donation. He says, Robbie Oots was my personal favorite pick. Oots, 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 oots. Let's go, Robs. Robbie looking good on the tape, watching the 22 last week, and it sort of double dipped you there, Rob. It double deuced you there with the $2.79 donation on the same message there. But Robbie Oots, fullback. Early on this year, we got a preseason, looked good, had the Steelers game where he got the 2-for-1 on the play that we busted out, and then had a little bit of some struggles. Had the injury come up, some struggles as far as not looking, well situated at the fullback position and what he was doing, and getting his blocks laid there in the run game. This week they brought out the I formation looks, and he was in the fullback mode, and he laid some really grade A blocks out there. Got out into space. I hope this is something they can carry through into the playoffs, those I formation looks. There's a lot of cool things within it that they're going to be able to do, and some of the stuff I'm going to feature a little bit on the round table or on the weekly roundup on Wednesday, Robs. But Robbie's starting to get comfortable in that fullback role, remembering that he really, by and large, just played tight end in college. So there's a reason to give this guy a little bit more extra time to kind of develop into that fullback role, but he's just a big hammer. You can bring him downhill. These teams are not used to dealing with fullbacks coming downhill like that in the run game. Not every team's got a fullback to use in this way. And he was really good on Saturday. Had his best game probably as a pro overall, leading the way, out there head hunting, getting 2-for-1s on certain plays too, in addition to that. Very, very impressive what he was doing, man. And a good development for our rushing offense as we move into the playoffs, as we need this rushing offense to be at its best. Kyle from South Fork. Thank you for the $2 donation, Kyle. Jesse was 28 points off his prediction. Hilarious. I appreciate the double dip dono. Yeah, he had the shootout thing, right? He had them just run up and down on our defense. Our defense wasn't that good. Our defense can be, your offense is just so good, our defense. And it's maybe just looking at that Ram game from a couple weeks ago and thinking that's more of the representation of who our defense is, when we know that is not the case, that had a lot to do with a bit of the short week you're dealing with. And as Mike said, putting too much of a game plan on those players' shoulders they couldn't have enough time to execute the details of. But yeah, he's a little off on the old record prediction there, on the score prediction on that one, huh, Kyle? And yeah, they weren't point injuries on that point. Like, the offense will be plenty good enough to go get the 28 points. And it's a bit of the hubris from Niner fans leading into the week. I have confidence in your team, and I get that you've been winning recent games, but look at the opponents you've been beating up on, who you beat, number one. And then really look at the injury situation now down Trent Williams. It's like they didn't even think for an instant Trent Williams was going to hold anything back. He'll be out, no problem. Won't be the least, hardly a bother. We won't even miss a skip of a step. It's like, really? Not even a skip of a step? Like, Pleasant isn't even a Josh Jones. You're It's quite a drop off from what you were at. But that was that weird confidence that they had going, that they were so sure about, that you go, boy, you looked at your roster right now, where they're at right now, right? Yeah, but we're just kicking ass, taking names. Yeah, but who? Against who? Yeah. That doesn't matter. NFL team, any given Sunday. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to hear the excuses this Tuesday, Kyle. Dr. Cluck, thank you for the $5 donation, Dr. Cluck. I like the deal with Cross. Side note, I'm sick of the media thinking the only way to win is quarterback or bust, even though football is a heavy team-oriented sport. Love that you love the deal. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Seems like overall folks are pretty happy with this thing, which is good to hear today in the chat and see. This is of course been my crusade. I've been leading for the past couple of years, and that is that it started out from the same point that you operate from, where trying to look at the sport deeply and look at systems and formations and schemes and players and evolutions of positions. The thing that always comes back as I've looked at it and try to deeply understand it is just that this is truly a team sport, and the success and failure of any team is not down to one player carrying this big load on their back like Atlas with the world on his shoulders. But instead, it's about how much of the team conceptually you can build up and bring together and have working together and what they do and how they operate. And that it's got to be looked at it really through that prism as much as anything else. It doesn't then mean that you aren't looking for the highly talented quarterbacks or those guys that can do more for the position than others can do to help elevate the supporting cast, but that becomes a bit of the obsession in itself versus the building of the team. And, I was talking to a Raider fan last night, went and got some food. He's a guy that's a bartender at a restaurant I was going out and getting to, and I was BS with him about his Raiders a little bit. And it's just like, already with the Raiders, you can see the mistake being talked about and being made here, where Mendoza. Your team is ass. You have nothing. It's like you want to shake the Raider organization if this is what they're thinking and going, you don't know how this is going to go? You're going to go draft Mendoza. You're going to put him behind. You're going to be impelled to play him immediately. You're going to say at the day of the draft, we got to give him time to sit. The roster's not ready. If we put him out there, he's going to be put in harm's way. There's very little chance for any quarterback to have success right now with the supporting cast in the way that's said. Bump to bump. They're going to say all that good stuff, right? And then we're going to get into week 5 next year, the regular season. The first quarterback's going to suck. And they're going to go, well, we can't. Marcus Mariota's not getting it done. So we really need to go and we're going to need to go to Mendoza and see what we got. Let's see what we got. Let's just see what we got. I mean, we got to give him some seasoning now. We got to get him out there and get him try. And then he goes out there and then he gets broken and then he looks like a bust. And then, and we right back in the same sort of spin cycle here. And the obsession with quarterbacks in this sport has become ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Especially where the sport's evolved to, because this is where the average fan and the average team that's so caught up in this quarterback thing is not recognizing what the sport's evolved to over the last couple of years. We're back under center. We're getting away from some of the spread concepts, the cover 2 shell proliferation, the driving back to the running game being a true balancing act to the passing attack for most teams. All of this stuff is going to lend itself, at least in the immediacy, to the quarterback position not carrying the kind of weight that it did in 2016, let's say, when those spread concepts were all over the place. And because of this as well, the second edition point of this becomes those quarterbacks that are being drafted now coming into the NFL with the evolution of where it currently is, under center, play action passing, less of the spread concepts, more of the need to have the footwork right under center, ball action on the play fakes, ability to turn your back to the defense, turn it back around, pre to post snap designations and recognizations about what's going on with the defense in an era right now with the defense that's making it supremely hard on even very smart quarterbacks, on even veteran quarterbacks to make that type of assessment. All of this stuff's going to drive back around to the QB position being a little bit diminished in its level of importance in comparative sake to the rest of the team, to building a good offensive line, to having a solid rushing attack, to having a viable defense. This is where this is going to go now. So it is one, it does drive me crazy as well. You're sick of it. I'm sick of it. The media falls into the same trap. I think there's NFL teams that fall into the same trap. I think John has looked at it and said, this is a market opportunity for me. And this is why when we look at John and going to Geno Smith and going to Sam Darnold, why he's made those decisions. is I think that John has shown you with those two decisions, especially coming on the heels of paying Russell Wilson so heavily, so much money. And we know with John, that was not something I think he loved to do, that he's looking at it and he's going, it's gone beyond the pale a little bit here. Everybody's sort of taking this one size fits all approach to the position and their assessment of the position and what they need to do for the position. And they're not really, and they're doing so while ignoring the rest of their team. And it just becomes that this will fix everything if I get this thing handled. I don't have to have my good left tackle. I don't have to have a good running game. I don't have to have hired a great coach. My defense can be middle of the road. And that's not going to matter because I've got this one guy that can throw the cape on and leap across tall buildings in a single bound and outrace trains. And, it is lazy. It's not where the sport's at right now. And those teams that are operating this factor of it, those fans that operate in that factor of it, they're seeing the sport less clearly by doing so. They really are Dr. Cluck. So I feel the same way. I've been on this bent for a couple of years now and just recognizing that this is what's kind of at stake. And this is why I had the confidence in Geno before Geno started his first game of his career and saying, doubters beware. He's going to play well for us. That's why I said this offseason, after having especially a chance to go and look at Sam Darnold in person at training camp, came back out of training camp, told you guys we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine at the quarterback position. Sam's going to get it done. Because I understand this is where the sport's at. And looking at the sport, all these things I've just mentioned, this is where this thing finds itself. And so because of that got the guy that can get the job done, build up the rest of the team, I can go win a Super Bowl. And it'd be one of the real satisfying parts for me after being on this holy grail of a search to try to convince people of that, especially within my own fan base here in Seattle. It would be so satisfying on the top of everything else to go get a Super Bowl title for this team to once again utilize this model, top 10 quarterback play, build the team up around him, have him on a contract where I can spend out the rest of the money on the rest of the books and be able to really pull that team together in just the right fashion. That's a team that can win Super Bowls. That's a team that won a Super Bowl last year, the Philadelphia Eagles, that we won a Super Bowl with it 13 years ago in 2013. That this is also a very viable path beyond the just go find the superhero quarterback thing. Cross deal is great, man. It's in the moment, looks a little bit expensive, but it's really not. You waited the extra year to give him the extension. You could have paid him after 3 years. You paid him after 4. The price is always going to raise a little bit at that point when you do that. We go a couple years down the line on this, a couple more deals get signed. This isn't going to look like a bad deal at all. Still only 25 years old. I've got no issues with this Charles Cross deal at all. Doesn't even make me blink in the least. I thought this was exactly where the deal was always going to end up landing right around. But well said, Dr. Cluck. I share your frustration with some of those outlooks and just don't quite understand why people want to be so lazy in their approach of looking at the sport that's got so many different interconnected parts and pieces, gears that make things bring about the reality of the situation one way or the other. Wins, losses, great team, bad team. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation, DJ. Good to see you in the house. This is the perfect year to win the Super Bowl. Having the Seahawks hoist the Lombardi Trophy in the 49ers house would be awesome. F you 49ers, go Hawks. That's right. That's right.
Enough said.
Enough said on that, man, DJ. Enough said on that. And yeah, it would be very satisfying this year. It might be my all-time favorite Seahawks season if you go get a Super Bowl this year. I love 2013, and that year is, that year is definitely got its own sort of measure of just unbelievableness to it and what you did that year too. But this would be right there with it. The fact that nobody thought we would be here, number one, that we're here. 13, everyone thought we were going to be there. No one thinks we're going to be here. The fact that so much of this team has come together so beautifully in order for this to happen. The fact that so many people have counted out Sam Darnold and what he could do to change that narrative out there that exists on him by hoisting up that Lombardi. To the fact that you're doing it in this year and how this year's gone about at the end of it to do it. That Rams have had your number for about 5-6 years from McVay has gotten there. If you were able to finally take them down, might take them down again to get to the Super Bowl to really reinforce that. Same thing with the Niners team and Shanahan that's really had your number, got your number at the start of the year. Rams had your number in the first game of the year, and yet you conquered them as you got into the playoffs. And then the final factor, like you talk about, winning in the Niners house. Taking down and getting the Lombardi in Levi Stadium, it would be very much a storybook conclusion to a magical year at that point. You couldn't have drawn it up on a script better in a lot of ways, DJ, and it would be just so satisfying on so many levels then because of that. Absolutely, man. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Get a little more coffee. WD Ford, thank you for the $10 donation, WD. It wasn't long ago. It was not long ago that we sat through an hour of Sports Center to even hear a mention of Seahawks content. Now we have great dudes with great takes on pods for hours a day. The golden era is here. Thank you. Oh, that is very, very kind of you to say, WD Ford, and really kind of you. Just unbelievable, man. And thank you for the big donation. I felt like this is something that really could become about when I started this up 6 years ago on YouTube, and not just me on this, but your point on this, the people that you have covering this right now. And I think that the Seahawks content creation wise, I do not BS when I say this. I think that you've got, universally speaking, everybody doing really fine work, where you just, everybody's got kind of a little different slant in the way they cover the team, or a different approach a little bit in how they cover the team. But I think everybody's just such a hard worker and so very passionate about what they do in doing this when you watch them go about their process on it. And to me, I love seeing it, because I find guys that are just trying to do a lot like what I'm trying to do. Whether you land there or not, what you're inherently trying to do is supply that thing that you can see that the legacy media no longer supplied, right? WD Ford, where it's a lot of shouting at each other. It's not a lot of like really doing a lot of breaking of anything down. It's a lot about like, how much drama can we create? How much can we glom onto a story that's just going to get clicks, rather than, what is interesting? Let's get beyond what gets clicks. What's interesting to actually discuss? And so it is something that I think has been proven to be true. And I think that this is the new media. I think this is where this is going to go only further into the future, and that these old bastions are maybe not going to die out, but they're going to be reduced down to, in how much, people really pay attention to them because of some of these problems that they've had. And maybe they adjust with time with this, and that they start to understand why folks like myself and folks out there that are having so much success on YouTube are able to take off, because there's such a hunger, I think, out there for folks to just have great content where you're just getting into the meat and potatoes of stuff. And it's nothing to do with really drama or anything about that. Just about like, let's talk this sport. It's such a deep sport with so many layers, and there's so many things to pull apart and discuss within that versus other sports, that you don't have to get into drama. You don't have to get into, that type of stuff, but that's the way it rolls with Sports Center. So thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you. That is always was the hope here kind of going into it. I think we, this fan base and looking at other content creations, because sometimes I have to WD Ford go out there and do the behind enemy lines and sort of go out there and scavenge for those out there doing content creation for other teams. I'll tell you what, I think we're second to none here with our guys that we've got. It is really cool what we've been able to do, and glad that it's really coming off well for all of you out there, and appreciate you guys and all your support, not just to me here, but the support you guys have given to all the folks out on this content creation. Wouldn't be able to do it if we didn't have people watching, and you guys watch, and you guys are locked in, and I think the future is very bright for this medium, WD. And just continuing to be able to expand and span more and more as we get more comfortable, as more people do it, and hopefully keep kicking out the good coverage, man. Thank you. He says the golden era is here. I love that. Let's go. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation, DJ. Most of the analysts say Sam Darnold isn't good enough to win a Super Bowl. They must have forgot the Eagles took Nick Foles from the bench and won a Super Bowl. Yeah, it's this, I call it the ethereal, right? It's this thing that's like a non-specific item that's just sort of existing in a place that sort of is just this one thing that'll upend it when it's all said and done. And that people say that Sam can't go win you a Super Bowl, and that he has, again, it's some mental limiting factor, right? Because these people won't tell you that there's something physically, they won't say that there's a physical issue with him that prevents him. He can make it every throw. He's got good enough mobility. But they'll say that there's something mentally there that's deficient that then ends up holding him. If you really press him down on this, they won't just tell you that right out the front, but you're really pressed down and you're like, well, what is it? What's the thing that's the not good enough thing to why he can't win the Super Bowl? And as you say with this, this is where we come back to, again, the quarterback position becomes one where it becomes viewed through this special prism, and you ignore all of the recent data. Some of these folks that get into the special prism mode, not you, DJ, but the folks that think about it like this, they ignore all of the recent data about the quarterback position. They ignore where the sport's at right now. They ignore those Super Bowl winners you talk about, because I just go through the last 13 years alone. I don't have to go back to 1987. I go through the last 13 years alone. Russell Wilson was playing as a top 10 quarterback in this sport, maybe ninth, maybe eighth. We can quibble over where exactly his rank was in 2013 and 2014, but he wasn't top necessarily 5, top probably 8, top 10. He got to 2 Super Bowls. Peyton Manning, 16? Going up against, quite literally, DJ, I mean, that was a game where it's like, quite literally, this exercise got proven in point of like, well, it's all about the quarterback. You need the amazing quarterback. You need the superhero quarterback. Well, quite literally in 2016, I have Cam Newton, whose whole thing is acting like Superman after he scores the touchdown, who's in his MVP season, taking on a Denver Bronco team that has Brock Osweiler, who's toilet paper, and then who has Peyton Manning, who couldn't throw past 8 yards. And you go, okay, well, if these folks that speak so doggedly about the fact that you need the quarterback and that's the end all be all, and that this is the guy that determines this and determines that, and it's the rest of the team becomes irrelevant, just this guy is the everything. Well, if that's the case, shouldn't have in that situation then Cam have won that game? Isn't it all about, well, the best quarterback wins? It's like the assessment with Jesse last week on this matchup with the Niners. And I'm sitting here going, look, you guys are health-wise, are not in good shape. We're a better team. Health-wise, we're in much better shape. And he goes, and it just kind of, it all really comes down to it just comes back to quarterback play. And then who do I trust more? Do I trust Brock Purdy or do I trust Sam Darnold? Really? The whole assessment just comes down, it's all 50-50 down to that. So it didn't play out like that in the Carolina. It didn't play out like that in the Carolina game. For the Bronco Carolina Super Bowl. You also then, of course, on top of that, have the Nick Foles one you talked about. Lose Carson Wentz, go to Nick Foles. Nick Foles gets it done. We've got Joe Flacco back in 12. The year before Seattle won the Super Bowl. Was Flacco right around maybe top 10? Maybe. Might have been even 13th ranked quarterback that year. Got a Super Bowl. Or how about just last year? Jalen Hurts, top 10 quarterback, wins the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, prior couple years ago when they got to the Super Bowl, was almost part of winning a Super Bowl against that Chiefs team then. It took a bad call at the end of the game and allowed the Chiefs to win that game. This is just since 2012, these examples I'm giving. It's littered all over the Super Bowl winners, not Super Bowl losers. Not guys that got in the playoffs, Super Bowl winners. I've got littered examples of top 10 quarterback play being enough to get the job done. And that it really comes down to, when we look at a real common strain, more than looking at superhero quarterbacks over the last 13 years as the driving force for why teams have won Super Bowls, we can probably more look at the driving force being who had the best teams. When Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year, Patrick Mahomes wasn't playing like the Patrick Mahomes necessarily from a production standpoint that he was 4 years prior when they won their Super Bowl, right? It was more about the defense. He had to make his share of collective plays throughout the day, but it's more kind of a defensive-driven team. It's about the team. That's what determines whether you win Super Bowls or not. And the more complete, the more talented team that you can build, the better your chances are to going in that Super Bowl. Quarterback matters within that, but it's not the end all be all, as becomes for so many fans, the one point of discussion that they just can't, pivot away to get off of with it. But you're right, DJ. Tons of representations here. Tons of times we can look at stuff and go, it doesn't have to be just this way. There are other methodologies to it. Grab my coffee. Garth, I'll be right back. I know, kitty. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, man? It's good to see you. Always put a smile on my face. I see Garth here. He says, Darnold's grandfather was the Marlboro man. Think he can help me cash in my Marlboro miles from my military days for playoff tickets? Be good, Brando. No way. Sam Darnold, no way. Is that true? I totally had forgotten about that. How about that? Dick Hammer his name was Dick Hammer too. Let's go. I think I had heard that somewhere, but I had totally spaced it out. Garth, that's awesome. I'm trying to bring up that. I got a picture here to show folks. See if I can bring it up here. And his name was Dick Hammer. All right, this will be a little small one, but you guys will get the gist of this. Look at Sam's dad, man. Look at Sam's dad. My goodness, Garth, huh? Talk about a different age and time. And his name was, the Marlboro man's name was Dick Hammer. I don't know. I think those miles might be expired. I don't think Marlboro's cooking those in anymore on that side of it. Oh, his grandfather was a Marlboro man. Not his dad, but his grandfather. I was like, wow, there we go. That's a hell of a lineage to go off of, and kind of explains some of Sam's toughness, doesn't it, Garth? Kind of explains some of that toughness now, just a little bit. But very cool. Very cool. I'd heard that once, and I just never looked into it too much, Garth. I definitely remember it being mentioned at some point or another. That's awesome. What a name. I guess if I got announced as the Marlboro man, I'd probably be trying to change my name to something even more badass too. I can't be his natural name, Dick Hammer. Parents, when they named the kid that, definitely had a sense of humor. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $5 donation, Lord Disciple. Can Sam ascend to top 5 quarterback in this league, or are we seeing his ceiling? I think he can personally, but I'm curious to hear your opinion, Brandon. I think the top 10 quarterback at this point for Sam Darnold, to your point on this, Lords, is I think that's the floor. This is the floor of his play, in my opinion. And so when you talk about can he ascend into top 5 status, I think he can from a performative standpoint on statistically speaking, yes. Is he ever going to get to a place where people are going to get and have that utmost faith in him to be that guy when he's got the statistics backing it? I'm not so sure, because I think there's always going to be a bit of that opinion with him, again, outside of him maybe hoisting a Lombardi to really just upend it and knock it away, smash it into a million pieces. Absent that, there will always be a bit of the question there. But from the standpoint of producing wise, yeah, I think he can get into top 5 state. I don't think it means necessarily even that he at that point is necessarily improving much more in his game. But I think that what comes with that, and I think you're probably inherently building this into a little bit of your feeling that you think he can, is that the supporting cast gets better around you. Now, Kubiak may get a head coaching job, maybe not, but let's just operate from the standpoint that Kubiak's going to come back for a second year here. I've mentioned many times, if you look at NFL places and you look at offensive coordinators going to systems and going to new spots, an offensive-minded head coach going to a new place and he's got to put a system in, that you're usually almost every single time going to see much more significant returns when you get into year 2 of that quarterback OC combo being able to work together. OC better learns the quarterback better learns the ins and outs of the scheme to the nth degree. You combine those together, you get better performance with that, just naturally speaking. So if you're top 10 this year from Sam's perspective, right around 9, 10, depending on what metric you want to rank him at, depending on what you want to use to put that ranking in point, now he gets a little bit better with Coobs. Now he's a little bit able to get even more consistent. Maybe he takes the touchdowns and he adds another 7 or 8 touchdowns onto the books and he pulls off another couple of interceptions down and gets you, 34 touchdowns and 8 interceptions or something like that over the course of the year. Then does he slide into the sort of that top 5 stage of things at that point? Yeah. I think that's probably also just about the spot that what I'd say would be his ceiling, would be the top 5. But top 10 to top 5, year in and year out with Sam, I think you can get some fluctuation within that performance. And then the extra final part onto this that gives me confidence that this will improve even beyond that with the coordinator and quarterback having another year together is the fact that I think that the personnel will improve. So next year, let's look at the offensive line. Bradford's back under contract. Jalen Sundle's back under contract. You have Oluwatimi back as a backup there. You still have Haynes on the roster, Cable in there. These are backups. You got your book and tackle set. Grays Abel comes back a second year. He should be better in year 2 than he was even in year 1. And then you're also bringing back for the first time, and it feels like forever, all 5 of your starting offensive linemen. So the continuity chemistry factor becomes improved. JSN comes back next year. Cooper Kupp's on the book. Rashid Shaheed, we'll see on that, but you do have Horton, who gave you a lot of bright spots there with his return. You got your 2 tight end sets coming back next year with both Barner and with Arroyo, and then you still got a third guy in Saubert on top of it. Hell, you even got a 4th guy, Nick Callerup, as a 4th guy. You got your fullback in Robbie Oots. Don't know what's going to go on with Kenneth Walker with running back position, but you are bringing back next year Charbonnet, McIntosh, Holani. So kind of what I'm saying here is that in addition to the 3 points I'd provide to this, why you could see Sam get in the top 5 next year, would be second year of him and Kubiak together, then improvements there. Then you're going to be able to bring back a starting offensive line of all the same starters, and that's improved pass protection, improved run blocking on the back of that continuity that you're going to be able to bring back with it. And then just overall not losing anything offensively majorly from a talent standpoint to force you to go backwards any kind of steps next year. You're bringing everybody back essentially. You should only be able to add on top to what you already got. Maybe Walker being the only real major potential loss, and that's still, we'll see on that. So, I think he can get up into that place of things. He can. It would take those factors all coming into bear a bit, but I think 5 to 10, 10 is the floor, 5's kind of a ceiling for him on performative play. That's where I would have Darnold, moving into the future. I see it the same way. MST, HAT. Thank you for the $10 donation, MST. Please, the Hawks hype video that just got posted to Hawk Blogger. I think you would love it and would love to see your reaction. Well, I would love to post up, but it's other people's content on that MST, so I can't go live with it because what's going to happen when that is it comes back to a Hawk Blogger and it says somebody's using your content on their channel. You literally get a notification when you're doing this on this, and I could get copyright struck. I'd have to get permission from Hawk Blogger to be able to use it. So I especially if there's probably music. Let me take a look here. Oh, it's a Thanos thing there? Okay. Yeah, there's going to be some music and stuff on that. Let me see here. Hold on.
What was that guy? He has a real name.
Yeah, it's got the music.
doing that.
So sorry, man. Yeah, the music on it, both the music and the video on it, I'd love to show it to you for it and show you my reaction on it there, MST. But I'll get hit with the YouTube stuff with the music thing. YouTube will just automatically grab stuff if you're not careful with like music stuff, and then it becomes demonetized, and then your YouTube video doesn't get to be searchable on the engine. It gets buried down the algorithm at that point. So I'd love to do it. I'll definitely go check it out. I'll give you my reaction on, we'll probably try to see if we can maybe get a show out tomorrow or Wednesday minimum, but I'll try to give you a reaction on it from that on that. But they're really touchy on YouTube MST with the music stuff. When you do other people's channels with the music, and sometimes people will have rights to use music on a video on their channel, but they've paid for it through a service, and they have a link back through the service on the description link of their video. And then if you don't have that link on your deal, I know I'm getting into a little bit of the weeds on this, but you were so kind to drop a $10 donation, so I want to make sure I'm explaining it. It automatically gets clipped if you don't have that same thing in your description video. I wish YouTube was a little bit more freer with this stuff, but they definitely like clamp down on this stuff, and then it again just completely shuts your video off, which I wouldn't care about monetization necessarily for like ad revenue, that part of it, but it's just that it puts you away as far as having your video viewed or your video being searchable. Gets kind of taken off the books there a little bit. I will check it out though, man. I'll get you a reaction back on it for sure. But yeah, I think they got a
Slows that guy.
Yeah, they got some audio stuff there on the deal. So sorry I can't post it in there. It's just it's a little bit touchy with that type of stuff, you know what I mean? Thank you for the $10 dono though, man. Appreciate you. I wish it wasn't so touchy with it, but it is. YouTube doesn't like it. And it's a thing with the 2S MST. It's an automatic catch. So it's not even like somebody manually goes, flag this video. The YouTube just automatically flags it right from the jump. They're like, no, no. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $5 donation, Mick. And really appreciate you too, MST. Thanks for the $10 dono. Sorry I couldn't post it out, but yeah. Stupid YouTube. Mick, thank you for the $5 donation. How many quarterbacks go back-to-back 14 wins in a season? If he's getting carried like that, everyone else says. If he's getting carried like everyone else says, which he is, and sorry, Mick, 1 second here. We got a couple words here. If he's getting carried like everyone else says, then why is he the only second quarterback to ever do it? Another great question to be asked. And I don't, it's obviously one that I have feeling of the same way on this. I mean, I'm in the exact same territory as far as my outlook of this goes, where I don't understand how this is something that's, this doesn't happen every other week, every other year. You don't have a rich history of quarterbacks doing this and getting these kind of seasons and doing it at two different spots like this. And maybe you could say, okay, well, somebody would tell me at that point, Mick, that, maybe they would say to me something like, well, if you're a good quarterback and you're capable of winning 14-win seasons like this or getting close to that place, then you're not going to move to different teams, and that's not going to happen. Of course, he's the only quarterback just to win 14-win seasons, though, regardless of moving to different teams. And I think you maybe touch on the part that I don't understand most, why people get caught up with this and they don't kind of take this one base fact into account, because it's such a good baseline to where you're not only looking at just one thing, but two things. So you have the one thing being you have Sam Darnold leaving the Minnesota Vikings last year off the 14-win season, JJ McCarthy taking over for him. The narrative being is that it's a super team with the Vikings, a super coach with O'Connell, a super scheme that maximizes the quarterback to the utmost, Justin Jefferson, Addison. This is what made Sam Darnold, right? And that this was the Hardy narrative that was out there over and over and over again here on this. Over and over and over and over and over again here. Okay. So that would be just one thing that you could look at where a quarterback goes from point A to point B, finds success, and then you go, he sustained it, and maybe he just went from one super team to the next, right? So that would be then maybe what they could counter as the second proposition of that if he found success at the second stop from the first stop. So Sam does come here and have that success. He does come here and in many ways, to me, even outperform what he did last year with the Minnesota Vikings. Okay, but for that narrative to suit in and to ring true, then what happened with the prior quarterback? What happened with the prior offense? Because he's inheriting a super offense, right? That's the whole super offense, super coach, right? That's what he had with Minnesota. So if he goes and he wins here, then he has to have had the same things in place here. But when you look at this offense the prior year, the offense wasn't a good offense. And the Geno Smith was not out here performing like a top 10 quarterback last year. And then many times he was drowning underneath the waves of miserable play on that offense across the board in spots. And then you had this offseason losing a variety of offensive players, and you had $60 million of dead money to the offense. And yet he's outperformed what Geno had this offense performing out by a significant portion. You just set a points record with him taking over here now. So you have these two different stops, and now McCarthy gets in there this year, and he completely, for the most part, falls on his face. That offense goes kaput. And the Vikings didn't lose anything this offseason outside of Darnold. They kept everybody. They reinforced that offensive line like a mofo. The math doesn't add up as to how, if he's this bad of a quarterback in the way they spoke about it, he's able to make this kind of happen. And it's not only on his back, but it's certainly, he's got to be given credit for being able to do that, and that it doesn't happen in NFL history. It just doesn't happen. But that the part of the Sam haters that they don't ever speak to or they don't ever acknowledge is these two stops, Minnesota and Seattle. What happened in Seattle the year prior to you arriving? What happened in Minnesota the year after you left? That offense is a shell of itself this year. O'Connell's still there. Addison's still there. Jefferson's still there. Signed Jordan Mason to be the second back behind Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is still there. Darisaw, O'Neal, Donovan Jackson, you take in the second round to be your left guard. You pay Will Freeze. You pay Clark. You soup up the defense with Jonathan Allen. You bring back Myron Murphy, their cornerback. You're right, Mick. I don't know. It doesn't add or track to me either on that. And that's part of that oddity in that you can't get them to move their needle at all. And it just doesn't make it doesn't make a lick of sense at times, quite frankly. DJ, thank you for the $5 donation. DJ, are we going to run out of money with all these? Are we going to run out of money with all these star players on our team? Seems like everyone is aiming to break some salary records with these player stats. No, you're in a good state as far as your contract situation goes. We're at the beginning of a Super Bowl run right now. We're not at the end of a Super Bowl run. And that's important because it's at the end of the Super Bowl run is really where the cap space starts to come into play and become a real problematic factor to things. So, when you look at right now, Sports Track and the base parameters here, DJ, is that if you're looking at this, we're looking at the next 3 years of contract. The big items that prevent you from being able to sign a variety of different contract extensions are salary cap is in bad shape. You're eating too much dead money. Salary cap's in bad shape in the collective couple of years beyond this, 27, 28, let's say. So 27, your top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, your top 7 in cap space in 27. Your top 12 in cap space in your top 7 in cap space for 26, your top 12 in cap space for 27, and your top 3 in cap space for 2028. You have only $500,000 of dead money currently on the books. That's the other driving force here is dead money. How much dead money do you got? Because if you got too much dead money, you might have cap space like they got here, $69 million. But we don't have a lot of dead money, so we've got a lot of what we call cap flexibility, DJ. So when you look at, let's say, the Jets above us, they got $74 million. They got $5 million more to spend, but they also have $75.5 million of dead money. So they have less cap flexibility than we do, while at the same point having nearly the same amount of cap space. And of course, the same is going to be true into 2027. The Seattle Seahawks have 0 dead money on the books. 2028, the Seahawks have 0 dead money on the books. So remember back into when we won the Super Bowl in 2013. Earl Thomas gets paid. Richard Sherman gets paid. Cam Chancellor gets paid. Bobby Wagner gets paid. KJ Wright gets paid. Cliff Averill gets paid. Michael Bennett gets paid. Marshawn Lynch gets paid. Russell Wilson eventually gets paid. You can give out a lot of contracts and a lot of big money at that point. You can do it. The key is, are you walking into it with a lot of opening already to pull it off? Yes, we are. You can move the money around any way you need to move it to work these contracts in. Void years are now a thing here in the NFL in this day and age when they weren't in 2013. Void years give you the ultimate ability to get any deal on the books done that you want to get done at that point, quite frankly. This is what the Eagles have done, where they've gone for broke here recently and they're burying money for days, 10 years down the line. I don't know if I'd want to go as aggressively as the Eagles are in the way that they are in this manner, but you can get everybody signed on this, DJ. You're not in a position right now where you're real tight up against the cap, or we're going to have to make a hard decision. And it is going to also be aided by the fact that really what ended up causing you to be in a position into the end of the Legion of Boom era where you had to let a Richard Sherman go, or you couldn't afford an Earl Thomas at that point, the contract that he wanted to be paid. What really drove that as much as anything else is Russell Wilson's contract got very exorbitant, and that you were going to have to start to pay some prices to be able to accommodate that contract. Sam Darnold's not in the same hemisphere as where Russell was when he signed his extension. He's more in the middle of the road territory, and being more in the middle of the road territory is going to allow you to accommodate more deals. One begets the other, so to speak. So I don't think we're going to have the least bit of problem on this, DJ. JSN, Devin Witherspoon, Byron Murphy. I'm kind of going through the names here. Gray Zabel. All those guys get signed. I'm trying to think about anybody else that we know for sure has got to have to be signed here. You already got Lucas done. You got Cross done. You're not really sitting necessarily with a crazy amount of contracts that you got to kick out. There's going to be some decisions this offseason with certain guys, from Job to Woolen to Walker, but you're really in a good state as far as your cap situation goes. You're in such a clean place. It's not going to be a problem in the least, in my opinion, DJ. And they've done this before. They've been down this road before, having a lot of guys kind of come up at once, and they found a way to accommodate them. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, is K9 making a case for bringing him back? I think he is. I think that there's some fans in the Hawk fandom that are very not on board with that Walker drives out a lot of very intense, passionate responses as far as their outlook of him, and whether or not that they think he's high quality or not. I do think he's high quality when it's all said and done myself. So I don't land in where people are landing on this. I'm trying to see if I can find right now. I wanted to look at it and see if I could locate what the tags would be here. So as it stands right now, this might increase a little bit in this offseason, but the franchise tag for a running back right now, a non-exclusive franchise tag, would be $13.64 million. I would be very much in favor of franchise tagging Walker on a 1-year, $13.64 million deal. And if it's where he's not liking that and saying, well, look, we can do a 3-year, I'll do a 3-year 33 maybe or something, you're going to have to come down to a kind of a middle of the road kind of contract for me to get you on an extension. And maybe you can do that with him, but I would be fully willing to utilize the franchise tag this year at 13.6. Bring back Walker on 1 year of a 13.6. I'm going to get the value of that. I think he's going to be 1,000-yard back, 1,300-yard back next year in this offense with the offensive line returning. It's also a little bit like the Cross thing, where if you don't go for him, and you would have to move Cross's off season, and now you're going to have to find a replacement. Do I want to make running back a priority in this draft? I really don't. Do I want to have to go out and be in search of a difference maker at the position? And you don't necessarily have to have that, but you'd like to replace him with something that's feasible, viable. So I would say, I think he's made a good case here for the franchise tag personally. Or trying to get him on a moderate extension if you can find a kind of a middle of the road price. Talk about having faith and putting on a guy like Woolen. Like if the decision came down to me having to give Woolen a 3-year, $15 million per year deal, or me giving a 3-year, $33 million deal, essentially 3 years, $11 million per year to Walker, I think I'd be preferring, if it kind of comes down to one or the other on that, I think I'd rather be going over to the Walker side of it. I think that you're getting a little bit more of the bang for buck, and you got a little bit more of a trusted ability to know you're going to get the returns back on that deal versus the other. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Michael, thank you for the $5 donation. Michael. Brandon, Happy New Year's, my man. On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried should we be of Kubiak getting hired as a head coach by other teams? Go Hawks. I'm a solid 8.90 right now, Michael. Almost on a 9 right now. I had thought that when this was all starting out that if it's 3 teams that we're looking at that are looking to hire new coaches, we're fine. If it's 4 teams that need to get new head coaches, we're probably fine. We start getting to 5, 6, 7, 8 teams needing head coaches. Now we're in a little bit of troubled waters to me. So you have the Giants, you've got the Titans, we've got the Raiders now, the Cleveland Browns, the Arizona Cardinals. So that takes us to 5. And the Atlanta Falcons takes us to 6. So we're getting to the place, in my opinion, at this point, that's about at the spot where I'd expect that the chances are getting very good that Kubiak moves on. Just not enough viable candidates, too many open jobs out there available. He's done such great work. I was pointing out a second ago that, what Geno did prior to being here and what this offense has done with Sam here now, this is also true of the Grub. Where Grub had this offensive performance at to where you have this offensive performance. What he did with the Saints, what he had done prior with the Minnesota Vikings, it's a little early. He's a little young. He probably needs another year to bake, but that's not the driving force of what allows these teams hire head coaches. They don't care if you need another year. If you're hot to trot, if you're a hot name, that can be enough to get you hired. So I think that we're just getting to that place where there's too many jobs available and that somebody's going to probably end up falling in love with them. So 8.9 out of 10 right now is where I stand on that, unfortunately. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. 14 isn't just a jersey number for Darnold. It's a standard. $14 isn't just a jersey number for Darnold. It's a Darnold. I'm probably missing a little bit of the thing in there. I'm probably missing something in there. 14 isn't just a jersey, Darnold. You put it in the chat if you can, Quinn. You don't have to donate. I'll look in the chat for your response on what you meant on that one. Thank you for the donation, though. Or just a jersey number, Darnold. That's a standard. I'm a little slow this morning, Quinn. A little slow. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. 2 mysteries that need to be solved. What happened with Christian Wilkins, and what is Brandon Ayuk doing? The Wilkins one is a little more mysterious. Whatever he did in that locker room has potentially here, and I don't know if it's that he carries a little bit of this reputation anyway, but whatever is going on there with him or happened with him, maybe he'll get another opportunity this offseason, but teams aren't even kicking the tires on Wilkins, and that's not a good sign for him in his career, and it does indicate something more major is going on there. Don't know what that major thing is, but something's going on there. With Ayuk, this was a drama-filled situation that was really one where it goes to show you that you got to be careful about being hard-lined on negotiations. And when we look at the Charles Cross deal getting done and not trying to hard-line him and make him play out the 5th year of his option, and this is why you don't do that type of stuff. Because when you start playing games with players who've earned a contract extension and you start trying to just mess around a little bit, feelings get hurt. People end up getting mad. And even in the Niners case where they finally come back and they get a contract done with Ayuk, there's still bitterness that prevails from the situation that the player can't let go. And so you better be careful. Cowboys ran into this with Micah Parsons this offseason. It's not a good situation. It isn't. And so, you get him signed, but you kind of blow him out. This is where really the Niners have to S or get off the pot. You get into the early offseason or you get into the early months of the summer and now it's time to give him an extension. And you're like, yeah, we don't really like that price. Yeah, we don't really like $30 million a year. Don't really want to get up into that spot of things. Hey, Steelers, you want to get a deal done? Yeah, we want to get a deal done with you. Great. We want to get a deal done with you. Great. Here's what we'll give you. 2nd round pick. You feel like he's worth a first. We don't want to give you a first. Well, okay, let's call up all the rest of the teams in the NFL. Bring. Will you give us a first? Will you give us a first? No. Okay, so you come down to the bottom line. You'll either pay him this or you get a second round pick back in return. Those are your options. And rather than that, they stretched him out. They pissed him off. If he have been a professional and gotten over it? Yeah, maybe. Is there also the extra part on this that we were hearing about earlier this year, which is that he was healthy and back from his knee injury and that he could have played, but the Niners, for some weird reason, just weren't playing him? And then that was causing even more anger on his part. Why won't you let me play? Why won't you just then trade me at the trade deadline then if that's what you want? And then the Niners come back now and void the deal. So it does kind of indicate a little bit of maybe they were looking for they were sort of side-eyeing their way out of the deal in the way that this goes, which is not going to be a good look for this Niner organization and long-term for players, looking at this organization. Like, you're willing to do that. You're willing to pull that cord. Careful. Ramifications, cascading effects. But I think the Ayuk situation is one with the Niners where they've got, it's not just Ayuk going off the rails here. It's as much as that the Niners in that situation have been very strange and odd towards Brandon, from the negotiations to how he's come back off this injury. And I don't have an explanation for why they've been that way. Maybe other than just they were trying the whole time to side-eye their way out of the contract and get themselves relieved of the guarantees he has on that deal, which certainly you expect that they'd have maybe a given reason to do so, considering his major injury he suffered and the fact that he might not be able to come back off that injury in the same manner and light. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Mac has a formula with vet edge guys, Clowney and D-Law. Wonder if a 35-year-old Khalil Mack has anything in the tank for 26. If I'm a vet, I come chasing a ring in Seattle. Ooh. Love it, Randall. Love it, man. Yes, I don't know if there is necessarily something that there's just the veteran, the heavy-handed veteran defensive ends that are out there are ones that really just most suit to Mike McDonald's defense. Could be a bit of the case. Could be the case there. I think that he still remained a pretty good player, if I'm not mistaken, there for the Chargers as Khalil Mack. They brought him back on an extension this last season, but I think maybe it was just a one-year deal. I have to take a look at that contract. So 5.5 sacks this year, 32 total tackles, 34 years old, been playing since 14. The production has kind of come down the past 2 years with the Chargers there with him. 2023, he's got 74 tackles and 17 sacks, and then the year after that, 6 sacks, 39 tackles in 16 games, 12 games this year, 5.5 sacks. It's a possibility, Randall. It is a possibility. Let's see where he's at cap-wise. Doesn't look like he's under contract. So he is freed up to be had at that point. To your point, maybe a guy they look at. Kind of would wonder if too, maybe that Clowney would maybe that guy as well. He's not had a bad year for the Cowboys. If you brought him to be the fourth edge in the rotation too, is a possibility there, Randall. But he does like the heavy-handed power edge guys. That's what his defense lives on. And there's not always a lot of those kind of guys out there. I think that's more why he goes to more of the vet edge guys, is that just you're not always seeing a lot of those guys in the younger cats coming into this league. It's much more often that you get the guys that are more of the twitched up, twitchy, bendy guys, sometimes a little bit undersized, sometimes not with the greatest of length. Those are kind of a lot of the new model that we've seen more often than not come out of the draft edge rush wise. So hard to find him a little bit more than versus the other. And it's a specific type of edge I think he's kind of looking for in that realm. But it's a possibility, Randall. Love the suggestion, man, and definitely a possibility. Sorry again, MST. Thank you again for that $10 donation. Sorry I can't run that video. I'll definitely check it out, though, and let you know what I think on the next stream for sure on that. Wish YouTube wasn't so touchy on their rules, but with the music especially, they get super duper duper touchy. Bokel says Rams look like ass in the first half against the Cardinals. Yeah, they're thinking it goes without saying, Bokel, that they're going to go take down this Panther team. We'll see. Right? We'll see on that. You still got to go out there and take it down. But kind of wonder too if they're probably they knew there wasn't a lot at stake. Did they kind of dial back some things a little bit because of that? Probably run a pretty vanilla game plan. Kevin says, Packers beat Bears. We play Packers, and Philadelphia and Eagles play each other. That'd be a beautiful thing. That would be a beautiful thing. Be very ideal. It's good to see you. Seeing the house, Dogzilla. Hey, whole hand grenade. How you doing? Janet says, I hate how some of our fans pocket watch. You mean to tell me you think John Schneider is both a genius for the past offseason and stupid to overpay for Charles Cross? Yeah, it's always where we come down to when you tend to hear issues or problems of things that don't make sense as you're looking at stuff, Janet, like this. I always say backtrack it to the one thing that I've kind of gotten onto pretty hotly over the last year, right? Another one of those things where you have an epiphany about things. And in having the debates I have and having the discussions I have, I always say that when you get down to a place of simplicity in a football discussion, and you end up have all these factors and all these details and all these things that you'd like to bring into consideration on any given decision. Charles Cross, how has he performed? Age, how does he got any more upside to his game? What does he fully bring to the table? Does he fit to this scheme? We can go through all of the different details of what drives a bit of that process into not only thinking about what the price you want to pay, but whether or not he's your left tackle going into the future. But what do you hear about the criticism this morning from those in the Seahawks fandom towards the Charles Cross deal? Simplicity. Well, he's never made a Pro Bowl, and you're giving him $26 million a year. Simplicity. And I always say, when you find yourself as a fan drawn to simplicity in the outlook of a team, a player, a system, you're not seeing enough depth that does exist there that will tell you the whole story. And with Cross, that's the case on just that assessment, because that was the one when I was doing research last night and kind of looking at some of what we're hearing online from Hawk fans and what they're speaking of. That was the commonality I heard over and over again. That was the thing that was hammered over and over again. Never made a Pro Bowl, $26 million per year. Well, how much is $26 million per year? Is that market-breaking deal? Is that going to be a market-breaking deal a year from now? Is this in alignment with other left tackles that have been performatively right around where he's at? Yeah, it is. So never does simplicity drive you to the place of truth in football. And with Cross, if you're finding yourself looking at Pro Bowls as a measurement tool, not a good measurement tool for whether or not he's the right left tackle for us in the future, whether or not this deal is correct. And again, to simplicity, if you're finding yourself as a football fan reacting to right out the gate the initial numbers that are being told to you, which that's what these folks are doing yesterday. $26 million per year on average, $26 million per year. Yeah, but then we started to learn a little bit more about the details. Where's the bonus money? Did you guys notice you didn't see any bonus money released out? How does this affect the fifth-year option? Is he just sit on the books with the fifth-year option, or do they take that down to a vet minimum and then they base the bonus that first year of the next year cap hit? Or guarantee it? Or doing like an option bonus on it? However you want to, whichever way you want to kind of put that. Remembering the numbers that always first come out 100% of the time. Not 95, not 90, 100% of the time, when you hear the extension numbers come out, the particular initial numbers that come out, they're coming out from the agent. They're not coming out from the team. Team doesn't give you those details. You got to wait 5-10 days sometimes for it to show up on Sports Track and then or on over the cap, and then you can actually see the details and how it factors out. So you're being given essentially when the agent gives you the deals and the numbers initially, he's giving you the numbers that he wants presented out there to the public. And the numbers are always souped up past what they really are when you get to see the contract details. So you operating within simplicity just does no one any favors in this sport. And you could be anti this contract. I'm not saying you have to sign up for this contract, but just be against it for the right reasons and have there be more than like one simplistic reason as to why you might not be for having the contract signed. So, yeah, I see some of the same stuff out there, Janet, and that's why I wanted to cover this in this show today and talking about this Cross deal a little bit, because of the fact that I think some of this narrative out there towards him, lack of Pro Bowls, or he's 22nd ranked PFF. Well, if I showed you the ranking last year, he's 8th. Okay, so he's had a little bit of a tiny drop from where he was last year. He's still in kind of around the same territory of play. And, I don't know if it's that, people are kind of going to the all or nothing. I either got a Walter Jones-like talent out there, or I have a nothing out there. again, going to simplicity never does you any favor. Get to the exact spot of things. What is he exactly as a player? Where does he really sit as a player? You know, and it's not the overstated black or white where it's all he's a Walter Jones or all he's just another guy. Where can we find that exact spot where that kind of ranking kind of does truly sit? WD4, the details will be even more team friendly than we recognize now. You guys are on it, man, DWD. Great deal on what's been on all-time season for John Schneider. See, you're on it. I didn't even see your comment there before. I just said what I was saying, but you're right there in conjunction with what I'm saying on the back end of it. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, Nia says, it's amazing. The trenches are the most important under Mike and John's leadership. Complete 180 from Pete and John. Complete. And I think that does lend us in a little bit into knowing that a little bit of that driving force was probably coming from Pete's direction of things. And remembering Pete had those vice presidential duties over the top of John, and John pivoting in this way, in this manner, into making this that priority that it wasn't once before, I think does lead you to understand that this was less of the John thing and more of this is a Pete thing. And I do think that he's made that change and transition. And it's part of why I've been so in favor of John in recent years. And so much of a defender of him is that I think he has made this evolution and shown he's been willing to do it for a good amount of time now. We would have loved it to happen faster with the offensive line, getting more on point, but it is getting on point. And that was the place that they did tend to go very, very light through most of Coach Carroll's time here. It says Cross deserves every penny. Yes, he does. Flag, how you doing? Rest in peace, Carroll's career. Rest in peace. It'll be a Hall of Fame career. Should be an NFL Hall of Famer. I do believe it. And no shade to him on not making it work with the Raiders, man. Completely doesn't hurt his legacy in the least, in my opinion. Florin says, hope Charles wins a Super Bowl with either of us. I hope he does too. That'd be nice. Jammin's with it. Says, Cross deserves every dime. No more pennies. Let's go. Russell probably retire now as well. I think you're going to see a Lockett. This will be kind of a year of where Lockett, Russell, Pete probably get the trifecta of retirement this offseason. That would be my guess. William, who's next to get a contract? I think I'd make a prediction at this point that outside of Walker getting something done with him, that you're probably not going to see extensions done with any other players until you see Witherspoon and JSN. Probably in late June, early July. Those will probably be the next two extensions done. I'm not sure with Woolen or Job either. I mean, those are a little bit up in the air as far as what you're going to do there. I think Kobe Bryant ends up walking in free agency. And so I think that gets you into a position at that point where there's really not anybody in-house you're necessarily having to extend at that point. It's really just JSN and Witherspoon that are going to be the next guys up. Yeah, that's going to be it on that. Just those guys. Flags, does that sign Jones too? Have a solid backup would be great. I'd love to get Jones on an extension. Flag. Having him as a swing tackle for both Cross, and he can get over there and do Lucas's side too. That would be a good little signing to be able to pull off. Oh, I forgot about Shaheed. Shaheed might be another guy they get done. It's all about really, I don't think Brian gets done William because I think the cost is just going to be too great and they don't want to pay two safeties high watermark money at the same time. But K9 and Shaheed are definitely guys that could get done. It all goes down to, like we'd seen with the Cross deal here, you're able to, Cross kind of like becomes that next highest guy paid up, and not next highest guy paid up, but he's up in a high level of left tackles and what they're paid in the sport. He's right up there, right? But with K9 and Shaheed, it's going to be more of that, can you find the blue collar-ish kind of contract where they get well paid, but they're not up there breaking the bank in the market standpoint where other players might be at. Like in Shaheed's case, you're not getting $20 million per year We'll give you 12 to 13. I mean, both kind of K9 and Bryant, or both K9 and Sheet are kind of in that same place where you'd love, I think, ideally to get them on the sort of that 3-year, $33 million-ish kind of contract if you can. But you probably can't because they probably both know that they can make more in the open market. So then it makes it hard to pin down, William, whether or not you really are going to be able to afford them, whether or not you want to match that, or whether or not you want to say, okay, we'll let them walk. Because as well, in addition to not matching it, the benefit of this can be is that Seattle Seahawks have a real viable chance here to potentially play the compensatory game to the ultimate degree this year, being that Woolen can go out there and maybe get $15 million per year. Somebody goes out there and gives Kenneth Walker somewhere between $15 and $20 million per year. Someone goes out there and gives Rashid Shaheed somewhere between $15 and $20 million per year. And somebody goes out there and gives Kobe Bryant somewhere around $13 million per year. Now you have maximized out the compensatory returns you could get back on those players. I mean, maybe even a couple of late third-round picks back in return collectively by what you lost off the book contractually wise. And if you make a trade for Crosby, you got Cross's contract hits the book, JSN's new contract hits the book, Witherspoon's new contract hits the book. That there's a way to do this then within that to where you can kind of have somewhat of eaten up that money or even left some cap space available at that point at past those deals being done, and to where you don't have to necessarily go super crazy in free agency there as far as offset goes. So I hard to say on those three guys. K9 and Shaheed are the most likely. I don't think with Bryant it's going to happen though. Martin says, I think Josh Jones has been very good for what he is, which is a swing tackle. So not going to be elite, but good enough to hold the fort for a few games. That's right. That's the way I see it as well. Bokel, I remember seeing that Kenny Easley poster on those big page book displays in the store when I was a kid. I did too, man. It's part of what drew me to. I had custom made this shirt in my shop. I can't sell it, so I get hit copyrights everywhere. There's copyrights, but I want to get the shirt made. I love the 80 motifs that they would do with players like this. Bokel, I loved it, man. They did one with Warner, I think. Largen's got one. I eventually should probably get every one put up on a shirt, quite frankly, but they were awesome. Jay Melfair says, every team needs tackles. We now do not. Very, very true. Very, very true. Florence says, I remember Spoon played hardball for his rookie deal. We may not re-sign him if it happens again. I think they get the deal done. The rumors are that they're going to get an extension done with Spoon and Spoon and JSN this offseason, Florin. I do remember that deal as well. It was about guarantees in the contract, and they eventually got it done. The thing with this, I think that will drive to get this done is that Spoon does have 2 more years left on his contract, plus you can franchise him. So, if he's hardballing at this point versus when he hardballed before, it was about not getting him in there, having him holding out through training camp. There's no real holdout possibility of this now. He's under contract. So you have leverage in this situation. Leverage always drives these negotiations. A deal will get done. A deal will get done with JSN. You're not going to overpay at this and go over the top to get it done. It's going to be within reason. But I do think it gets done because of that factor. It's a little bit different from the stage where he's coming in out of college, not under contract. You're looking at the holdout. You're looking to miss him through training camp. I think it's just a tiny difference there that allowed this to get done. Catalyst says, do you think JSN could have done this earlier, or did he wait too long? No. I was consistent about this, Catalyst, if you'll remember at the start of the year when we were talking about a cross extension, where why people remember at the time, people were wondering, why is Lucas getting the extension versus Cross? Cross has been healthier. Cross has been better. But why are we giving it to Lucas? And remember at that time I said, and this is why I also have the feeling that Kobe Bryant's not going to remain here, because the team went to Kobe Bryant and the team went to Lucas and they said, you want to do this contract now? And we're going to give you the financial certainty. We're going to give you that. We're going to give you that safety net a little bit. But then you've got to also come in a little bit of a discount for us. Versus if you go out here and you have a top end season, Lucas goes out there and has the top end year that he has right now, for instance, and you're looking at, instead of having him on what was essentially a 4-year contract extension at $34 million, you're almost going to maybe twice that amount of money, just about. It might be 4 years, $70 million. So you got a legit discount there. They did the same thing to Kobe. Kobe said, no, I'm not giving you the discount. I'm going to trust on myself. I'm going to, bet on myself. And that's paid out for Kobe. But I think the team indicated there that they didn't want to do an extension because of that. With Cross, why I mentioned this, Catalyst, is because with Cross and because he had played as well as he had played, and he was a former top 10 pick, and this is a bit of a driving force on this type of stuff, that you were not going to get any discount by signing him early. If you signed him on average for $26 million per year right now, at the start of this year, it might have been 22, maybe just a couple million, and maybe not, maybe just even the same cost that you essentially have come down to on this one. So John just looked at it and goes, look, if there's no price to be paid by me waiting an extra year, why not just wait the extra year? I think you would have gotten in kind of exactly about the same kind of deal at the start of the year if that had been when you signed it too. So got to give the team a discount if you want to sign early. WD, Seahawks were in a great place from a salary cap standpoint going to 2026. On every deal they just do improves that position. Do Riq next, then go shop for edge and offensive line. Boom! Go Hawks. Salary cap is in as healthy a shape as this has been for us in 14 years. Since we had to begin the process of paying out all those Legion of Boom players, you've had a lot of years here that have just been weird and wonky. And you look at the last couple of years alone, the Russell Wilson dead money year. Ow. Then you got the Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs collective dead money year. Ow. Then you got this offseason when it reached the height of heights, $80 million of dead money. Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant, Draymond Jones. It was just an endless list. $80 million. But now, $500,000 of dead money moving into next year. Cap completely cleaned. They scrubbed the books. We are in pristine shape moving into the future, to WD's point. Nate says, got to pay Riq, Spoon, JSN, K9, and Sharps, right? Not as sure on Riq. We'll see on Riq. And I'm not as sure on K9. I don't even know about Sharps. I would, again, with Sharps, we'll see. We'll see on that one. The only ones I have ultimate confidence on are Spoon and JSN. The other three are big maybes to me, and quite literally kind of coin flip maybes. I wish I could give you more of a certainty with it, but geez, with Riq, you had him dangling at the trade deadline. If you had made the move for Crosby, Riq is probably included as part of that Crosby move. So he's come forward. He has improved. He's in a different place now than he was right around the trade deadline as far as where he's at with the team and their feeling on him. And maybe he has turned the corner enough. And it's hard for me to answer as much, Nate, because of the fact that I don't know where Mike McDonald's opinion stands as a bottom line on Riq right now. I know he's spoken nicely about him and certainly has been effusive in his recent praise of him, but coaches praise guys all the time. How about when the rubber meets the road? You feel comfortable giving him $15 million? Do you think he's going to stay locked in the same manner he's been? That's really on the coach to try to make that assessment. And I think that if you're in the standpoint of the coach or general manager and you're going, yeah, we're not as sure on that. We don't have as much confidence on that. I think that's going to be a hard driving force to getting a deal done. If you've got a little bit of some hesitancy going, man, might dial it back the second we pay him. But hard to say. Sharps comes out after 3 years now. He's got another year of contract that he's technically underneath. I wouldn't think you'd give him an extension, but if you lose K9, maybe it's something that you look to do to try to just make sure you got some solidity there. John's paid running backs in the past. I don't think you're paying both K9 and Sharps. I think one gets some money or the other does. Maybe with K9, you franchise him this year and then let him walk and then pay Sharps next year. But I don't think you're paying them both an extension. And I'm not sure with Sharp getting an extension here either. Asking some great questions, guys. I wish I had better answers on some of this, but it's kind of up in the air. Catalyst is all, and do you think JSN's going to pay 2 cornerbacks top of the market? I don't. That's where I've come back to. I think that at the end of this is, if I'm making the guess, is that Riq probably walks because he's going to get paid too much in the market versus what we would be comfortable paying him here. I think with Riq, it'd be like, we'll give you $9 million a year. I think he makes like $15 million a year on the open market. And that becomes a bit of just too much. And as you say with this, I think you bring up a good point on this within your question. It's a load balancing game, folks. And what I mean by that is, why don't I think they're going to pay Kobe Bryant? Why did I think that they tried to pay him on the lower end deal at the start of the year rather than have to pay him at more $13 million? They probably came to him at the start of the year and they said, here's a 3-year, $24 million contract. Now Kobe Bryant's probably going to make a 3-year, $33 million contract at the end of this year. They wanted the discount. Why they didn't want the discount? Because they didn't want to be paying both their safeties in the teens per year on an average per year basis. That they learned with Quandre and Jamal that that's not a good load balancing of the salary cap. To your point, likewise, is it a good load balancing of the salary cap to be paying Witherspoon $25 million per year, which is what Witherspoon's going to make this offseason, and then also spending $15 million per year on Woolen? I don't know if John's going to be comfortable doing that, especially for what is a defense that plays, quite frankly, a lot of zone. If I'm asking my corners to by and large stay in a lot of zone coverage, I don't know if I want to make 2 guys highly paid. And I think with Witherspoon, one of the reasons you're willing to make him highly paid is that He can both be a zone and man corner, so Mike can go between games of going man to zone, and he'll be comfortable within that. But he's also a grade A tackler from the outside. And so he helps in your ability to stop the run, which is, of course, so very important for those corners to tackle in the system because you run a light box. Lighter the box, the more the secondary players are going to have to come up and rally and make those tackles versus other systems and schemes where it's going to be more about the front four making the plays or just the linebackers making the plays. So that's a bit of a factor to Witherspoon and being willing to pay him versus others. But I think you bring it up a good point there. And I don't think you're going to want to be paying them both at that mark. And I think that Mike's going to look at it and go like, I'd rather take that $15 million and go find a grade A edge. I mean, that $15 million is almost the cost of what a Crosby would run you just about as far as his cap hit next year. Flipping one to the other to kind of put it in perspective of how much that is a chunk of change. See this. Go Hawks. We're going to get a ring at Levi Stadium. Yeah, let's go. We all know San Francisco can't, in this century, face green smiling. NFC West champs. It's going to be a bitter pill for them to swallow, seeing us in that stadium in the Super Bowl. You talk about some anger. They are going to be mad. Yeah, Marvin. Charbonnet still does have another year till free agency. I think somebody, though, is intimating, and you could technically, after 3 years, sign him to an extension if you wanted to from a team standpoint. Vimy says, before you guys say pay Riq, Byron Murphy, especially defensive tackles, are expensive, so I don't want to spend most of it on the secondary. Agreed. I'd rather put the investment into the front seven here, to your point. This defense is going to be more driven by the front seven at this point in time than the secondary necessarily. Not that you don't need a good secondary on the back end, too, with this D, but just, those guys will be a little bit more of the priority and is where I want that load balance to go from a salary caps perspective. Nate, Byron's got one more year, then you're going to put him on an extension. The way he performed this year, he comes back next year, gives you another season like that. He's getting paid after 3 years. But technically, yes, he does have 2 years of club control. It's a 5-year contract for rookies, technically speaking. Flag says, I don't think Mafe or Walker get extended. Maybe not either. Definitely possible. I can definitely see it going that way. Seahawks got options, which is nice. Kevin, indeed, the Falcons did request an interview with Clint Kubiak. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. He says, yep, Kubiak won't even have a first-round pick to work with in Atlanta. No, he won't. But you can see how he could be drawn there too, right? Cousins comes back next year. Penix coming back, so his quarterback position is pretty well stocked. He's got an okay offensive line to work with. Matthews is still functional out there. He gets his right tackle back who missed all of last year. They've got a good, Lindstrom's a good guard for them. They got two-headed rushing attack there. Drake London in the mix. There's something offensively to work with, not to mention a lot of resources dumped into the defense recently. I think it'd be attractive for him. Doesn't mean I think he's going to necessarily have success there, but I can see how it could be attractive for him. Mias is also, I think we're undefeated coming off of a bye. An extra week of preparation for Mike and company. Feeling pretty good with whoever wins between the Lambs and the Panthers. Don't undersell the potential of the Packers too there, Nia. Don't undersell that. Could be that Packer team winning in Chicago too. But you bring up a great point, and that is that when you give Mike extra time to me, that's when Mike is in his bag. So go back a couple weeks ago. Seahawks defense gives up 37 points. I think in part why that occurred was because you were playing on a short week. When I look back last year, where we had the 3 games, I think, in 15 days, and that Niner game that we played at home that we lost badly to the Niner team. I think about maybe a lack of being able to prepare in full. It's a defense with so many details to it. It's a defense that can throw so much in an offense, but then that's going to take time throughout the course of the week to be able to implement that game plan in full. So I think that you're right. Mike is that kind of coach who you give him an extra week. Andy Reid was kind of like this. You give him the extra week. You're giving those guys just that much more time to get the last finer tuned details of a defensive game plan put together, especially in custom preparation for the team that they're going to have to deal with. That's a long day at the office for that team, especially offensively speaking, I think. WC's Kubiak's not good enough category of OCs, not indispensable unless you feel Sam absolutely needs him to provide a soft landing in this offense. I could take or leave him. I think it's been a good year this year with them, WD. I mean, you set a scoring record. Certainly is aided by your special teams play and what they've done, having a couple touchdowns brought back, and you had your defense get a couple touchdowns this year. So that's pushed it up a little bit, but still you have scored as a bottom line. And that's in the first year of the OC. Remembering with this WD that the second year of an OC, the third year of an OC in a given place, you're going to get even better returns. So this is sort of the just dipping the toes in the Kubiak water. First year with the new quarterback at the very same time that's occurring. That's a double dip of new that you got immediate returns upon. I think there's a lot of reason to believe that will be even more improved into year 2 with both of those two guys. Megan says, Michael, be pleased. Gannon's gone. He'll be happy. Yeah, he will indeed. What's up, Slubby One? 2 general manager vacancies. Oof. Pew, pew, pew. Such an awful sound by Brad. WD, so the man paying the bills in Seattle is Mike Mack. I believe in any offensive coordinator can have success here so long as they don't fall in love with themselves like grub. That's a good point. Good point. Peaches say retired. Why not at this point? I would think that he would at this point. It would make a lot of sense to do so. He's had a great run. I know he wants to still do it and he has the passion for it, but I just don't think he wants to go back to college level and deal with all the NIL crap you'd have to roll with. Does anyone know why the heck we don't bleed the damn clock last 5 minutes of the game? I mean, we were bleeding the clock like hell in this last game, badass. That last final drive. WD, the NFC West loves to fail upward. These franchises sucks. They get a shot at the head coaching market frequently. Well, certainly is that the case of the Cardinals, man. That's an organization that just definitely is a scramble show every single year. Nicholas says Raiders are a flaming pile of shite right now. They are never going to get anywhere if they keep firing head coaches after one season. No continuity. Yep. It's teams that have a vision of an approach and teams that just feel like they react every year to what's happening to them. And the Raiders are a highly reactive organization. That's been their mode recently. It continues to be their mode this offseason. But I think that there's a lot of organizations that kind of operate like this, and it doesn't help you out. And trying to just every year just sort of cobble it together and just sort of figure it out on the fly. I think the Steelers did this last offseason. Not really about a vision. It's just sort of like, can we just make it work? And that's not a smart approach from a football standpoint. John says, we'll take Stefanski. Screw it. I ain't kicking him out. I ain't kicking him out of the house. Badass is those that leave the Hawks usually flame out. Look at Wilson Gino, and they thought they were hot stuff. F around and find out. It's true, man. People don't tend to leave here and take off. You could add even DK on top of that, right, Badass? You told us, John. You told us. Brian says, I need the majority of the vacancies get filled soon so KK becomes less of a candidate. We just got to win deep into the playoffs, man. Not give them that in-person interview they want. Make them wait. Wait for that interview. No, we're not keeping Ben, man. If Kubiak goes, he's taking Ben with him. Jammin says Kubiak staying right here because his family doesn't want to move him again. I understand where you're coming on that, Jammin, and he mentioned a lot about that when he was first hired. But the Seattle media, as I was listening to him talk this year, and specifically for when they asked him these kind of questions, they kind of probed him on this one, and they kind of got to the heart of these questions with Kubiak on if there's a head coaching job he's offered, he's going to take it. The lack of not wanting to move his family will not be a preventative factor to going and getting a head coach. I'm reading a little bit in between the lines, but this is not from what he said when he was initially hired. This was when during the season he was being asked in some press conferences as there were starting to get to be some rumors out there that he might be looked at as a head coaching option with one of these franchises. Just go get Gary Kubiak. We should be good. No, that's the problem with success. All your coaches get poached. They do. They do. It's one of the bad facts of life if you're going to be a winner. Nate says Pete glazed Gino so hard, I think that screwed him over. Might have. The Warhammer. Pete hiring his son, Brendan Carroll, as the most important position coach was the death knell. It was. And it was the thing I said about Pete when he got to the Raiders is that, I feel like Pete still had an ability from an enthusiasm standpoint and from some of the good stuff he had in his bag to still go and find success. The key was going to be overcoming those things that had been limitations in your coaching game as of recent that had kind of grown, where you have a little bit of a tumor growing on your great coaching pedigree. You need to cut that thing off. And rather than do that, a hiring of a Brendan Carroll is more of a leaning into that process that was part of why you failed. You failed at the end in Seattle in part because you weren't going out there trying to find the best and brightest defensive coordinator when you tried to replace one to the other. You just to go out there and find kind of the yes man who was going to agree to everything you tell them and instructed them on what you wanted to do. And to a lot lesser degree, this also worked its way into the offensive system as well. And Carroll never kind of stood back and recognized that. He's like, no, what I'm doing is good and right and smart and true on this. I need to continue to keep doing it. And that is why he finds himself where he finds himself today. No one was going to make that Raider organization work, but he could have gotten a year 2 and a year 3 and a year 4 to show if he had shown more this year, and would have shown more this year probably if he had really just invested in bringing in the best possible hires, serving in more of a figurehead head coaching kind of role, less of the fingers in every single pie, more of the standing back and being that guiding light. He said, I don't want to go back to crap O-line coach. I don't either, feed me. I don't either, man. Might be a possibility if you're going to lose Ben a little bit, taking a step back there. That's for sure. Hard to say, though. We'll see. WD 3 feet deep. That's my new motto. Let's go. Patrick says, heck yeah, Cross News is good. Yes, it is. Yeah, a rough past couple of years for Peter, Clay, Carroll, and Geno fanboys. Looks like their heroes flamed out, and John knows ball, like those fanboys would tell us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. John has proven out a lot on this, on being on the smart end of these decisions. And we might do a show this week a little bit. Might be a good time either tomorrow or on Friday on this. Just talking a little bit about what John's done the past couple of years, why he should be the executive of the year. And these decisions that were not all just easy peasy decisions that everybody was like applauding and standing up and, screaming and whistling. And instead there was a lot of folks on some of these decisions that were like, how could you do that, John? How could you do that, John? How could you do that, John? That's horrible. You can't do that, John. So he's been on the right side of a lot of these decisions as of recently. Jeff Knack, how you doing, man? Would we be against trading for Henry? That'd probably take a second or a third, or should we re-sign K9? More probably going to re-sign K9. Derrick Henry is going to be best served in more of a gap-based system, in my opinion. Less of a pure zone-centric nature of a system that you're kind of running. Just my general look at it from the outside in. He's obviously as well getting up into that point age-wise where, we know with running backs when the end does come, you might be running fast, loose, and free. But when the reality of the end comes, when you lose that little bit of speed and, just it hits with a thud. And as good as he has been, you do just kind of wonder about when Father Time is going to finally, catch up. He's 31 years old here. He's gotten 10 seasons in this league, so many touches. Right now, as far as where he's at with the Ravens, they could move him. Certainly they could. If you brought him in here in 2026, he would be trying to see what they'd eat here. Dead money. They'd have to eat some dead money to do it. So they're looking at $8 million of dead money or so, something in that territory, I think. $6, $7, $8 million or so. So yeah, you could bring him in. If you brought him in 2026 and you paired him there with Charbonnet, he would be on a pretty low contract. So I'd say at least the cost wouldn't be very much. You'd have him on a $1.3 million base and a $1.9 million option bonus. 1 second, right back. So, yeah, you could move for him. You'd have to get him to agree to play on the contract as it was currently structured for him, which, considering his age, I don't think somebody else is giving him another contract extension. But again, I think he's more probably suited to a gap when he's at his best. We're going to be more zone. Probably K9's the more just go to K9 on it. John did have him in back in the day in the draft. I'll say that going back to John's interest in this, Jeff, is I know he's liked Derrick Henry for a while. It is a double-edged sword of being a well-run franchise. Cost of doing business. Going to lose coaches when you're going to be good. That's for sure. Brian says head coaching money can make an assistant coach change anything they said about where they were. That's the other part of it's a good point on this is the money factor. And that, you're going to sign a 4-year deal for $20 million as a new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. That contract's guaranteed to you. And so you put these factors in Kubiak's mind as far as accepting or not accepting a job. You're getting more guaranteed money than you ever got in your life and may ever get in your life. You're getting a job opportunity that may not be there again for you moving into the year if you're trying to wait for the right job. This is why these coaches just end up taking the job. And it becomes less about, right landing spot, exact landing spot. WD says, Bryce and Mookie discussed Jake Peets last night on their Aftermath pod. I was surprised he wasn't the guy in 2025. I was a little bit as well. I thought that they might make a little bit of that move to that direction of it. It could be a direction they go with it. He's definitely has some of the stylings of this offense within his knowledge and understanding of how to run it. I do wonder, though, if you weren't willing to go with him the last time, if that doesn't mean that they kind of don't like the role, if they don't just like the role he's in right now and would prefer to look for somebody else. But it's a possibility. I wouldn't throw it out completely as completely impossible. Michael, thank you for the $10 donation, Michael. Brandon, Happy New Year's, my man. On a scale of 1 to 10. Oh, I think maybe did I read this one already? Yeah, I read this one already. Sorry, I'm a little slow here. We're a little slow today. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Comp for Spoon's extension, maybe the Browns extension. I was looking at this earlier. I think it's J.C. Horn's the baseline on this one, Randall. J.C. Horn, you have a guy that's a former first-round pick, comes up for contract after the 3 years. They give him the contract at $25 million per year. So I think that's more of where you're looking at it signed. Yeah, you have Tyson Campbell there from 24 on a 4-year deal, but the Tyson Campbell deal was signed before the J.C. Horn deal was signed. Oh, I had signed. It was 20. I was like, what the hell? So, yes, I did think you're just in that I'm pretty locked in on this. It's going to be $25 million per year. You're going to be able to lower the money around, and it's going to be, obviously the first couple of years, you're going to be able to mitigate some of this to lower those down so that it'll be that thing where it's like first couple of years aren't bad, but the APY is going to have a lot of people with their eyeballs rolling out of their head a little bit. But I don't think you're going to get the same Tyson Campbell contract that he got with Cleveland in 2024. That average per year is only a 19,125. That's about $5 million too cheap. So like this offseason, I'm anticipating Riq's going to probably get around $15 million per year. Is Witherspoon only worth $5 million more per that if that's the open market and what the open market's dictating? No, he's probably worth about $8 to $10 million more per year. In where the contract goes. And some of this is just the inflation rates that kick in, Randall, more than they are that, if you look at it where I'm kind of positing this, it's the same kind of place you'd posit to where Cross kind of just got put into on the left tackle position as far as the slotting goes and how much money he's making and where he's ranking up against the rest of the sport. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I'm a bit concerned on age of Big Cat, Jaron Reed, and D-Law, especially if we get a ring. Good problem to have. That's a lot of production we need to replace soon. Yes. Valid to wonder about it. Going to be interesting to see what the team looks to do as they go into next off season, as I understand it, being that that'll be the final year you'll have Leonard Williams under contract and what's going to go on with that. If you were to go get a ring, I think you would wonder about, do any of those three guys look at it and go like, it's good time to close up shop. Got the ring, got the thing I was looking for, and I've had a long career and I made a lot of money and I'm good to go now. I think in a guy like a DeMarcus Lawrence's standpoint, I would wonder if he would feel a little bit that way. Might have all three of them still come right back, right? So first off, let's go to this. When it comes to Jaron Reed and D-Law, I think you have both of those guys with still multiple years left under their contract. Big Cat with 1 year left. I think when it comes down to the main worry you have within that, Randall, is let's first start with the interior on the defensive tackle position. And Seattle's already kind of gotten ahead of the Big Cat Reed situation here, being that Byron Murphy will be able to slide very easily into the 3-tech role the second that Big Cat moves on. And then you have Riley Mills. And don't forget with Riley, a guy that they had a top 50 grade on coming out of the draft that they got in the 4th round. He's another guy that's going to factor in there on that defensive line in the future. So you've already kind of injected some young defensive tackle talent into this team around those guys. When it comes to the edge, this is the big reason that I'm such a big proponent of looking at Max Crosby, is because you have DeMarcus Lawrence not here in the long term. Boye Mafe is going to be a free agent after this year. Derek Hall's got 1 more year left on his deal. Uchenna Nwosu is a guy you may or may not be rocking with into the future beyond this season. And so it is a little bit of a need there. That's one where you're going to need to address that. But I would say as well, you look for a certain kind of edge in this defense, Randall, which can both be a good and bad thing, I think. I think it's a good thing in that it can streamline the process of the type of players that you look to add off the edge, meaning you're not in on everybody on that one, but also can reduce down the number of those type of power edges that exist that suit your scheme correctly and right. But then there's also the extra that, which is that in finding those guys, you sometimes don't need the guy that's going to be the hyper-productive guy who's going to get you 1 million sacks, but the guy that's going to play the power edge role and just be physical and be able to manhandle tackles. And guys like Jadeveon Clowney aren't going to cost you a lot of money in the open market, providing that specific type of skill. So, yep, it's something we're going to have to replace eventually, but I think the defensive tackles, we're going to be good there. JTB, thank you for the $5 donation, JTB. Does Milroe still have a future as a Hawk? I think that it looks less likely today than it looked when you were going to draft him, is that he'll be the guy to ascend within a couple of years. And there was, that's the pathway here. I think as it gets to now where we're at here and how young Sam Darnold still is and how well he has performed, that you're probably looking at that likelihood being heavily reduced. But Milroe was a lotto ticket. He was a lotto ticket that could pay off with becoming and ascending and becoming your starting quarterback. And now you've gotten a starting quarterback in the 3rd round with a ton of talent, and that's hard to find. You've let him have the 2 years to develop, and so he's ready to roll by the time you put him out and start, rather than trying to start him too early. But what that lotto ticket can also come in to pay off on is JT, it can come in and pay off on the standpoint of a trade. And that what the Green Bay Packers did, and John Schneider for years says, here in Green Bay, we always used to draft quarterbacks. And they didn't always used to draft quarterbacks because they wanted to draft and develop the next guy to take over for Brett Favre. They drafted and developed quarterbacks because it was a lotto ticket that you could, instead of cashing, you had a somewhat of a winning lotto ticket you could give to another organization and then get more draft capital back in return than you actually originally drafted the guy for. You're sort of getting something back for that development angle that you've been able to provide to that guy. So I think the hope here becomes you get him in the late 3rd round, you wait 2 years, you come back around to where he's ready to go. Maybe it's a weaker quarterback draft and somebody comes to you and they're like, hey, you've been developing this guy and he's been on preseason and he's showing some flashes and we like that. And, maybe we'll offer you a high 2nd round pick. Maybe you can talk a team into a late 1st round pick that's a playoff team that just needs a quarterback. So it's hard to say how this will play out exactly into the future on this one, but it was a lotto ticket, which was not just for what it could bring to Seattle, but a lotto ticket of what it could bring in draft capital returns down the road as an investment. So hard to say, but definitely less likely today, JT, than it was when we first drafted him. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. To win the Super Bowl in Levi's Stadium in the 50th season of the Seattle Seahawks and Super Bowl 60, whoa, that'd be sweet. That would be sweet, man. That would be very, very sweet. Nice little markers there all the way across the board. And winning in Levi, winning the San Francisco's house, having the stadium full of Seahawk blue. That's the awesome part about this as well, is that you have a Super Bowl that you got to go out east. We showed up for the New York Super Bowl. I mean, we had a lot of Hawk fans there. There was no doubt about it. I mean, that they were in that stadium. But how much more would you even take over the stadium even more so at that point if you're facing a Broncos or a Texans team in the Super Bowl, and how many more you're going to have in that stadium versus them from a fan standpoint? And then can we turn that into almost like a de facto home game at that point, Taker? That'd be another question I'd have on that if you could have it in Levi. So Levi, not only would be sweet to win in the stadium, but how much you'll take over that stadium being on the West Coast, and then how sweet it would be just to raise that Lombardi in their house. It's our house. It's our house now. It's the house Seattle built. Daniel says Pete got $45 million for 1 year of awful coaching. Being the worst team in the NFL is his fault. Maybe the Raiders wouldn't have been good, but they won more games last year. He drafted running back over Membu. Fair points. All fair points, man. And I think you look at Genti, I can't not think that wasn't a big driver of Pete at the front of that, making that pick happen. And more of maybe an offensive line need was there. More of maybe let's trade back and accumulate picks was kind of the need there. And I think Pete has to own some of this for the fact that you're right. I think there's a bit of a microwaving aspect to what Pete wanted to do there, where it's like this situation should really take a long form approach. I should really look at this as a 3-4 year problem that I have to solve. Pete looked at it as like, I can get this done in 1 year. I can start getting us onto the tracks immediately in year one. And that was less to do with his assessment of the roster and more to do with the sense of urgency that Coach Carroll's operating with, given where he is at in his career and age. Nate says, don't forget to smoke that Niners pack, B. No, I will not. No, I will not. Main Street, and look at then 2026 opponents for 2026. Taylor Swift's team is coming to our house. Indeed, they are. Kind of interesting looking at this. And we did get the opponents set out here. Let me bring it up here. Thought I had this here somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Oh, no, there we go. Kind of cool. I actually was thinking that the schedule was going to be tougher. Now, we've got 3 opponents that are going to be the first place schedule opponents, right? So this is take this for what you will in this respect of things, because you do have 3 opponents that are going to be outside of the schedule. So we probably are going to end up having to face like, what will it be? It'll be probably like, you might have to face like Texans or Buffalo or something, or Texans and New England or something outside of your division, and then you're going to probably have to face like Bears, Eagles or something, So it'll be like a Bears, Eagles, Bills, or Bears, Eagles, Texans will be the 3 games that are the non-locked in part of the schedule. But I guess the Patriots wouldn't be, because you are facing the Patriots already. Oh, I guess we do. We do know which ones we are. Okay. I'm tripping. Straight tripping. So I was right. It was the Eagles. Okay. I just guessed that one absently. So yes. You got the Eagles. Oh, wait. No, we played the NFC East and AFC West. So it's the Patriots, Bears, Broncos. Those are the 3 non-locked in part. But you get to play at home. Cowboys, Giants, Bears, Chiefs, Chargers, Patriots. So you got some tough opponents there, but you get to face, it's kind of a little bit like this year, a little bit, I felt like, where the easier opponents we got to get a little bit on the road at times, which was nice and helpful for us. Likewise, next year, you got the Panthers, the Washington Commanders, Eagles, Broncos, and Raiders on the road. So not a daunting schedule necessarily. Maybe not quite as easy as this year, but also not quite as daunting. George says they should be banned from hiring a competent head coach in Atlanta for giving the Rams their first round pick. Nicholas is 169 people in here, only 50 plus likes. Come on, Hawks friends. We can do better than that for Mr. Kane. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance for me today. Thank you for that reminder, Nicholas. It doesn't cost you anything, and we're trying to as well get up to 30,000 subscribers. We are cooking right now, and we're setting records on viewership and sub counts for 28 days right now. I mean, we are flying, but you could sub up today, really help us out. Would really appreciate it. Sock Guy, what do you think of Derek Hall and Maffe getting a lot of playing time that game and really showing out. Hall played really well. I was just double checking on this because I didn't know if they got a lot. Derek Hall and Moffitt getting a lot of playing time. So both those guys, number one, you're right. Both those guys, Sake, played a lot. They showed out. Maffei's been coming on in the last couple of games really nicely. But I would say that just, let me point you on just this particular stat, within this, which is that DeMarcus Lawrence had 26 total reps. And what did Chenna have here? Chenna had 23 reps. So still a lot of playing time. You basically load balanced all the way through with all four of your edges. And DeMarcus Lawrence and Uchenna Nwosu are still eating more reps technically right now than Hall or Boye Mafe are. But they played better. And we're going to need these guys for the playoffs. We're going to need this four-edge group to be stacked up like they are and utilize all four of them because Sockeye, this is one of the rare things that you have in your back pocket that almost no team in this NFL has going into these playoffs. Let's look at the Eagles. Let's just look at the NFC. Eagles. They had to go get Jalen Phillips. They had to go get Brandon Graham off the bench because they're not getting enough there from what they've got with Nolan, the kid they took out of Georgia. And they're kind of getting by off their edge group right now. Packers lost Micah Parsons. That was the big driver for them. Still have Rashawn Gary, but Lucas Van Ness hasn't exactly taken off there. That's why they made the trade with Micah Parsons, and their pass rush has taken a hit. So a lot of these teams, when we look at them, Sockeye don't even have the 1-2 punch, much less the 3-4 punch. Keep going through. Look at the Rams. It's Jared Verse and it's Byron Young. And then you got to go to the rookie out of Michigan. Hopefully he can do something for you here and there. That's about all you got. You got just the two. San Francisco Niners, they don't even have two. They don't even have one right now with no Bosa out there. Maybe Bryce Huff. But where would Bryce Huff stack up on our rotation right now? You put Bryce Huff on our team, he's probably the fifth edge. So no team in the NFC has the same sort of thing they're bringing to play. Chicago Bears, no. They got Booker, they got Montez Sweat, but they're 3-4 and as good as our 3-4. And I think that this will help this team out significantly in the playoffs. But yeah, they played solid. They played good, man. Still getting kind of rotated though through heavily on that front. Sloby, I think Mike LaFleur is the next offensive coordinator. How do you think LaFleur would compare to a Kubiak or even Shane Waldron? Hard to say because I've never seen him call plays. He's been an offensive coordinator, but not actually been in a play calling situation. He's coming from the McVay side of this, so maybe a little bit more heavily influenced to be leaning into a little bit more of the tight end packages, maybe less of the fullback packages and more of just pure tight end stuff. But they all come from a lot of the similar places. West Coast offense, similar kind of designs. It could make some sense to go with them for sure. Daniel says, I watched Mike's interview today. He mentioned Cross's work ethic. He's still young and a solid player. It was encouraging to hear those intangibles are there too. Yeah, I think that's part of why you're giving this deal out is that this guy's been the good soldier. He's the hard worker. And this has been, by all accounts, what we've heard about Charles since he's come here. And when you talk about where this goes into the future with Charles, yes, looking at his recent past performance, and it's been solid, maybe not spectacular, but been very solid. But then to look at that solid performance, understanding he came into the sport very young at 21 and that he is still only 25 years old. This kid is still just a puppy. And that there's within that, I think, a lot of reason, and it's not empty optimism, to believe that his game can get even a little bit better and makes this contract looks all the better in retrospect. Not that it looks bad now, but just looks all the better if he does have that improvement, which if you have that work ethic, and what we hear about football is if you've got that work ethic and you're a grinder and you get after it, that you will improve yourself as a player. And it may take a long time sometimes to crack through in that way and really make those gains. Sometimes they can happen fast. Sometimes they take that little bit of time. Main Street Paul, MC West Championship game, Rams versus Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. Ooh, let's go. Ryan says McDaniels seems like the only guy to replace Kubiak. Clint Kubiak needs to stay. I'd like to see him stay, man. I would too. Like LaFleur, Sloby. I like him. Again, just he hasn't called plays, though, so it's hard to quite pin it all down there. Do we have a fifth-year option? All first-round picks, Nicholas, have a fifth-year option. The team has to activate it after year, I think, 3 is when the activation comes in. But Seattle would activate it, but I think that they're going to find a way to get the extension done on that one way or the other before we get to that fifth-year option. He'll have earned it. I hate air raid as well, Catalyst. Not a big fan of it. Lord Disciple, Hawks Nest. Also, Riley Leonard's wide receivers dropped multiple balls. I watched at least 3 drops that were in the hands of Pittman and Pierce. Well, that sucks for him. He's trying to make his case there to be able to take over there for Daniel Jones. It'll be interesting to see what the Colts do there into the offseason with their approach in that position, knowing that Daniel's probably going to take a lot of the regular season to quite get back all the way to full health. Quinn says, I'm just worried that we're not going to get to start our search till the Super Bowl. Could be the way it plays out. A team's going to have to, on the same side of that, though, then wait for Kubiak. And this is where it can benefit to us, Quinn, that if we get to the Super Bowl, sometimes these OCs, or not OCs, but assistants in the past have not been able to get a job because their team gets really far into the Super Bowl. And teams don't want to wait to have to hire them in person, partly for the reason that you mentioned, where not only now you have to wait really long in the process to get your new head coach in the house and in the door and get going, but then when he's got to go search for his assistants, it's a little bit harder for him to be able to fill out his staff in full at that point because those guys already have jobs, so to speak. I don't know if that'll be as much that a problem with Kubiak because he can kind of just bring Benton and the boys with him a bit. But yeah, it would be a problem, man. It'd be hard. Randall says, if I'm Oakland, think of the don't know. If I'm Oakland, I target Stefanski. Dude can coach. I think bringing an offensive-minded guy there makes a lot of sense. Stefanski would make a lot of sense in there, for sure. I can see how that could appeal to Tom, too. Nick says, I really wanted Kubiak to stay for a while. Like I always tell my children, though, we don't always get what we want in life. No, I do, too. Ball says, way too much money for a Cross. I think we're pretty happy with this deal in retrospect. B-Ballins down the line. Who else do we need to pay? Sorry, got here a little bit late. No, man, anytime come in, you hop in. I appreciate you watching. The next guys to be paid for an extension, in my opinion, are going to be JSN and Witherspoon. I don't have as much of a certainty when it comes to Woolen, Walker, Job. The guys that are kind of up for agency, those are a little bit of a question mark for me. Just not sure. Some of it's going to be depending on what they can really get on the open market. But if I was a gambling man, I'd say that those other 2 contract extensions will get done this offseason and will be a significant pay. But you don't have a ton of guys you have to get on extensions here. You're in a pretty good position right now for where the contracts are in the books. Cross, Lucas are locked in now. Zabel's on his rookie deal. Bradford will come back on his final year of his rookie deal. You got Sundell coming back still. Sharp's in the house. Receiving core outside of a Shaheed, all returning. Everybody on that front seven's coming back with the exception of Aboye Mafe. Your linebackers are coming back. You got 3 deep linebacker. You got Okada coming back as a replacement on Brian if you lose him. So you're actually in a really good place in that spot. Hawkseye says, I think there could be a few replacements for Kubiak in-house. Pete's, Janoko, and outside maybe Mike LaFleur could be an option. All possible. All possible. And maybe you could pull a guy like LaFleur in by saying, look, well, you get to call the plays. You're not just a figurehead. B-Ballin says, we've been running the ball way better without Cross. Jones has been solid. Cross not worth that amount. I'd be careful with Jones on looking at the small sample size of 3 games and then coming away from that this is an indicator of Cross's limitations. One thing Jones has had the back of and the basis on these 3 games, B-Ballins, has been a lot of protection as far as him as a pass protector. And Jared Verse, you were consistently giving him the chips off that edge to protect him in that way. I think that gets exposed over the course of a season. He is probably a little bit of a better run blocker, but I think Cross is a significantly better pass protector. And I think you're going to be happy with this deal in retrospect long term. It's one where the other answer that you would go to from Cross was not going to be Josh Jones long term. And remember this with as well be Ballings. Josh Jones has barely been able to stay out on the football field with the injury situation that he sustained in just starting 3 games. He got injured this year early on before this game. Before having to go out there and start, he was already injured this season at another point in time. So it's, if you don't go with Cross and then you're going to move Cross this offseason, now you're going to have to go replace Cross with the left tackle somewhere. Who's that left tackle? I mean, we're going to be talking about whether we go to a Super Bowl this year or not. You're going into 2026 now, and you're looking at yourself and you're saying, we got a Super Bowl made roster. We're ready to go. But yet we're going to then have a major question at our left tackle position going into the season. That's a possibility at that point that can turn into a catastrophe long-term and kind of addressing it in that way. So it becomes not just about the re-signing of Cross, it becomes about who is the replacement. And I understand what you're saying on Josh. You're not alone there, but I think that there's a little bit of a victim to the sample size aspect of what's going on with this team right now to drop onto Jones. Considering as well with Jones, you chipped heavy with Jared Verse in the game you played against the Rams, and then the next two games, you didn't have a real viable pass rush from that defense that was coming at you. So this is why he's able to look a little bit better on that pass protection thing the past couple of games versus where he probably really would be at if you ran him out there for a full year. Donnie, Side Scrollers Raid. Good morning, Brandon All. Hope everyone's first weekend of 2026 was amazing. Mine was. Absolutely, it was. I was thinking Clint's brothers too, man. Be like, hey, same thing with LaFleur there, Bryce. You go, you want to call the plays? You want to just be the figurehead? Clint says, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a bunch of teams wait until Super Bowl for us. Maybe. Teams tend to get very jumpy on this stuff with the head coaching hires, and they tend to let's just get this done. Would love to see him for another season, man. And definitely B-Ballins, I know I saw your comment at the start of the show at the top. I definitely addressed a lot of some of your concerns on the Pro Bowl front. If you get a chance, go back and check the start of the stream. I did a pretty good of expansive answer on that Pro Bowl thing. And just the gist of it being that the Pro Bowl is not the greatest of pure measurement tools to decide whether or not a tackle is valuable or not, especially when you're playing in a conference that has the likes of Trent Williams and Jordan Metalia, Tristan Wirfs. You've got a lot of really exceptional tackle play in the NFC conference. And so not being a Pro Bowl, and that's not necessarily indicative that you're not a quality left tackle. Joseph Kubiak has unlocked the screen game. I don't remember the last time we were successful running this many screens. Indeed, he's been really good at it. Jordan says, I don't know if this has been discussed, but the extension is on top of the fifth-year option, so it's actually slightly cheaper and we get him longer. Right. Yeah. That's the thing with the money is, remember with this, that the current last year of his deal does click in on this as well. So it becomes kind of the fifth 5 years is sort of how you run it out. And remember as well, folks that are reacting the way we're like, too much money. The initial numbers, and I see folks do this every time, and I never understand why they do it. The first numbers that always come off the books when the deal is announced is never from the team. The numbers always being announced are from the agents, and there's a public relations game being played where the agents are going to present the numbers in the best light possible. Not the exact numbers and how when we look at them and over the cap and we look at a year-by-year cost and we look at what this is really going to cost as far as a deal goes, it's going to look way different than what the agent tells you in the moment. So don't let the agents lie to you. Don't let the agents gas you up. The agents are trying to play this public relations game to make the deal look as good as possible so that they can pull in more clients. But that doesn't make it accurate. And the teams never push back against the numbers and go, oh, no, they're not exactly that numbers. The teams are like, yeah, say whatever you want to say. Here's the numbers and what they are. So it's before freaking on these kind of deals, look at what the numbers are really at as a bottom line. What's the first year cap hit? What's the first 3 years of the money? Where are the guarantees? Where are the bonuses? How is it all structured up? That's really the important part of this, more than just looking at the APY, looking at the actual details of the deal itself. Can you show us what hat Jesse's wearing? You better believe I can. You best believe it. And I can confirm, costed a grip. It costed a grip, but it's the best money I've ever spent in my life. Jesse will probably not be wearing it this week, Craig, but Jesse will be wearing this by next week. This monstrosity will be sitting on top of his head. This beautiful monstrosity right there. It's called a foam head. That's what they call it. Flag says no first round pick, and Penix may not be too appealing to Clint. Just don't think it'll factor in on this deal too much for him, Flag. There's plenty on that offense to look at and feel good about. You got 3 solid parts of an offensive line. You have Bijan Robinson's maybe the best running back in the NFL. You have Drake London, who's probably a top 10 wide receiver in this sport. There's still Kirk Cousins on that roster in addition to Michael Penix and under contract. Kirk Cousins is very West Coast friend. In fact, remember with this, Flag, Clint's worked with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota as an offensive coordinator. It's going to be a very attractive spot for him. And it comes down to you're making assistant contract money. If I asked you, Clint, Flag, and I said, hey, you're making assistant contract money, $500,000 a year, $700,000 a year. And you can go be a head coach on a 4-year, $20 million deal that's fully guaranteed. To have the stones to be in that position to turn that down and be like, I'll wait a year. I'll just play on this $800,000 contract with $20 million on the table. I think it's why we see these coaches always jump. It's a fan thing that I tend to hear, Flag, on the coordinator's going to pick where he wants to go. He's going to wait for the right opportunity. He's going to kind of just sit in the cut and he realizes he's not ready and he probably could use a year. This is more of, I think, of a fan outlook on the situation more than it's the reality of how we see it really play out year in and year out when it comes to these guys getting jobs. They take the job when it's offered. There's not really a thinking about the situation like that to that kind of great of a degree. Another part of this becomes like with the no first round pick this year, this is also a very weak draft. So it's like he could also be looking at it going, yeah, well, based on what I'm hearing, it wasn't going to sound like we're going to get that good of a first round pick anyway. And since we don't need a quarterback, then okay. I get where you're coming from and saying it, and it's mentioned a lot in my chat at times on this type of stuff, but I think it's not going to carry a lot of weight when it all comes down to it. Chosen says, can we spend some money on Bradford's replacement? K9 had to push him to use him on a run block. Guy runs lazy. It's hard to say. We could. I certainly wouldn't be against trying to find an upgrade there, but maybe that we are looking to address other things, and with him still having 1 more year left on his deal, and they're feeling like there's enough good reps in there throughout the course of a game that they can go with that. There's bad reps with Bradford every week. There is. And there's some bad graded games that he has where those bad reps stack up a little bit more one given week to the next. There's some really good reps in there too. There's some really dominant reps in there too. But it is a mixed bag. I don't know which way the team will go on this one, Chosen, to be honest with you. And I don't think it's because they wouldn't necessarily want to maybe possibly upgrade that right guard position, but they may look at it and say, look, him on the final year of his deal, Christian Haynes there backing him up. We're going to address other things. And we're just going to run that back from a continuity standpoint and hope it has another year of improvement because of the continuity standpoint of it. But I'm not trying to kick out the legs of what you're saying. I can understand the frustration in watching him play the position sometimes. WD, I spoke with my priest, and we managed to forgive Michael's Jimmy G take last night. Laughed out loud. Michael's a good guy. I wasn't trying to go at him with it. I've heard a little bit of that Jimmy G comparison lately, and boy, that rankles me. It'd be nice to have got him on a $20 to $22 million a year there, Nicholas, but it's just not possible for where he's been at play-wise and where the contracts are out in the book for left tackles in the sport. Remember as well, he was due to be paid an extension after 3 years, so you waited the extra 4th year, which is part of the increase of cost on this one. Lord's Disciple, Hawks Nest. How Stephen A. Smith and Cam Newton were trashing Sam was disgusting, just because he hasn't won a playoff game. They're not alone on it, though, man. This has been what you've seen me fighting up against the battle in the roundtable. You've seen me fighting up against this battle in the chat at times throughout this year before Sam was proving a little bit more of his mettle, certainly into this offseason. Sam, and it can frustrate you, but I think if you just make your peace with this fact of it, Sam draws out highly negative opinions in people. And it's almost an emotional-like reaction that he gets in these people. And it can be former players, and it can be in fans, and it can be in pundits. And the thing that has stood out to me in this what I would call a gross overreaction to Sam in the negative side of it is one that they just emotionally get to feel a way about him. I don't know why he draws that out in him, Lord's Disciple. I'm not sure. There's some reasons I can guess that what you are and when you leave your first impression in a place like the Jets, like he did, that just hangs in people's minds. But it's been completely unfair. When you hear the criticism, it's not stuff that really gets into much of the ins and outs of his game. It becomes really attacking him almost mentally as much as anything else. That's where people tend to go to. And that's where I draw a lot of umbrage, because I'm like, man, it almost gets personal there, doesn't it? It becomes less about a lack of a ability to make this throw or a lack of this immobility, but becomes something like he has something inherently broken inside of him. Like he's a soldier returning from war or something. He'll never quite ever get over it. But that's just, I don't let it get to me too much anymore at this point, because it's the same thing being spoken out again and again, and there's no actual meat on that bone. It's just empty criticism. It just makes them feel good to sort of trash on him almost a little bit there. So I don't give him much life anymore, because they don't have anything tangibly that they're really pointing to. They're just sort of emotionally feeling away. And you can't argue against emotions. You'll never get anywhere with that. Center's another possibility. I think center or right guard you're going to deal with this offseason one way or the other. One of those two will probably get dealt with. AA says Cross was the only good lineman we had in 2024, and he was still fine in 2025. Let's not forget Cross is 25, not even in his prime yet. Amen. Cohesion, Brian. Cohesion, man. So big for offensive lines. Hawk's Eye, 3 quarterbacks I like as a comp for him are Hasselbeck, Gannon, and Alex Smith. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think with all 3 of those guys, though, the one thing is with this is that I think he's got more arm talent to a significant degree than all 3 of those guys. And that's the part with him. This is the reason that Sam's the top 10 pick originally, is that he can make every throw in the book, which is a very important part to this puzzle for me, Bryce. But those are fair. Better than Garoppolo. I'm not sure on the Alex one. You're with me, though. Sam better than all. He has more talent, more pure talent. Hey, if we didn't give that contract to someone, we would have been. Then we didn't give that contract to Cross. We would have, and some of these words get left out. So essentially, you're just saying if we didn't give it to Cross, like I was saying, that yes, we're going to have to go address it somewhere else. You weren't just going to clear the $25 million off the books and be like, oh, I'm glad we didn't pay that. Now you got to go find an answer at the left tackle, and you're going to be picking deep into the first round of this draft. Probably not going to be a left tackle option there for you to go grab at that point. So now where do you get him? Now where do you go from? You get into a bit of a tough situation. So Lobby, if we don't throw the house at Max Crosby, how would you feel about drafting Jake Slaughter in the first round? Buddy, I got a 4th round grade on Jake Slaughter. Jake Slaughter should not be anywhere near a first round. He's a name. He's got a cool sounding name for a center, but he's just a try-hard overachiever type of the center position to me. Doesn't do a lot for me. Day 3 guy. Devin says, Coach Mike loves the cross contract extension. If he's happy, I'm happy. Let's go. Sockeye, love the cross deal. Love the ABL too. Now he's looking like a steal. I did too, and did too. And it was, and it is. It's a nice part. It's not a guy ahead of time like that. Get a year up ahead of it, then you get a little bit of a discount on it, like John did with the Lucas deal. Abraham Lucas signed a contract extension at the start of the year, Nicholas. So we got him on a nice little deal. Joseph is pretty ice in his toe and fingers all week after that belt to ass. I felt bad for him. Looks like a teenager out there. Boy, he took a mighty whack on that last play, didn't he, Chosen? Fingers bleeding. Looks like he got maybe concussed. Thoughts on Bradford being back at starter again next year? It's a complicated one with this, because the criticism in his game are valid. The blown reps that you get in a game, they're valid. It's not all over the place. It's not 24/7. He's not an epidemic of a problem out there. But look, it's the reality of life a bit with him, and that you're going to get some ups and downs with him over the course of the game. You're also going to get some dominant reps with him over the course of the game. He was taking Derek Brown on a couple reps a couple weeks ago and throwing him around. I mean, just chucking Derek Brown around. And that you don't see guards doing that every week in the NFL to him. So he's on one more year of his deal left, rookie deal. I think that the team's going to try to find an upgrade at either center or right guard. My feeling is a little bit of that they're going to probably try to lean to more center there than they might lean to right guard. You could run both of them back. I don't really have a strong opinion on this one way or the other, but I think the fact that you have him still in that one more of his rookie year and he has shown some growth this year in his play within this system, Nicholas, probably leads it to be, 51-49 that he probably comes back as your starter, or 60-40 he comes back as your starter. Devin P. Carroll definitely got a nice golden parachute payment from the Raiders for him. Raiders tried to get him to retire so they didn't have to pay his contract. No shocker there from them. That organization remains one cheap as they come, but they're going to have to pay the price now for this heir, and he gets the $40 million guaranteed into the future. Yeah, Lord Disciple, I think Can's definitely making a case getting paid here for sure. True Dad, he was saying we are using Sam like the Niners use Garoppolo, as if that's a pejorative. Yeah, and the thing with it is that we're not using him like, in my opinion, like the Niners used Garoppolo, because Garoppolo was a lot of the screen game, bubble screen game, pop passes over there to Deebo Samuel that he'd go run for 70 yards. It was a lot of living in the middle of the field on the throws and a lot of inability to live outside of the numbers. How many throws did we see in this last game alone against the Niners with Sam in a game where he only had 26 attempts? How many of those throws were outside the numbers versus living in the middle of the football field? And so with Garoppolo on the whole, comparison here, it just does not fit. It doesn't fit on so many different levels with him and how they play the game. Yes, it's the same offense, but they execute this offense at a completely different fashion. And Sam makes much bigger time throws than what you would get from a Jimmy Garoppolo in this offense. And it's to me, it's a stark difference between the two. Z, blessings from Brandon and all the viewing stream. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Ryan said NFL coaching jobs are so hard to keep. They are. Teams don't have a lot of patience and things bounce fast and it's tough. It's ever changing. COD, Mr. Brandon, at what point do these young offensive defensive coordinators look around the league and all the firings and think, hey, maybe my career trajectory works better by staying in my current position? I get this thinking. And it's something that I completely understand where fans would come from and looking at that. And that's kind of why I wanted to go to really the money part of this. That's the important part. You're making $750,000 as an offensive coordinator. That's what you're pulling in. And as I understand it with that, I don't know if there's really any sort of year-to-year guarantees on that kind of contract. So when you get a head coaching job, though there is the potentiality that you're going to get fired quickly and that you don't get a fair shake within getting fired quickly, the contract becomes fully guaranteed. Pete Carroll gets let go today. He just signed his deal last year. He has $40 million now in his account here as he gets paid in the future on that contract. So you're given a guarantee of, remember with these guys, it's not like players where they've signed a multitude of $20, $30 million deals and they're sitting in the bank with $50 million and making this decision. And a guy like Kubiak's, from his standpoint, he's made not that much money in this league. And now he gets an opportunity to generational wealth. And so it becomes less a decision about the exact right landing place for me to find success and more about the opportunity to go and get generational wealth for me and my family. And I think when it comes down to that, this is why you see, and it gets brought up a lot, COD. So it's like, this is something that I think from a fan perspective gets really caught in the fan imagination. And it becomes like the thinking of something in a vacuum versus the thinking of something in actuality. And the thinking in a vacuum, it makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't you want to choose the right place? Why wouldn't you want to make sure you got that right success? But when you remove that angle of it and think about that generational wealth, think about the fact that I think in his dad and Gary Kubiak, he had to kind of wait to get a job, wait to go get that head coaching opportunity. And that he turns one down this year, there may not be the one next year. I mean, what happens when he waits this year, Cod, and he's like, not the right spot, waits a year, turns down the $20 million, come back next year. Maybe we come to find next year that there's only 2 or 3 jobs that are fired. And maybe he's not one of the most viable candidates at that point. And so there's a risk there to be taken by making that pass at that point. So I completely understand the logic behind the thinking of an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator waiting for the right landing job to happen. But these guys are just going to jump. That's what they do. The track record here is not what fans think that this be. This is the track record here is, I got an opportunity, I'm going to go jump on that. Everybody then wants to try to then jump and race towards Ben Johnson and go, but Ben Johnson waited the year. Yeah, that's the one guy. So I always come back to on this. Do you want to count on what is the outlier of a situation? What is the anomaly? Or do we count on what is a hardline rule of thumb? Hardline rule of thumb has been, I get offered a head coaching job. I'm an assistant. 99% of the time, I'm going to then go take that job when the opportunity presents itself for all those reasons that I just laid out. So I get it. I do get it. It's not that it's an intelligent thought. It is, but it's just that this is where in practicality and actuality, and when the rubber meets the road and you get to the actual reality of the situation playing out in real time, it just doesn't kind of go that way, unfortunately. AI says, here's my thought. We pay top 5 tackle money to a guy who has never ranked inside the top 13 in his position, a top 10 pick who has never made the Pro Bowl, which his average run blocking, I doubt he will ever make it make sense. I'll try to make it make sense. I think that first off, when it comes to who's being paid right now, paid top 5 tackle, top 5 tackle in the moment. Is he going to be a top 5 tackle by the end of this offseason when the extensions are given out? Is he going to be a top 5 paid tackle by next year? That's the first question I'd ask you there. And I think within the answer of that is that no, he's not. That within another year from now, he's going to be sitting about 8th or 9th or 10th in about his positioning of where he would land at. I think the Pro Bowl is a bad measurement. You're not alone in presenting it as area, but I think that that's a bad measurement as a determinant of whether or not you have a quality tackle and whether or not a guy should be paid or not. He's playing in the NFC Conference. There's Tristan Wirfs. There's Trent Williams. There's Jordan Matalia out there with the Philadelphia Eagles. There's an illustrious crew of very good left tackles out here in the NFC. So to not get to the Pro Bowl as a left tackle is not necessarily an indictment about the fact that you're not a good quality left tackle. There's a guy, Dan, when you look at the contracts in the books here and really look at where the price is, I think some of this is a little bit, we look at APY and all of this stuff. There's a lot of contracts on the books with this left tackle contracts, which are guys that aren't guys that have necessarily been out there doing a lot either. So what I mean by that is that when you look at Sports Track right here and we look at some of the contracts that have been given out to left tackles, and we look at, let's say, the average, because we're getting caught up on the average, and this is going to be another place that I'm going to kind of pick at here in a second with the assessment there as the area. And when you look at the average, here's Charles Cross with right now in the moment, top 4 on average per year basis, right? But let's look at some of the names down here. Luke Godecki, $22.5 million. Taylor Moton, the Carolina Panthers, $22 million. Colton Miller, $22 million. You got Jordan Mailata right down there, $22 million. Zach Tom, $22 million. Dan Moore, $20.5 million. Garrett Bowles, $20.2 million. Deion Dawkins, $20 million. What I'm trying to say is that, look, you got, what do we got here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You got 22 left tackles that are making average per year $20 million or more. 22. So the $20 million mark, $25 million mark, this is not one that is an indicator that you're paying necessarily that high of up as far as the pay goes to the left tackle, as far as like completely just destroying the bank there when it comes to left tackles. It's kind of in accommodation with, even you're talking about just above average left tackle play, not necessarily dominant left tackle play, but to get into above average left tackle play when a guy's due to be paid, you're going over $20 million right now. And these deals, as you look at it, that are $20 million deals, by the way, these are deals that are 2024, a lot of the starts in on these. So even signed a year kind of prior on that side of it. I think when it comes to the run blocking, he's never, I think, ever going to be necessarily a sensational run blocker. Can he get into a league average place at things? Can he be fine at it within a scheme like this West Coast offense, which is going to have more of what I'd call like the finesse-like blocks, as you're kind of doing that. So less of the needing to just push guys off the line, blow guys off the line, and just be nasty and super strong in order to get the job done. I think that that's going to fit to him in the long term well. I think his athleticism and mobility fits into this scheme really well. He's still only 25 years old, Azaria, being that this is a guy that just came in the league at 21 years old. I think that there's reason to believe that the game can get better, that he's not necessarily some fixed item and that it will never improve beyond what we've seen so far. So I would factor all that in, and I just throw on top of it that you're adding the 4-year extension onto the 5th-year option, which also kind of does make a difference here in how you're allotting the money. And the last part of it is, again, we're going to the top 5 pick. We're going to the average per year basis. I don't really like average year per basis in general terms, but I'll live in these waters because this is what's getting talked about a lot with Cross. But you got to remember with this, again, these are the agent numbers being presented. These are not the actual numbers we're going to see and how these contract numbers hit. So beyond the average per year cost, that's an agent number. That's an agent speak. What are the first 2-3 years of this deal on the books going to cost? What's the actual cap hit? And I think that when you actually get to see these numbers settled out, that this is all going to make a tremendous amount of sense as to why they did this. But it's all of that in tow for me on my stance. That's why I'm in favor of it. Cooper Kupp retires on new OC. Maybe that's the transition. Stoyan says, if we get the Rams at home B, do you think we'll play more assertive compared to what was the first 2 games? That game kind of scares me if Carolina loses, which I think they will. I think I think your defense played fine in the first game, Stoyan. You gave up 130 yards passing and you limited the running attack of the Rams at home. So you did a good job defensively. I think that the defensive snafus that happened in the last game had a lot to do with the short week. And Mike McDonald pointed to the fact that he probably put too much of an elaborate game plan together for a shortened week that didn't allow them to really lock that game plan in. I think that they will improve upon that. I think giving them 2 weeks to prepare for that type of game versus having a short week is going to be a big, big difference. So I think that it'll be probably a close game. The Rams are a scary team. I don't think that they hang 37 points in your house again, coming in here on another step. I think your offense plays better than they did in the first game. We'll see what it comes down to. Hard to say how that game will play out exactly, but being able to play that at home, having the extra week of rest, definitely gets me liking our chances on that one. Nicholas says, I believe we need to stick with a similar game plan of how we played and beat the Niners. That would give us much better chance to continue beating on everyone. I'd love to see it, man. The last 2 weeks against the Panthers and the Niners, the Seahawks have dialed up way more, in my opinion, than watching the 22 press man coverage and on both sides of the field with your outside corners at times. I would love to see that against the Rams as well. A lot of what they did in their attacking of us from a passing standpoint in that second game had to do with your Seahawks really trying to drop in a zone and Stafford carving up those zones. I said Stefanski, 45, 61, 6 years. Raiders probably will, and then fire him in 2 years. Probably. Jay Melfair, Stefanski being talked about a lot in New York. I could see that. I absolutely could see that. Now it says, we got whooped. Congrats, 12s. Well, thank you for coming and being nice and respectful. I really appreciate that, and owning the loss. Definitely appreciate that as well, man. You guys got no reason to have to hang your head after that game, Nod. The injuries were what they were. I pointed to it throughout the week, and rightfully so, because it was just too many. And any team in that position facing those kind of circumstances, I think would have come up with a similar result. I think you'll see Crosby move this offseason, Chris. I'm at about a 98% certainty that's going to happen. Brian thinks Raiders are waiting on Saleh. I can see it. Yeah, very classy, Nat. Ciro Bravos says, yeah, the cross extension should age pretty well as he continues to work on his craft and cap keeps going up. Yes, sir. Lord says all sorts of aspects of the offense need improvement. That's why I'm confused as to why some think Kubiak is going to get hired as head coach somewhere. Well, he's already been in right out the gate here. As these coaches have been fired, Atlanta's already announced that they're going to try to interview him. So there's absolute interest in him. And the baseline bottom line fact here becomes over and over again, and that you look at this offense last year was not good. Was not good. Got fired. Did Ryan Grubb. Got fired, rightfully so. Right? He didn't get fired because somebody did him dirty. He got fired because of the fact that he earned the right to be fired. And Bravos then, after having that bad offensive season, you set a points record this year in the very first year of Clint Kubiak. Sometimes things are really complicated. Sometimes things have a lot of intermixed parts. Sometimes things are never very, very often simplified here. But I do think that there's sometimes that NFL teams can get into simplification in how they look at making decisions. And then they're going to look at Kubiak and they're going to look at the offense he took over last year and they're going to look at the returns he got this year. And I think, Lord, they're going to look at that and they're going to go, that was you. You were the big helping hand on that. And whether that's the truth or not, I think a team's going to talk themselves into that being the case, talk themselves into this being a bright, shiny candidate that's on the rise. And that if there's 6, 7, 8 teams that are looking for a head coach, there's a really good chance he gets taken and snatched up at that point. Azarius says, Woolen's already said he won't be signed in Seattle. I didn't know that. I didn't see that. It's good to know. So Ravos, it's incredible how obvious it is that so many don't want to move off the lazy narrative, Darnold narrative. Yes, it is. And that's why I've given up trying to debate it or sell people on it. It's a conversation that goes nowhere. So it's like, what's the point? You know, the people that are anti-Darnold, they say the same stuff. None of it adds up to a hill of beans, but they'll say it loud and proud. That's for sure. First can win a Super Bowl. I don't know who can't. Is Darnold a better passer than Purdy? Yeah. Purdy's got more mobility than him, but he's a better pure passer, I would say. There really isn't a good pick for guard or center in the first. No, there's not. No, there's not. Not unless you're going to take one of those tackles and convert him a guard. And then even then, their teams will probably end up taking him a tackle in the first round. Johnny, is one player really well? Is he playing really well? That's what we don't hear much about him during the game. Yeah, he's playing great. He's going to be my underrated hero of the week this week, I think, Johnny, on the roundup on Wednesday. I was going back watching the tape last night. He was looking good. Josh, if Kubiak does get poached for a head coaching role, who would you be looking for? Personally, I'd be happy to promote from within with someone who knows the philosophy, plays the hot hand, and plays the easy option. It's a possibility there. You have Janoko in-house. You've got Jake Peets in-house. So there's guys with familiarity who understand the system. I'd like to probably try to go for a little bit of a bigger candidate, less of an untested force, somebody that's called plays before. I think I would prefer to go out there and look for that. If a guy like Stefanski didn't get a head coaching job, I certainly would look to try to bring him in here. I would certainly make calls out there to LaFleur and to Kubiak with the 49ers and saying, hey, you want to call the plays? You want to actually have the opportunity. I mean, Kubiak's standpoint, your brother just got hired to be a head coach after calling the plays here with this organization. You want to do the same? So those would be probably two guys that I would look at as far as assistants. I don't know if you could pull them in or not, but I think that they could be pretty interesting there. I'd ideally, and just in general terms, Josh, like to try to stay to the outside West Coast Shanahan style of offense. So finding somebody that fits to that so that we can keep the continuity factor rolling and that we're not hitting the reset button on an offense and having these guys have to learn all sorts of different technique and all different new system and scheme. That's really where I lean to as much as anything. Gimme Taco says, hey, Brandon, can you go through the playoff picture and predict all the games? Sure. Why not? So I would say that the Steelers take down the Pittsburgh, or I think the Texans take down the Steelers on the road. I think that the Jaguars do take. All right, so I'll go two upsets in the West. We'll go with the Bills upsetting the Jaguars, the 3rd seed, and I'm going to go with the Chargers upsetting the Patriots, the 2 seed. But I'll go all ups. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm going to do this. We'll go Texans win. They upset the Steelers, and I'm going to go with the Patriots winning and taking down the Chargers. And then I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills winning in the AFC. Out in the NFC, I indeed would take the Rams over the Panthers. I will take the Eagles over the 49ers. And I'm going to go with a surprise here. I'll go with the one upset being in the NFC. I think that the Packers are going to upset the Chicago Bears, the number 2 seed. Those would be my predictions. Did we get a Royal breakout game? He's on the IR right now, Femi. See, Lord, I can't envision Clint Kubiak firing up locker room. Maybe not. Maybe not. Could be a mitigating factor when he's interviewed. Chris Dunker, maybe since he'll probably be switched to guard, but IMO, he's a reach in the first, though he could go late if the team is somewhat desperate. I think you're dancing in the right territory, in my opinion. I've got a 2nd round grade on Dunker, but I could see John looking at a guy like Dunker and being like, he's not a tackle, but if I kick him in a guard, he's going to work great in a guard. And if he had just been a pure guard at Iowa from the jump, then that's where they had allowed him, that he might have done enough to, drive to be a 1st round rated guard. So he is the one guy that I have a little bit of a side eye on. Like, I think the Francis kid from Miami is probably going to go as a right tackle in the 1st round. Dunker, though, could be that guy that you sort of get creative with in your outlook, where my grade on him is a high 2nd round pick, Chris. So I agree with you in that he's not a 1st necessarily, and that you would be reaching a little bit higher for him at that point, but it wouldn't be like a gross overreach, especially if in consideration his landing here really significantly improves the line as a whole, raising your weak link is essentially. With the Packers being the 7th seed, does that mean we play them if they win? Yes, it does. We would play the lowest seed off of this opening round. What's up, Industry Word? How you doing? Be on a roll this week. I'm feeling it. Do we think Clint gets a head coaching job? I'm kind of leaning in the territory of I think it's going to happen at this point. The fact that Atlanta's already talking about wanting to interview him tells me that he's probably going to get other teams are going to want to interview him as well, and that gets me nervous. Nelly says we need him, even though Jones, the road grade, crosses nasty in pass protection. Yes, sir. What's up, AI? George says, I was watching Jesse's post-game rant with one of his fellow content creators or journalists. Love his content, but anytime they mentioned Sam, it was like they were talking about Justin Fields. I get it. Jordan, I've been with this on Jesse through the whole year. You know, that's how he's talked about him throughout the whole season. And it's just where he lands. I don't quite get it as far as, like, I think Jesse's got a very smart football mind and how he looks at things. I do. But for some reason or another, it's, you know, he gets stuck on a quarterback opinion and you're not moving him off the spot. And new data doesn't move him off the spot. He arrives sometimes at a quarterback opinion and that's where he's at, and he's not going anywhere else but right there. And I think, in my opinion, you're better suited to try to take in the new information that's coming down the line to adjust that opinion if there's new information that moves the needle in the way that it should with a guy like Darnold. So, I saw the same thing. I'm anticipating on the round table tomorrow night, we're going to be dealing with some of the similar stuff, and as far as the discussion and how it goes. And I don't really get it. It's not really in-depth analyzing of the team and what Sam's doing. So it seems to be just that I sort of toss away the opinion at that point, because you've sort of come to a conclusion and determined, if you're in that standpoint of it, I'm not taking any more new data in. And if that is, then your opinion isn't based on a whole lot at that point. You sort of just tried to rush to come to a conclusion rather than really taking into account what's ongoing when it comes to Sam. Quinn says, I don't even think they're joking. I think a lot of these people truly believe from the bottom of their heart that Darnold is a pumpkin, despite all the evidence. Yes, I agree. And I don't know if they truly believe it or not, or they're digging their heels in and people don't like to be proven wrong. I think that's a bit of the part of this too, Quinn, is that nobody likes to get things wrong. You know, people want to be right about stuff, and it's hard to get them to admit that, oh, I was off on looking at this. But it's there. Yeah, the talk's gotten exhausting, hasn't it, Catalyst? That's why I got to the point I'm not debating anymore. I'm not going to go down that road, because there's nothing there to debate. It's just people just bringing up what they emotionally kind of feel. And a lot of vague items when it applies to Darnold, you know. It's talking about things like pumpkin, or when you need him in the big moment in a particular game, in a big moment in just a generalized game somewhere, he's going to let it down somewhere at some point with the thing with the deal. Okay? That's super vague. As Sealord said, it's just pure laziness as much as anything around the Darnold discussion too. But now that the Packers can get Josh Jacobs going, he'll walk all over the Bears. I got to think that they're going to find some holes in that game against that Bears defense. And to your point, you got Josh Jacobs rested up as well, because he didn't play this last week. So hopefully he's fresh enough to go, though he has looked a little bit diminished this year from where he's been in recent years. Or just in last year, even for the Packers, you know. Like, I averaged 4 yards a carry on 234 carries this year. So still a really good, tough inside runner, but maybe starting to hit a little bit of that wall. Guys, I like Jordan Love more than a lot of people out there, though. Just putting it out there. He's a tremendous talent, man. And I think that as long as LaFleur can script up a really great game plan for him, he can be great. If LaFleur can't kind of create everything on kind of easy mode for him, I think that that's where the game gets very hard for Jordan, and that you get a very wide variance of what you get from him on the off-script stuff. But he can make every off-platform throw in the book. He's got an arm strong as hell. He's got good upward mobility. There's a lot within his game that he's working off of, but does feel like a guy where he hasn't that final step in his game, that final step that the Packers thought was going to exist when they drafted him. Has he taken it? Has he gotten to that spot of it? Doesn't quite feel so yet, but the talent's there. You never know when it might turn on. Well, I prefer to play Green Bay. I like our chances against the NFC West as well. We've shut each of their offenses down at least once, and we'll have the prep advantage. Amen. Quinn says, if anything, taking out LA instantly after the bye might be the ideal scenario. Could be. I think you bring up a point of why I wasn't on board with some of the folks thinking it would be better us to lose the Niners and then play the Panthers on the road. And then that's a better pathway for us to get to the Super Bowl. To me, no, because
to your point on that, okay, you're playing the Rams a little earlier than you would have liked, but even on that on the road kind of situation, very likely you end up having to go to LA and play in LA to go to the Super Bowl at that point, at some point or another. So this side of it, the reverse of this is, you have to face a tougher maybe opponent into round 2 after the bye. But then does that maybe mean that if you beat Rams, that then you have an easier opponent then into that last game of the year, that it could be a Bears-like team instead of having to face the LA Rams on the road to go to the Super Bowl? I think that's a good point on your part. Jordan says also, if people looked into how many turnovers Brett Favre have, they wouldn't be talking about Sam. If they all had Brett Favre instead of Sam, the tune would change to, well, it's just who he is, but he wins, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think you're right about this being that if it's any other kind of quarterback that's put up this performance over the past 2 years, that you would hear people talking about him in a much different fashion than the manner that they talk about Sam. Specifically those that have no faith in Sam. Not even like that they have like no faith. No faith. And I'm talking about local Seattle people here. I'm talking about that national perspective out there. And it's part of the thing that has me shaking my head with it, where you just go, I don't get it, because any other QB, this would not be the case. Guy won 14 games in back-to-back years, 2 different teams. And it didn't even do it at the same spot, but doesn't cause him to bat an eye. They go, yeah, he's trash. Okay. See, Lords, if we could develop our O-line into a top 10 unit, then we'd really be cooking with fire. You better believe we would. Don't at me. Don't me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Don't me. I always do the at. I put the ad in between the don't at me. Thoughts on an OC replacement scenario if Clint Kubiak goes? Thoughts on Mike McDaniel? Mike McDaniel would be my number 1 candidate if the Dolphins were to fire him. I am getting the impression here with Miami, though, that they seem to be putting a lot of the blame on the general manager and that they're going to give Mike another shot to keep it going there. And so if Mike's open, that'd be number 1 for me. Don't at me. I would reach out to both the other Kubiak that's in San Francisco as an offensive coordinator, but who is not calling the plays. And I'd also be reaching out to the other LaFleur in the Rams, who's the OC there, who's also not calling the plays. I would offer both of those 2 guys an option to come in and actually call the plays here. I would take a look at Kevin Stefanski. If he doesn't get a head coaching job, I'd be hot to trot on top of him to say, hey, why don't you come here and become an OC replacement here, and let's make this work here with you. So I think that there's a couple of different options out there on the surface of this. Arthur Smith's stars diminished a little bit. Steelers might move on in that situation. We'll see how that thing goes. Hard to say what goes on with Pittsburgh. I don't have a lot of more other candidates other than that right now, just because there's not a lot of guys that come to mind that are the bright kind of candidates on this one. You could also go in-house with Janoko and Jake Peets. So that could be that way as well, that they go with it. But those would be my initial list of those. That'd be who I'd initially look at. And trying to find really at the head of this is, don't find a guy that can be a West Coast offense, hopefully outside zone, which is what they feature. So you can go like to like there. And then I want an offensive coordinator who's ideally called plays before, but in the case of a Kubiak, in the case of a LaFleur, I might have to make an exception to that rule if it goes that way. Mike McDaniel would be great, though, man. I'd love to see him in this offense. I think he's definitely had a bit of a tough shake there with Miami and inheriting Tua Tagovailoa. He didn't draft Tua. He didn't target Tua. He didn't say, that's the quarterback I want to ride with here in the future. He was kind of given Tua, said, make this work. And that's not a fair shake for an offensive-minded head coach to have to work around the limitations of your quarterback, specifically his arm strength limitations, not to mention the injuries that guy's had. So he would be a very interesting guy. Don't think Mike McDaniel's a head coach. Don't, but I do think he's a great OC. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Opened ESPN to check firings. Stephen Smith, I have no faith in Darnold. How do you like that for my Stephen Smith? I got no faith in Darnold. It is exhausting you guys too, as it's exhausting me, right? Why don't you have any faith in Darnold? I just don't have any faith in Darnold. Well, why don't you have any faith? I just don't. There's just something in him I see. I just don't feel it. Is it, can you point to something specifically? Is it, there's a feeling I have when I see and I look at him and I just say no. But what is it exactly, Stephen? Like, what do you really like? It's just when you need him, he's just going to fail on you. Yeah, but he hasn't done that for us this year so far over and over again. So like, when's that going to rear its head? It's going to happen this week. No, I don't know. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Some point, at some time, somewhere, somehow, he will fail you. But these are the words they use. I have no faith in Darnold. Sam Darnold's trash. Sam Darnold's going to turn into a pumpkin. All vague. All as hyper generalized as you possibly can get in your assessment of a quarterback position. What is it specifically? Because you can't do the ghost thing. The ghost thing was a reference back to when he was at the Jets as a young rookie quarterback. He's getting blasted in his grill over and over again this year at times in pass protection dumps where he's standing tall in the pocket and delivering the ball. If the guy sees ghosts, he's not doing that. 1 + 1 does not make 15. What is it specifically within the game, right? It's Jordan. And I can sense your guys' frustration in the chat and seeing this exist everywhere out across the board from a national perspective. You see it on the round table and it gets so tiresome because it's lazy analysis. And the evidence that is lazy analysis all stems from the fact that you can't get specific in breaking down part and parcel what it is exactly. I mean exactly on it. That's the limiting factor. If I go to Tua Tagovailoa, I can say he's got to throw with such supreme anticipation that he's got to throw throws blind at times in that anticipation to overcome the arm strength, and that's going to lead to allowing guys to jump routes, and that's inherently in his game, and you will not fix that. And that becomes more brighter on display when you put him in weather elements that further diminish down his arm strength. Add on top of it, he's got injury problems, a very rich injuries history. He's one bad concussion away from having to retire. He's got size limitations, and that there are certain throws that he can't see, which is kind of troublesome because he's an anticipatory thrower. These are specific detractions I can mention about a Tua's game, or we can go blow by blow with other quarterbacks and take those detractions within their games. That's not what they're doing with Darnold. With Darnold, he seems to get this whole separate set of rules where you don't have to be specific. You can speak to just things that are very generalized, that don't pinpoint down onto any real specific issue per se. Oftentimes, it just comes back down to if they do get somewhat specific, it's like a mental issue that he has. And it doesn't add up. It doesn't track, and it's gotten old, and it's gotten lazy, and it's gotten tiresome. It's like, come up with something new. But this seems to be this seems to be what can fit in for real in-depth analysis from some of these folks to just say, I have no faith in a guy. Why don't you have faith? What's the specific reasoning? I don't know. Well, the Rams game in the playoffs last year, wait, we got 2 years of other games, got 14 wins in back-to-back years. You're going to just take that one game where his offensive line collapsed? That's against what was one of the best pass rushing units in the sport last year for the Rams. Like that's who he really is? That doesn't make a lot of sense, though. Why would you just take one game and not look over what more of the total data tells you, especially when the rest of the total data very, very succinctly tells you a very similar story in his performance game in and game out. Yeah, Jordan, I share your frustration, and I can sense it in the chat, and there's been a variety of folks, even on just the dono fronts, have kind of mentioned the same thing today on this, and I get it, man. And I reached my mark a couple weeks ago where I think some of you are reaching right now, where I just kind of threw up my hands, and I'm like, I'm done debating it. Think what you want to think. It's BS, it's small-minded, it's shallow, and it doesn't track. But thank you for the donation, man. I get where you're coming from. I do get it. It's wild to watch. Most times these people do their analysis, even as Stephen A. Smith, they'll go to specific things. Deviance, and sadly, I feel Clint leaves, man. We can never keep a good OC. I get the same impression, bro. Shame. I feel a bit the same way right now. Lord Jesse strikes me as a smart fellow, which is why his Darnold take legit surprises me. Seems like a baseless dislike. I mean, you do wonder a little bit about that, because I do agree with you. I think Jesse's got a very smart football mind, and I think that his football takes, in general terms, tend to be well thought out and not just sort of, I just kind of arrived at this place, and now I'm going to dig in, and this is where I'm at. But this has been one where he's done that in. And he did this with Geno too. And so it's also my second time running on this track with him. I've made my case with him. I've tried to discuss it with him. But all of the stuff I just talked about in the way that the discussion has no fruit to it because you can't actually get to anything from their side of it that they can point to tangibly that adds up to anything. It's just kind of a generalized feeling. And like you say, you then come away feeling like, well, this just feels like baseless dislike. This just feels like you're kind of biased to not want it to be a certain way more than you're really looking at it by how it really is. And I think that's kind of the truth of it right now. Yeah, DVN. Too many coaches fired, not enough candidates available. Falcons all request interview. That's it, man. That's the brass tacks on this Clint thing. You can get caught into, does he want to move his family? Does he want to go to this team or that team? This is going to be the real driving factor of this thing more than anything else. Lord says, I'm also biased, but I'm able to see the words Purdy is pretty good. But I'm able to say the words Purdy's pretty good. Yeah, I'm as well. And Purdy's a great example of this, is that this is a guy from my own standpoint when I talk about being willing to evolve in your opinion. I mean, Darnold's a guy that I've evolved in my opinion. You don't want to just always be like, I got to be right. You want to get it right. We're going to have takes we get wrong. All of us are. No one's going to be perfect on it. You can look at the sport as deeply as you want. You're going to get certain stuff wrong. No one's going to be right all the time. You take in the new data as it comes to try to always be as close as you can to being right, because you're taking in the maximum amount of data to come to that assessment. When you came to Purdy, when he came on the scene at first, and he had all those guys to throw to, guys running wide open, and the Shanahan scheme cooking up, you're going, wow, I don't know how good this guy really is or how much the talent's really helping him. But when they started to lose some of that talent, when you saw he performed even last year within the environment and how it was set up for him, you went, well, no, maybe he is pretty good here. This guy is into around that realm of top 10-ish quarterback. And that's where you start to evolve your outlook of the guy. And I think that's a smart way of looking at football, because the sport changes so fast, and the new data can shift you in a direction from where if you just hold on to old data, it's going to lead you astray. Bill Zimmerman, there have been several mediocre quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls, especially with an elite defense. Yes, sir, Bill. Yes, sir. Plenty, even just the last 13 years alone, man. A lot of examples of this. Jordan says, I doubt he ever gives Sam props regardless of what he does. Probably not. Not the current pace of things. Yeah, just ignore the hate and happy with your team and how good they are, man. That's all you can do with it. You're not going to convince them. I'm telling you that. You can get in the debates of these folks. You're not convincing them. They are as dug in on this player as any player I've seen in recent history in the NFL, as far as their outlook of him. Sealord says, well, if Sam was as bad as Jesse thinks, we wouldn't be the very good team he says we are. I agree. He's a part of that calculus, right? Patrick says, to add to that, if we meet the Rams in the championship, Darnold has 2 playoff wins. Not that will shut him up. Not that that'll shut up the naysayers on Sam, but beating Sam in the big game might. Being Stafford in the big game might. That certainly would at that point, you'd hope. 14 wins and chilling, baby. Chilling. Paul says, that Brandon, what free agents can we keep? I mean, theoretically, you could keep all of them. If I'm making the prediction on this, I think that Woolen and Kobe Bryant and Job are probably likely to walk. You may make a run at Kenneth Walker to try to keep him in-house. Boye Mafe ends up walking, and that's it. You're going to be able to retain Tyakot and Drake Thomas on restricted tags. Those guys aren't going anywhere. Bradford's on another year of his deal. And then you got Shaheed. Shaheed's the only other guy that you got to determine on him. I think they're going to try to, from a priority standpoint, I think it would go like Shaheed, Walker would kind of be the 1-2, but it all depends on what those guys are going to be able to get on the open market, whether you could keep them or not. I don't think the team's going to want to break the bank for either. And if the open market says you can break the bank out here, hard to get those extensions done at that point. Dick Hammer, man. Best name ever. Best name ever, Brian. What a name. What a granddad, man. Talk about living in a shadow, huh? It's really true about his grandpa, Nicholas. It's very true. Azaria says, I think we'll draft one edge, corner, O-line. I could see going like that. Definitely could see going like that. Happy Monday, Daniel. Hopefully everyone's having a great Monday. If you can for me, hit that like button, maybe sub on up. 1 or 2 as well if we can. It's a good time to do so right now. Let's give a big shout out to the sponsor of the show. Sponsor of the show, of course, is going to be Sleep. Sleeper's been sponsoring us throughout the course of this year, so kind to do so. But one of the reasons I chose Sleeper and went with them as far as some of the available options out there is I really like this site and the amount that they gave you option-wise to pick through and try to build up your ticket in the right way. That you just didn't feel like you're being as hosed and put down into sort of dead ends on some of these picks that just didn't have any chance of really hitting. And right now, when you use the Sleeper app, you can get a match of up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. And in addition to that, they've got a freebie, $20, no deposit needed. Just create a login. They will put $20 into your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app when you both use my code and create a login. And right now, they've got some great picks here for this upcoming week. I've got my first selection tickets in here. I'm going to get a couple of them in here, but this was just my first easy one for me, which was going for DJ Moore, more than 2.5 receptions against the Green Bay Packers on Saturday. That we're going to have DeAndre Swift with more than 1.5 receptions in that game as well. And then I had the Green Bay Packers with Romeo Doubs over 2.5 receptions in that football game. So got a 30% boost on this one. They got these nice little also bonuses like that, where a little booster or freebie picks that they'll put on in there. So 4.34 times is what my max return would be on this one. But utilize Sleeper today. Get that match on the code. Go out there, take your football knowledge, put the test in play this postseason play. You can get it on basketball. You can combine tickets up. You can get on daily fantasy, weekly fantasy in the playoffs, whatever you want to do with that. They've got it set up for you and good to go. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. But a big thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. Bear with me 1 second. I will be right back. Lord Bravos, the NFC West Roundtable will be much watched TV this next week. That's right. Tomorrow, Tuesday, NFC West Roundtable. Please do get subbed up to that channel. It's going to be fun this week. It's very fun. So we just got to the part of the show where Oots was being discussed. He was awesome the last game. He was really good. Those I formation looks were nice and tight. Cameron says Coach K just got offered a head coaching job. He got offered the interview, Cameron. Not offered the job, but he's going to be interviewed. Damn, those dirty birds touching our coach. McAllis, after teams started to roll back the other safety into two high shells, there were several games where Kubiak struggled with the game plans in the first half. Yeah, there's a little bit of a struggle there. I think coming back around to running the ball a little bit as he has and featuring a little bit more of the short passing attack has been a beneficial part to dealing with that. But it's true. Because I don't know if I'd want to pay Woolen the money of a top-tier cornerback. Cup was $17.5 million. He probably won't be back. Might not be back. Might be restructured there. But I agree with you on Woolen. I'd be hard with what he's going to cost. Chris is under the right tutelage. Darnold would have had earlier success. The Jets are the antithesis of that. It takes time to redirect. Not to mention he was 20 when drafted. Yep. It takes time. And that Jets organization with Darnold, this isn't the first role they've had with this, right? They've had many quarterbacks that they've drafted through there that have failed. And it's more about the representation of that organization when it gets to this deep. We're far beyond sample size with them when it comes to quarterbacks, the number that they've done this with. It's an organizational issue. And Gannon is definitely out. We've had a variety of head coaches fired here today. Happy says, I hope this doesn't distract Coobs. I hate this rumor comes up right when the playoffs start. It's kind of normal business. This is what's going to happen if you have a good OC. And they're not going to be able to. The good news is the NFL's restricted this and not being able to have it to where it was prior. If you go back 10 years, you'd have OCs like this that'd be interviewed. And then what they would do is try to fly the OC out midweek as they're trying to prepare for playoffs. And it would cause a mess. And certainly would hurt those teams that were trying to do better that year because of it. So teams said, you can't interview them in person. You got to wait till they're out of the playoffs. They can call, they can do a Zoom meeting, but it should be a pretty quick call at that point. It's an introductory call to say, hey, Clint, once you get through the playoffs, we're going to have you in person and we want you to put the plan together at that time for what you do as an offensive coordinator here. And I don't think that's going to be that distracting at that point for him. MX, how you doing, man? What's up? How you doing? Good to see you in the house. Michael says there were some viewers in Arizona Mike's chat who said Kubiak was their number one option for head coach. You never know, man. Might be the way that they go. Yeah, Gibson, I think Woolen's going to get a decent contract somewhere else too. I don't know if he quite gets 20, but I think 15 million is probably a pretty realistic place when we're talking about where the floor is. 14 to 15 million per year. Just keep coming back to that Shaquille Griffin contract that was given out like 5 years ago at 14 million per year. And if he can get that 5 years ago before inflation rates, why couldn't Woolen get it now? Woolen being the better player. See, Lord, I went from being very sure we wouldn't lose Kubiak to very unsure in about 30 minutes. Sorry, man. See, Lord, I'm speaking of McDonald. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to go to the gym or McDonald's. You got to go to the gym, man. Get that workout in. I could see Arizona making a run at Woolen. It's possible. They need some cornerback help. Azaria, I'm a believer if a player was top tier money, we trade him for assets. Top 5 money is good enough. Tom Brady never signed a top tier contract, always like 5 to top 5, 7. More money for more players. It's a creative option as a way to go. I can get that. I think the struggle with that comes a little bit of how that can affect locker rooms. Like, all right, so I go out there and I'm the best of the sport, and the first thing you're going to look to do is try to trade me away. If you sort of set that as the standard model a little bit, what kind of messaging does that send down the locker room? But I get it. I can understand where you're coming from. Brandon will hold Jesse to account, but not be an a-hole about it. Yeah, I will. I'm not being an a-hole about it. I don't have to be because there's, facts are in my corner, right? When you got the facts, you don't have to be you just lay them out. And then a lot of what I'm doing there is more than trying to convince Jesse. It's more of like, let's let the audience figure out one way or the other on this, How's it sounding to y'all out there, kind of so to speak. Connor says, if we win a Super Bowl, Kubiak is gone. If we don't, hopefully he pulls a Ben Johnson and stays another year. That'd be pretty cool. Bring up a good point. Maybe some of how Kubiak calls his games in these playoffs is a bit of a determiner on this one. Javi says, Jake's voice is almost unlistenable too. Dude whines so much. Jesse's going to have a novel excuse and is going to look great in a Hawks beanie. Oh, I've got him in a Hawks foam head hat. Wait till you see this hat I got him in, Happy. Sucker cost about $80, but worth every penny I spent on that thing. Every red nickel. It's going to be a glorious revenge, Catalyst. My revenge. It's going to be glorious. Yeah, no beanie for Jesse. He ain't getting off like Jake, Patrick. I found the best one I could, man. The biggest, the most just, I hunted this one out. Azaria, bro, you need to deep six that Metcalf jersey. You need 11. You want to buy me one, Azaria? I get it, man. I've gotten a lot of pushback on the Metcalf jersey this year. It feels a little bit bad taking it down. I got to be honest with you, man, because one of the people in the chat bought this for me. So it's kind of like, somebody spent the money to get it and cost a pretty penny on it. And it does feel a little bit for me to be, it kind of feels disrespectful to me on that, taking that down as somebody, click that into place. But, you're not alone in mentioning it. And a lot of people are having issues with it. And I don't want it to be a point of discussion moving into the future that kind of not dominates things, but just keeps coming up over and over again, of course, right? So I'll try to see if I can get a replacement this offseason and put something else in tow back there. But that's kind of why I've kept it up too with it. I appreciated Metcalf's career here, and I understand with what he's done recently, it makes it very hard, but it's also not that big a deal, is it? $14 wins, sorry. How you doing, John? Yeah, he fell in love with nepotism and fell out of love with having people push back against his ideas. And, this is something that we talk about in this chat a lot. And I think sometimes people want the band hammers to come out and people to push people out that are coming in with discussion points that are going to be a little prickly and testing us a little bit and coming in with ideas that are outside of what we might think in the community here. It's one of the reasons that I always, not this being one of the reasons, but I think this is why you got to be mindful of this type of stuff, is that when you don't have the outside opinions coming in, when you're not hearing from outside voices, when you're just getting into sort of that echo chamber, this is sort of a representation of why that can be bad and why that can lead you astray. You need to have things tested. You need to be under kind of a little bit of a strain is a good thing to getting you to the truth of the heart of the matter of things. Jack says, y'all see how well players perform under Coach McDonald compared to any other coach. So many examples. Go Hawks. He has been able to galvanize this locker room, set a standard, get this culture jump-started very fast, get the buy-in that is so very hard with some of these modern players and so many even old school coaches that have been able to get so many locker rooms on point and to get them locked in. I mean, even a Coach Carroll, you'd think in certain theory that this modern era of players, that everything's more pro-friendly than ever before. It's less of the hard-ass coach approach than ever before, that this would lend well to Coach Carroll being able to, no matter in Seattle or Raiders, being able to get a locker room bought in. But there's more at play than getting these players to buy in this day and age than there used to be. And it's harder than it used to be. But Mike has seemingly kind of found that answer. Who thinks Carroll's kid gets an O-line coaching job quickly? If you say yes, then you're wrong. Yep, happy. Goob's getting an interview with the Falcons. And when you look at all of the firings here, what we know we've got already, the Giants have fired their coach, the Titans have fired their coach, Raheem Morris is out, Coach Carroll's out with the Raiders, Kevin Stefanski is out with the Browns, and Jonathan Gannon is out with the Cardinals. And let's also remember within this may not be the end. There may be another Harbaugh thrown on the top of that. We still don't know for sure what's going on with Mike McDaniel in that situation. So Tomlin with the Steelers. If they don't win a playoff game, where are they going to be standing there? It hasn't exactly been a smashing year for the Steelers. So it becomes too many guys fired out, too many jobs available. I'm starting to go down that line of it, whether it's the Falcons or not. I'm getting worried. See, Lord says hashtag hands off Kubiak. The Frog and the Scorpion. If Cross improves the same way he's been trending, this is a steal. I'll take it as a contract, man. I don't got any problems with it either. Perfect fit. Frog and Scorpion, high upside, and has been improving every single year at a position that's extremely difficult to even get average. Very well put. I can't add anything more other than just I agree with you. Seth says thoughts on Lenore trying to clap back after his team gives up 300 yards of offense. Kind of feels like when you get beat that bad, you should just shut up. Glad he's not on my team. Glad he's not on my team as well. He's like an outlet store version of Richard Sherman. You know, you're a slot corner who should have stayed in the slot. The team's paid you and tried to turn you in an outside corner, which you are not. And you talk way bigger than your game actually shows on tape. So, this is par for the course with Lenore. This is what he does. This is why he's annoying with it, where it's like, if you're going to talk, at least be good. He does nothing for me if you're middle of the roadish of player, slightly above average, and you're talking like you're a shutdown corner. It's like, give me a break. But that's who he is. So I wouldn't expect anything differently from him, nor the making of the excuses crap either. Chris says before the season, Cross had inept guards to his right, not to mention different schemes. It's a good deal for him. It's a good deal for him. And for those who are sure that where Cross is at 25 years old in this first year of this new scheme, that he can't get more improved with future years, I believe he can. And he's not played bad up until this point, but that there, I believe, is still room here to get to the top of his ceiling. Not to say he'll ever be, I think, a super dominant guy, but that there is more meat left on this bone. Lord says, I look at some of the characters, quote unquote, on other teams, and I'm once again grateful for the culture that JSN and Mike McDonald has built. I am too. There's no BS. There's no individuals trying to separate themselves from the team. And I think that it's not coincidental that within that, we're looking at this team really coming together in full. And then when we talk about the performance of this team, it's less of talking about individual stars just going out there and balling out above all else, and more about this team as a whole, all helping to provide you to go get to those wins. And when you have less of the guys trying to separate themselves, when you have less of the guys who are trying to make it all about them, who are drawing undue attention to them versus away from the team, I think that's where you start to get into that place of less of the buy-in, less of that interconnectedness of the team itself and how they play together. And Mike has been able to drive that home, and that's been, I think, in part how he's been able to build this culture up so quickly. I am as well, man. Lou says they hate us because they ain't us. Not gonna lie, I would too. Maybe something to that. Ace is better to pay early than to try and pay late. Ask the Cowboys. That's right. And let's remember with Mike, let's remember the Cross thing. And from the people who are a little anti-Cross on this deal in the chat, I haven't seen any of you kind of acknowledge a little bit of this. Could have gotten the extension after 3 years. More than had done enough after 3 years to get the extension. You made him play through that final fourth year of his deal here. I know you got the fifth year option, but again, look at players that have outperformed their first 3 years of their deal that are on first round contracts. They typically do get the extensions. They typically don't wait into the fifth year of the contract. That's for players that haven't performed well, though you still got a little hope, but they haven't really performed quite to where you thought, but still have hope. These guys tend to get paid after 3 years. You wait the fourth year, you're not getting a heavily discounted deal. You're going to be paying kind of market rate prices. Happy says Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown is going to burn DeMondre Lenore. I could see it. I could absolutely see it. Dogzilla, Mike McDowell dumped a lot of praise on Cross this morning on Brock and Salt. That's good to hear. Tim says, I'll generally be surprised if Kubiak leaves, especially if we win. You want to create a whole offensive scheme and be the best. You don't always want to have to jump ship immediately. I get it, man. I guess I'd ask you, Kevin, I'd love to see your response on this in the chat. If you're an assistant coach like that, I think everything you say is correct and on point. So I'm pushing about that. But if you're an assistant coach in that point, $700,000 is what you're making. Yeah, you got like 1 year contract left for the $700,000 next year. And you got an Atlanta Falcon team that says you're not only going to be the head coach, we're going to give you a guaranteed 5-year, $20 million deal, 4-year, $20 million deal. Do you turn that down in light of the fact you're winning and you like where you're at? And that'd be a hard one for me to turn down, even if all that other good stuff was happening on the other side. Chris says Carroll went into a situation that wasn't going to be succeeding in year one. That's a multi-year fix, assuming Davis ever takes the backseat. Yes, sir, that's correct. I see it again. I don't know, man. I think B-Wags retires this year. He's getting isolated in coverage pretty heavily right now. You just can't run with those guys anymore. Happy, has Earl ever officially retired? I don't think I think last year he finally officially retired. Gino's not gotten released yet, but probably will be released this offseason. Post June 1st him. So North Kubiak leaves. I do have quite a bit of faith in John Schneider and Mike Manal. Find a worthy replacement. Still don't want to lose Kubes, though. No, you don't. I get it. I do have faith these guys will get the right hire in here, though. Seth says, I love Cooper Kupp, but just don't know if he's worth the money we pay him. Thoughts? $18.5 million is his cap hit next year, and that's a little bit high. I think that there's a way, though, to kind of come back at this and go, let's bring you back. Let's reduce down your pay a little bit. Let's restructure this within more, feasible area of things. And let's get you brought back into tow from that. I think you can find a happy ground there. But I think that there's also the point to where if Cooper's like, I want to be paid at $18.5 million, that becomes a little too rich for Seattle, especially if they want to bring back Shaheed. Hard to see him on $18.5 million. You then spending about $42.5, $43 million per year on JSN and then paying another $14 million for Rashid Shaheed. I think that somebody's going to be kind of the odd man out there at that point if the cost is that great. But if you can get Cooper Kupp down to like $9 million per year next year, and then you can take the saved money and then move that to Shaheed, I think there's a way he could come back. I don't think that he's as shot as so many people are trying to present him to be, Seth. I think that there's been this sort of narrative out there that he's shot or spent or not very good. I just don't think that that's been the case. I just don't think that we've used him a lot. And when you look at some of the reasons for why you haven't used him a lot, it's kind of, in my opinion, in a lot of ways, outside of his control. You look at just things like passing attempts, for instance, in this sport. And Sam Darnold's 15th amongst quarterbacks in passing attempts. You've not been high volume in your approach. So that's going to limit down the amount of production all of the receivers are going to have to a general degree, even a JSN when you're middle of the road like that. Now then when JSN's eating up like 44% of the target share, aside from that, just not a lot of other extra catches there to be had in there around that based on where just those parameters alone. So I think he's still got some stuff he can bring to the table here, being Cooper Kupp. I understand that for what you're paying him, you're not exactly getting in bottom line production, the returns that maybe you would have liked to have seen from, catching, yardage, and all that other stuff. And I wouldn't push back against all that. I think that's where we got to come to finding a little bit of a restructure here. But there's also a little bit of what he provides in the background on this too, in the locker room, and how he's helped JSN and how he's maybe helping these young receivers out and better understanding the game. I mean, there could be a little bit of an added cost to that as well. Maybe not 18.5 million added, but hard to say on that one how that one's going to go. I could see a restructure coming into play there, especially if Kupp loves the environment he's in here. He's back home. You think we hold on to Shaheed with Horton coming back? Hard to say, man. I wish I could give you guys a more certain response, but this is where this is all interconnected. I think it's all kind of open-ended. Some of it's going to be dependent upon what Rashid Shaheed gets on the open market. If he's going to be able to go get 20 million on the open market, I don't think you re-sign him. If you can get him down to more 13-ish million per year, I think there's more of a feasible way of getting a deal done. So not quite sure where the NFL is going to view Shaheed on what they're willing to pay him. And and then it gets too high. I think it's going to be too high for Johnny. Francis B, you may not be able to sell the tees, but as a gift to donates like PBS. Yeah, we could. Just there hadn't been as much interest on the store stuff, really. So I've just kind of been more of in the, it's just kind of been there in the background. We can maybe kind of put something together like that and put some gift stuff together on the shirts and whatnot. Hard to do that right now in playoffs and all we got going right now, but something to kind of turn over this offseason a bit, maybe. See, Lord, I actually remember watching Easley play football. Oh, yeah. Hell of a good player, man. Ricky says, how much dead money comes off the books this year? $80 million. You have $80 million of dead money on the books right now, and it fully clears off into next year's cap. Right now, we only have $500,000 on next year's dead money. We can do whatever we want contractually wise. Whatever we want. Doesn't mean we'll, but we could. Yeah, it's been bleeding dead money for so long. Finally, it's done. Deep sigh. Yes, sir. It's going to make things so much more easier. They'll get Lockett on a one-day deal, Chris. Lockett, Russ, Bobby, they'll all be on one-day deals. I think Catalyst is right on that one. Seahawkers says, if you don't pay Woolen, you have a huge hole in the secondary. Who replaces him? I think you would pivot back over to Josh Jobe and see if you could get Josh Jobe on a significantly less cost than what you're going to have to get Woolen. Can you get Josh Jobe on a 2-year, $18 million deal, let's say, versus where Woolen's going to be on a $15 million per year? That's probably what he's going to cost. I think that I'm never a fan of making decisions when it comes to whether to pay players, whether to trade players, to do so out of a fear-based approach. And if you're in a place of like, well, who are we going to replace him if not this guy? It's kind of a fear-based approach more than it's speaking to how good Woolen is as a player. Woolen has certainly come forward in the back half of the schedule, and it's good to see. And he's got all the talent in the world too, which makes this even more complicated, is that the upside there is just so amazing if you can tap into it. But that's where we come to the key on this. The best season of Woolen's career, even this year included, is his rookie year. That's the best season of his career as a pro. Kind of something in there, isn't there? And it did feel like as a microcosm to this contract that after that first year that he had where he was exceptional, that he kind of dialed it back a bit into year 2 and 3. Kind of like he was hitting the cruise control button until he could be up and due to get a contract extension. Does he go back and press that cruise control once more once he gets that extension? I think it's a valid concern. I'll lead into this with Mike McDonald's outlook on the Seahawkers, and I think that that's going to be the driver on this versus who we got to replace him with. It'll be more on, does Mike buy in to the light bulb that's gone off above Woolen's head over the past back of the schedule, that's going to be sustainable, that's going to be sustainable once he pays him. Mike's going to know that. Mike's going to understand how he's wired within that. And I'll trust in Mike on that. I don't think Mike's going to sign himself up to a $15 million a year contract that he's not certain about, but it is a little bit down to that for me. So I'm not completely out on Woolen, but I'm certainly not going to be in on Woolen by what do we got to replace him with instead of this? I don't think that this is a cornerback driven scheme. I think this is a scheme, if anything, that's more driven by its front seven than anything else. And that's where I want to make sure I'm putting the onus upon Seahawkers. So I think part of this too just becomes, where you want the right balance of the contract and the dollars to go into for how you're building your defense. And being that it's a defense that plays a lot of zone coverage and isn't asking guys to kind of man up and just be sticking coverage 24/7, that you can find a lot of zone corners out there without having to pay them $15 million per year. I mean, Josh Jobe has given you better performance since he's been here overall than Woolen, even with Woolen's increase here over the back of the schedule, still giving you better performance than Woolen. That guy cost you peanuts. You signed him off the open market for nothing. And so you got to be careful on that pay that you're getting the pay for play on that when you get up to that kind of mark. I don't know on that one that I would. Hey, Brandon, do you think the Cardinals should have fired their head coach? I'm wondering if it had anything to do with him ripping into the running back. They didn't have much of an O-line besides McBride. Do I think Gannon got a fair shake in Arizona? No, I don't. He walked into there, and what you do with a new head coach going into any situation and saying you're going to inherit this coach and you got to make this, you're going to inherit this quarterback and you have to make this quarterback work. Well, when you're handing that to a coach like Gannon, who's in the same situation of a Kubiak, where he's got to take whatever job is offered to him, essentially, he's not going to get 4 head coaching job offers. He got 1. And he jumped on it. Like I say, these coaches do this. But then you forced him to a quarterback and said, you got to make Kyler Murray work. And as we've seen with Kyler Murray and a variety of coaches that have come through there now, nobody's probably going to make Kyler Murray work. So is that really his fault, or is that more of your general manager and putting that guy on a contract extension and not finding another quarterback answer? You mentioned that offense, that there's a variety of problems at offense that you could see coming a mile away that had nothing to do with Gannon. That wide receiving core was not strong enough. You went out there with the cornerback room and did not reinforce the depth there enough. The drafting in this draft and going after Walter Nolan versus being able to potentially have added another offensive lineman to help out this offense. Tell me that Cardinal team isn't with a better offensive player there in that draft and going with that instead of Nolan. Tell me that that's not an Arizona Cardinal team that's improved by a game or two this year off of 3 wins. So, no, I don't think he got a fair shake. Doesn't mean I think he's the right coach for them long term, but just don't think he got the fair, honest opportunity of a shake there to make this thing work. The injuries that mounted up this year weren't his fault. Walter Nolan couldn't stay on the field. Will Johnson, the kid they took in the second round, was in and out of the lineup. They lost both their cornerbacks in the offseason. You know, it's a tough for him to have to deal with and try to find kind of answers around that. But this is what bad organizations do. It doesn't matter whether you're giving the guy the right shake or not. You just kind of do it. We just got to just do it. You just do it. It's like the drafting of quarterbacks. You just do it. What about where we're at? You just do it. Do we have the offensive line? You just do it. Do we got the right scheme? Just do it. And these teams just get in that automatic mode. What's the estimated amount of cap space? $70 million into this offseason, Haffy. $69 million in change, to be exact. Kevin says, what's the score of the money against Philly? Four and a half line for Philly on that one. Kind of would have thought that would have been more significant. C-Lord says, laughing out loud, just got live show. Took going 1.8 speed to pull it off. Let's go. Seahawks, by the time Murphy's paid, Williams will have to retire. So that's a lot of money to pay Murphy. Yes, it is. Might be we find Leonard coming back next year and saying, I'm going to play my final year on the final year of this deal. Might have been part of the plan the whole way. Pfizer says, we will get Clay Kubiak if we lose Clint. I love it, man. Let's go. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah, I think you're on this, Seahawk. I think there's a good chance he kind of retires at that point. It's been a long career. He's made a lot of money, especially if he goes and gets a Super Bowl. Kevin says next year's schedule looking like 16 wins. Let's go, Kevin. Not too shabby, man. Getting the home teams where we're getting them, getting the road teams where we're getting them. On the flip side of that, could have been way worse. Maybe not the tasty schedule of this year exactly, but definitely could have been way, way worse. Chance, Jordan, thank you for the $1 donation, Chance. Had no message in there, but appreciate your support. And you guys are tremendous as ever and all you guys do for this channel. So thank you for that. Really, really appreciate you. Taker, thank you for the $5 donation. How about Brian Callahan? Wasn't he the OC for the Bengals when they went to the Super Bowl? I guess Zach Taylor was probably calling the plays. Yes. And that's make sure I'm right on this. Yeah, I think that's your former the Titans head coach there. He would be interesting. I think what's nice with him is that he does also bring, much like you have with Clint, Kubiak, and Benton, being a top-end offense top-end line coach. That, like with Callahan, you get his dad, who's a really, really good offensive line coach, at least by reputation in the league. So, I mean, Callahan got a head coaching job, so did enough at that point to, for teams to be impressed by that, for the Titans to do it. And Titans were not, I don't think any coach was going to come in there and do much after Vrabel left where that roster was at. So, I hadn't mentioned this name out as one. I do think that there's a little bit maybe more spread concepts. So I'd say that there's the good on this in that he's got a rhythm-based passing attack that's kind of a like for like. The bad on this, though, comes from, with Callahan, more of a passing coordinator than he is a running coordinator. And I think McDonald and going to Clint Kubiak and the next coordinator he goes to is going to want more of a guy that's got a centerpiece of running the ball at the forefront of what they do, or at least more of a centerpiece of pure balance being run by what they do. I think you're getting a little more pass happy with Callahan on his track record. But a nice name, man, and a guy that could be a potential guy they look at, and that his dad coming as an offensive line coach probably shouldn't be undersold either there, Taker, and how much that could benefit as well, as much as how much Benton has benefited Kubiak in being here. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today, Quinn. In terms of places looking for a new non-head coach offensive play caller, how attractive is Seattle as a destination versus other openings? Ooh, great question. Fantastic question. And I'm actually very happy to say that I would be hard-pressed to find any other situation or location that would be as good to be able to come to. If you think about the offensive coordinator jobs that you're going to be going to around the league, you're going to the Titans, and you got a guy, a young Cam Ward with not a lot of talent there. You got the Giants with Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors coming off of a shredded knee of an ACL. You've got Cam Scatterbo coming off of a shredded knee that he tore. You have an offensive line with some question marks. You've got a defensive line that's pretty good, but the back end you're not really all that sure about, helping your offense be able to be okay. So Giants, another place, not very, very attractive there. I think that certainly the Falcons' job could be kind of an attractive one with some of the offensive parts and pieces there. So that one's actually decent, I would say, versus some of the other places. But, I mean, Arizona, you got no offensive line. You have Marvin Harrison, who's not exactly fit to form there. They've got the Wilson kids at least come forward for him on one side. You're going to have Jacoby Brissett as your quarterback next year. Is that a very attractive location? So I'm kind of getting to the heart of this, Quinn, which is that pretty easily seen and to a large degree when we think about being able to attract the brightest of minds for an offensive play caller. What do you have here? 5 offensive linemen starting, all returned. And you're going to have to figure out one starter on this offensive line. In addition to that, you've got some quality backups in tow that you might feel good about. You got a backup center who's at least functional behind a Sundell. You've got a Christian Haynes, a former 3rd-round pick that might be able to finally kind of develop in there a little bit. So you got some depth on top of the starters. How about tight end? I got A.J. Barner rounding into a top 8 tight end in this sport. All around great tight end. I've got Arroyo as kind of the freak show weapon piece I can use in the offense. I got another real good blocker in Saubert under contract next year. 3 tight end set. Hell, I even got Keller up as a 4th guy. So I've got not only the starters, I've not only got 3 deep, I got depth on top of it. Look at the wide receiver core. You've got JSN, one of the best receivers in the sport that you could work with right off the rip there off that side. Cooper Kupp, if you're not bringing Shaheed back, Cooper Kupp's coming back. You got Torrey Horton and all of the flashes of what he's shown in his first year. Hell of a receiving core. You got Zach Charbonnet coming back, bare minimum. Don't know with Walker, but Charbonnet, Hololani, Kenny McIntosh. If Walker walks, you're going to add another running back on top of that. There is not going to be any other place, no other spot that's going to have this much illustrious talent to offer any prospective offensive coordinator out there looking for a job this offseason if Clint moves on. To your point, this would be the most attractive location by far because I can go down question road, down any other job out there as far as their talent, as far as the work that needs to be done, the deficiencies to those teams, and what you have to overcome from an offensive coordinator standpoint. That's not going to be the case here. And hell, it might even be more improved that talent than how I just sold it, Quinn, because you can put some more money to that side of it. Do you go what if you went and got a Linderbaum this offseason? So it's very, very attractive. Very attractive location. Especially for a team as well, in addition to it just beyond the offense, the team itself coming off 14 wins. And you have this defense that's going to get you the ball a lot. You got special teams that's going to help you a lot. I got to think it would be a hell of a landing zone for any OC out there wanting to run up here if that's the way that this goes. Gal G, thank you for the $2 donation, Gal G. Rams are the biggest threat in their playoffs. Happy Monday. I think that they are the biggest threat in the playoffs. I agree with you on that. I think this team has remained and continues to be so a dangerous, scary team. And they're going to get Devontae Adams back. They're going to get Larry Jackson back in the mix. They're in a very good health standpoint. Lake's going to come back for them in that secondary. I mean, that solidifies their health to where they're very much on a fairly equivalent footing to us, maybe even a better footing than us from a health standpoint heading into the playoffs. So I think they're going to be a threat. I don't think they're going away anytime soon. I think we want to get to the Super Bowl. We're probably going to have to take down the Rams to do it. Agreed 100%. Taker610, thank you for another $5 donation. Taker. Every team in the NFC playoffs this year has made a Super Bowl since 2000. Teams without a victory are the Niners 3 times over. Have the Niners lost 3 Super Bowls? Yes, they have, haven't they? Woo! Now I get why they're so bitter. The Bears, who lost 1, and the Panthers, who've lost 2. Interesting. Very, very interesting. If you look to the AFC, it's not quite the same way, is it? You got the Bills that have never been to a Super Bowl since 2000. Chargers, who haven't been to a Super Bowl since 2000. You got, we got Jacksonville hasn't been to a Super Bowl. And the Texans haven't been to a Super Bowl. So it's quite a discrepancy there between the two, where you got one conference, a lot of them have been, and then another conference where all you have is really the Patriots and the Broncos as the 2 teams that have been to a Super Bowl from those conferences recently. Ooh, Bryce Coots, man. Thank you for all of your support today, brother. Dropping another $10 on me. Appreciate you for that. Very, very, very kind, man. I got a feeling one coach we lose this offseason is Carl Scott. Definitely a possibility, man. He was one of the guys that Mike McDonald continued to retain from the Coach Carroll staff. He stayed on. He's a guy with a great reputation. No secondary play. Might be a guy out there that is given a look-see as a defensive coordinator. You know, if a guy like Clint Kubiak was hired on as a head coach, for instance, would that be a guy that he would maybe look to bring in tow? Bryce, kind of one of those kind of situations, right? So Carl Scott's a guy I could see be a potential somebody looks at. Certainly you're going to see, we're talking about Kubiak, but you continue to see this defense play like they're playing. You're going to see teams keeping an eye on the coaches on our staff here and kind of starting to look at, you know, interestingly enough, of course, we're not hearing anything from Dirty as far as anybody looking at him. But maybe some of that has to do with just the fact that, you know, he doesn't call the plays. But that would be the interesting part to me as well in this, Bryce, being that you have a guy in Dirty, whereas if Carl Scott's going to go get a defensive coordinator job somewhere, that Dirty's, you know, essentially got more on the resume to have earned that. But also kind of wonder with Dirty if maybe the accent thing throws off some teams on the hiring of the, you know, true head coach role or something. And if teams are really bought into that could work on that. Not that I'm saying it should hold him back, but I just wonder about that part. But Scott could go. I could see him being a guy that goes, and people are going to start pulling from this staff when they have this kind of performance they're putting out there defensively. They're going to want to get in on that action, right, Bryce? It's just the nature of this beast when you're good in the NFL. It's like same thing that works with the salary cap and causing you to lose players, making it hard to keep your team together when you get good. Same thing with coaches. It's a league that's about, you know, just as you get good and set everything up, they start pulling and picking and pulling and grabbing and tearing away from you a little bit. And boy, it makes the sustainable factor of winning and being great for a long period of time so very hard to accomplish and pull off. That's why we got these Super Bowl windows, is just because it becomes so many items that are kind of pulling at you at times when you can be that good of a team. Bryce, you're the man though, man. Appreciate you for the donos, and keep kicking ass over there. Folks, again, please do get subbed up over the Hawk's Eye. If you get a chance, part of the syndicate. See, Lord, if you listen to Big Cat talk, I don't think he's a guy that's going to stay in the game too long. We need to get a Super Bowl while he's still here. Agreed. I get a general sense that this next 2 years are kind of the last 2 years for him. You look at Seattle and how they put the void year on the final after the last year of his deal, kind of showing a little bit there that, maybe that he's kind of acknowledged there that'll be the end of the road there on that spot. Would love to get this guy a Super Bowl, man. He's been a hell of a team player here. He's been a difference maker on that line. He's been a leader in that locker room. I can't say enough about Big Cat and how impressed I've been by him. Visor kicks Kevin Kubiak to Seattle if we lose Clint. I think you could do it. I think one of the two offensive coordinators in this division, either the Rams or the Niners, you could come to and you could say, hey, do you want to actually call the plays? Because you could make an argument to both Kevin and both to LaFleur there with the Rams that as long as you're not able to call the plays, it's going to make it harder for you to go get a head coaching job, to get head coaching interviews. You've got to call plays. And if that's the case, go to a place in a location where you're actually going to get the opportunity to do that. I would think that would be a bit, maybe something that you could pull in here, Visor. I certainly would give it a try. Evan, who do you think we re-sign this offseason? Woolen, K9, Shaheed, Kobe. Also, do you think we extend both JSN and Spoon this offseason? Thanks, and go Hawks. You are so annoying. Come on. Well, come on then. So I'll give you my guess on these, Evan. I think that there's a way you could bring all of them back. There's a way that we could see none of them brought back. It's really, there does exist a little bit of a possibility on either end of the scale here of how this could go. Woolen, I think, becomes too expensive. He's going to cost you like $15 million per year. I think that ends up being just a little bit too much. K9, I think there's a possibility you could franchise tag him at like $13 million. And there's also a way you can maybe get him on an extension that's feasible for both player and team. I still think he's like Woolen going to end up having enough money on the open market to where it gets too expensive and you just can't afford to retain him. Shaheed's the guy that I probably guess of those four is likeliest to re-sign. I think you get him on like a $13 million per year deal, something like a 3-year contract extension. Kobe is another guy that I also think is going to walk, much like the other three guys. The reason being here, Evan, is that the cost is going to be, not that they can't afford it, but it'll be greater than what they want to spend. You're not wanting to pay two safeties, high watermark money, making two safeties basically like top 6 paid at their sport at the same time. Been down that road before with Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams. Didn't work out. No other team in the NFL is paying two safeties that kind of high watermark money at the same time. So those three probably likely leave to being just a little more expensive than Seattle wants to spend. Shaheed's probably the priority. I am 100% expecting the JSN Spoon off season. I can't speak. We're definitely getting into 5 hours in the stream. Voice is getting a little muddle mouthed here, folks. Yes, I do think the JSN and Spoon are going to be extended. No, the extensions are not going to come down fast. Seattle's going to get the rest of their business done early this offseason into March. They're going to get through the draft. And then somewhere in about probably June to early July, you're going to see the extension come down the line for both JSN and for Spoon. I think you get those both done. Thanks, Evan. Go Hawks, man. Brian says if Clint Kubiak's moved on, I'd be pissed because he's obviously not true to his word. But if it happens, I consider Jay Harbaugh promote from within. Jay's got no history as an offensive coordinator, my guy. I don't know if I'd want to do that. I'd want to go with more of a guy that's called plays before in the NFL. If we don't want to go with be learning ropes in 2026, Brian. Right? Like you don't get in 2026 and you have a guy in a job, he's doing a job for the first time when you got a Super Bowl ready-made roster to go. Because you could very well end up walking in a place where you have the untested nature of what they're bringing to play, the factor that then holds you back from getting to that Super Bowl. And I don't want that to happen, you know. C. Willis, the roundtable is actually not tonight, it's Tuesday. It's a little bit thrown off, I know, because we're on a Monday and we're 2 days removed for the game, so it feels like a Tuesday. But Tuesday at 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time is when the NFC West Roundtable will run out. So please do join us over there. It's a separate channel. You got to sub up. It's a whole separate channel from the Nest. It's not part of the Nest. It's called the NFC West Roundtable. We've been cooking up over there really well, and it's going to be a fun night tomorrow night for sure. See, Lord, I've been told we can wear the throwbacks in the playoffs. That'd be cool. I'd go for that. Throwbacks in the Super Bowl, maybe? Huh? Who's turning that down? Braun Sausage, go Hawks. Love the content. Keep it up. And I can't wait for the roundtable tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be fun. Jesse's got the hat ordered. He's not going to be there tomorrow. We don't get the hat in time for tomorrow, but we are getting that hat by next roundtable next week. You can believe that. See, Lord, it's funny how less offended I was by those Oregon Duck rip-off jerseys once we had won the game. As they say, winning solves all, see, Lord. It's the ultimate salve. Blue and green zone. I wasn't really sure if we should resign him or not, but I'm glad that they knew that they were going to sign him and did it before the contract got way higher, like 28 to 30 million. Yep, me too. Wasn't sure on it for sure, but it makes sense where they got him at or how they got this deal done. I was thinking the same thing. Good possibility Stafford retires. And McVay steps down, not wanting to start over. He almost did when Darnold retired and Stafford was thinking about it. Maybe. It feels like McVay got kind of like a second wind, on the enthusiasm thing from a coaching standpoint. He definitely was flirting with going up to the booth. He's got a big contract waiting for him whenever he wants to be a commentator. But he's also still a very young guy. And so we'll see with that. I think something that could help them on this blue and green is that they have 2 first-round picks, and you got Joe Burrow over there squawking about not being happy playing in Cincinnati, and you got the announcement that Cincinnati is going to bring back their head coach again for another year. Maybe a situation that's starting to twist there to where Stafford retires and they just make a trade for Burrow. Blue and green, my buddy's Packers fan. He wants to wear all white if they beat the Bears and play us. I'd be fine with me. We get the throwbacks then. Yeah, says the Seahawks are 8-4 since Levi's opened up in 2014, playoffs included. Mike McDonald is 3-0 there versus the Whiners, including that Christmas night massacre. We own the Whiners. Let's go. Let's go. We have to do an international game next year, Chris? Damn it. That sucks. Throwbacks remind me of the Chuck Knox years. Me too, man. Good times, Bill. Good times. Rodney Brando, how are you liking our chances in the playoffs? How far do we go in your opinion? I'm in. We're going Super Bowl, baby. I got the utmost faith in this team. Utmost faith. Or I guess another way to put it is I think that our chance, there's no team out there that has a better chance than us. It's the advantage that we have, the fact you got to go through Seattle, where we're at health-wise, how good the running game has been cooked up, how Sam has been able, since that Rams game, to limit down the turnover-worthy plays and still find effectiveness, how you're playing lights-out defense, how great you are on special teams. The first-round bye. Yeah, it's a homer pick on my part. No doubt about that. And I'm not even going to try to say that I'm not completely biased on this one, but this team has just put the best season together in Seattle Seahawks history. You just won 14 games for the first time in your history. And even if you want to go the extra game, well, you won as many games as you've ever won in your history, but without that extra game added in there. These are all things to me that just speak to the fact that this team is very strong, very good, that they didn't just kind of have a couple breaks, break their way and get in the playoffs thing, but that they've made this happen. And it's got me very, very confident in this team going in the playoffs. I think we're going to get the best version of this team at this time of year, along with maybe being as healthy as we've been at any point in time this year. Just feel like all of this kind of factors together to help get you up over the top. So I'm going Super Bowl, baby. It's our time. It's our time now. Codmeister says, got to slightly disagree with your take that the schedule next year features 10 games against current playoff teams. Nothing a good Hawk team can't handle, but can't really get more difficult in reality. So I think you're not wrong in that there's the playoff teams that you're going to have to face in technical speaking terms. But I also think that there's a lot of reason to believe, and looking at that, remembering that every year 6 playoff teams that are in the playoffs leave the playoffs, that's also a reality with it. I wouldn't say that I'd push back against you in saying that the schedule is going to be tougher next year. I think this year was one of the easier schedules that we got to face in probably about 10 years. And that has been a helpful factor to what's going on. When you do look at this, though, do I know for sure that the Bears are going to replicate next year in that division to being a playoff team? I'm not sure. The Chargers are going to be a dangerous team, but that Chiefs team has a lot of work to be done right now. And when we play them next year, by the time we play them next year at home, for instance, do we know for sure, Cod, that Chiefs team doesn't maybe not have Patrick Mahomes still on the mend at that point? And Denver's going to be a tough team on the road. That's difficult. Eagles, tough game on the road. That's difficult. But if you look at those other road games, aside from that, Washington Commanders, Raiders, Panthers, technically you go, yeah, the Panthers are a playoff team, but we played them last week in their house and they didn't look close to us. They didn't even look close to us. Do I think that they get that much closer in one off season from what we did in playing them last week? I don't. So it is tougher, but 10 games against current playoff teams, 2 of those games are against the Niners, and the Patriots will be a tough one too. But I mean, that's the benefit of this too in the schedule, I think, Cod Meisters, when you look at it, where you're playing them. Because if you look at the schedule right now, you've got only 3 possible games. Well, we'll go 4 games. You got 4 possible games at 10 a.m. start time, and probably 1 or 2 of those games, considering the quality of opponent being the Broncos, Eagles, Panthers, 2 of those games probably goes prime time. So this is also the other part of this factor that's looking at the schedule as well, is that you very well might be just only having to go and play 2 10 a.m. games next year on top of it. So it's a tougher schedule, it is, but even the home games that are tough, Bears, Patriots, Chargers, I think those are games that if you play them on the home, you play them on the road, you play at 10 a.m., I think you look at those a lot different versus getting to play those at home. Potentially a couple of those games also being prime time. But that's completely a fair point. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to kick the legs out of your comment, because it's a completely fair point to say that it is going to be tougher than this year. They do rotate international games. Yeah, that's right. Is there any other edge rushers you're looking at for free agency or trade? Well, Crosby's the one I'm hot to trot. Obviously, that's one that I've definitely been on point with for a while here. I don't really get too excited by Trey Hendrickson. I just don't think he's getting too old, and I just don't think he's the right fit for this defense. Really, there's not. Khalil Mack's getting up there in age, almost 35 years old. You can maybe bring him back. If you wanted to bring back Uchenna and DeMarcus Lawrence and Derek Hall, and then you sort of throw Khalil Mack in there, maybe that's enough to get you by, but it's certainly not. I don't know if that's super impactful unless you're really hoping Derek Hall comes forward and develops for you in that last year of his deal. But Leonard Floyd, Danico Autry, Eder Gross-Mastos, Samson Ekubon, Arden Key, AJ Epinesa, Joe Tyron, Darrell Taylor, Kyle Van Noy, Derek Barnett, Kwity Paye. There's a lot of names that just kind of all run together on the free agent group of edge rushers. So you're probably going to have to make a trade at that point. Who would be the guy that I'd trade for? I'm not really sure. It's why Crosby has kind of come up so very often, so many times before, because of the fact that he just stands out as so much of the outlier there at the position, being that here's a guy that will be likely to be available in a trade. Likely. What was that? Come on, kitty. Freaking just suddenly attacked the other cat. Goodness gracious. That's her signal that I've been streaming for a long time. You naughty. You're naughty. You're super naughty. Yes, you are. Don't attack your sister. You know better than that. Edge rushers wise to trade for. Maybe you can make a run like a Cam Jordan type with the Saints and see if they'd maybe be willing to move him. But I think it's going to be kind of hard to find somebody. I just don't think there'll be an available guy in trade. Can you pluck Will Campbell off the Jets, maybe? Something like that. I don't have a lot of great options for you on that visor because we just don't know who will be available quite yet either on that front. But the free agent class looks kind of weak. I got to say that. Don't says who would you want if you could, Stefanski or Mike McDaniel? I don't know if they may get other jobs. I'd go with probably Mike McDaniel as my first check, but I would love to have either of those two as a replacement. I think those would be both grade A replacements, and that's obviously what would be the driver for me is that I'd want a grade A replacement for Kubiak if I could find it. Blue and Green, no LaFleur. He calls Green Bay offensive plays now. He doesn't run the ball. I mean in the other LaFleur, Blue and Green. I'm talking about the LaFleur on the Rams. Ben Sambrooks is still absolutely buzzing from the win and getting the number 1 bye in NFC West champions. Let's F.A. go! Go Hawks! Go Hawks, man. You should be buzzing, man. You don't get to be in this territory very often. So like I say, enjoy the hell out of it, man. Revel in it. Absolutely, you should. Chris says, we've never been a home team internationally, so hoping one of our home games is that Australian one. Could be Brazil, but I prefer Australia for myself, laughing out loud. Megan's trying to talk me into doing a trip down to Australia if it isn't Australia. I don't know. We might have to do that. I have to put a GoFundMe together for a Brandon Australian trip. Blue Green Zone. Can you imagine Mike McDaniels going to the Chiefs as OC? That'd be pretty crazy. Yeah, I could. Definitely don't think Mike would get another head coaching job if he was let go. Auxiliary, great to have Pope Leo on D and Sam Dick Hammer Darnold at quarterback. Go Hawks. I'm tired of Steven has the laziest analysis in sports in general. He does. And it's become the ESPN model. It's like just touch on the surface area of things. Don't get to any depth. And it's just laziness. As much as those guys get paid, they should put the work in. But he comes from the tree of Skip Bayless. So it's just, it's all about just have a hot take that's just going to make everybody get emotional. And that serves better than actual intelligent analysis. But that's why I get to do what I'm doing. Market opportunity. Jordan Coward still secretly loves Seattle. He just might. He just might. I mean, I'll tell you, he loves himself some Sam Darnold. He has for a long time. He's been pro Darnold even when it wasn't in fashion to be pro Darnold. Finger says the Pats can go years without being at the top with losing their coaches like they did. So can we. Yes, we can. It's not a death knell to lose them. Don't says only established coaches pick where they want to go. Payton, Shanahan's, McVay's there. Correct. Yeah. That's where I think this could be a very attractive destination, though, because of that. Because of all that you're able to kind of supply. Justin Bright, go Hawks. Slowly, I do not understand why Clay Kubiak is not more hot to trot. Is the lack of play calling? Yes. 100%. $100,000,000%. Slowly one. Teams want to have an offensive coordinator that's called plays before they're going to give them a head coaching look. More often than not. It has happened before. I think Andy Reid had a couple of coaches that were made head coaches who had not called plays, so it's not impossible, but it is harder to be done. Jordan Bradford's either elite or awful with no in between. Kind of. Yeah. It's kind of how it plays out with him. It's very true. So this is what Clay did with Kyle Shanahan is more impressive than what Clint has done, in my opinion. I can understand that. Albert Nickus, I think Emmanuel Pregnon would be a good pick to replace compete with Bradford. I have looked at Emmanuel. I've got currently a 3rd round grade on Pregnon. Okay, so let's get into a couple of the good things with him, Albernicus. You got a 4-year starter. You've got a natural, wonderful left guard kind of body and how he's built. So he's got that ideal kind of guard body build, just wide, extra thick, but he's got the good weight. It's not the bad extra thick weight. He's got the good long lever arms. So there's a lot that you just get like general terms of that, along with the 4-year starter where he's a very, polished kid coming out. He's got heavy hands. He can deliver knockback power in the run game. In pass pro, he's got a little bit of lumbering feet, but he keeps them motoring, and he delivers a really nice, accurate punch with his hands to the inside of the chest often. He's a little bit of a guy that wants to lean on his big body frame. But why I have him, for instance, Albernicus in the 3rd round, and he's probably going to be more of a 2nd round pick when it's all been said, is I look at him with the 3rd round valuation based upon his fit to the current scheme. And what you're looking for is you are looking for athletic profiles within this scheme, guys that can move in space. And one of my notes in here is not a mover in space, but comfortable. So, he keeps his feet, gets to a spot, but he loses his power on the move while also being kind of hit or miss when he's asked to pull back across the formation. I call it with offensive linemen Albernicus targeting systems. I can maybe get out in front. I can get to the 2nd level, but by the time I get to the block, the guy's able to kind of shake me and I can't quite land that block at the 2nd level. And so I worry with him when I see him as to whether or not he's going to have the ability to fit within what's going to be an athletic required scheme to live within. I wonder if not, that maybe he's going to need to operate in more of a mano-a-mano kind of mode. And this is frankly a little bit of just, when you look at the Oregon program in general, Albernicus, I would apply this to the general whole Oregon program as it is. They want to go with more power-based kind of big-bodied guys that aren't the most athletic right now in how they've structured this. It's also with how it is with Lapani, their center. He's the same kind of way. It's how it was with Jackson Powers Johnson. They're just more about getting those big old bodies more than they're about getting athletic specimens. I think Emmanuel's got, to me, Albernicus, kind of a Damian Lewis upside to him. So a good player, a guy that should be an upper end guard in this sport, even a right guard, but also a guy that probably needs to go to more of a gap-based system. And a gap-based, run-based system, like to me, Pregnon going to, it's not really zone, but going to more of, let's say, like a Charger system that's going to feature more of the power running and the A and the B gap stuff. That's the one that he needs to go do more than this one to me. Good player, though. He is a good player. The athletic part of it, I worry about a little bit with him. Patrick McAfee just stretches out Converse to me too much. Yeah, I don't like that either. Like, get to the point, get to the next, right? A little more just stretch. Uber fans complaining about overpaying like it comes out of their paycheck. Jokes aside, great deal for the Hawks and Cross. # good job. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and yes, sir. Marty Williams, go Hawks. Blue and green, O-line's young. And finally, we have a coach who can develop O-line. That's been the problem. No development coaching from coaching. True. I would love to keep this the same another year, man. Marty, I'm a big fan of the number 1 seed too. Huge Benny. Riverside, the Jimmy G comparison, I about coughed up my drink when I heard that. Yeah, I did too. I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. No. No. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And you put the fat man shirt on Sam Darnold, and now it's just going down to his knees and there's too much space. In and out. I'm seeing some comments about Crosby maybe not being a good locker room fit. I think Crosby's, you put him in Raiders and there's problems there. You put him with Seattle, there's no problems locker room wise whatsoever. Guy just wants to win. I think he's wired the right way. Or Disciple Hawks says, I wouldn't be mad if we lost Kubiak and picked up Stefanski. If you could choose, which one would you roll with? I would stay with Kubiak because of the continuity factor, because I really do believe in the second-year returns with an offensive coordinator in the same system, in the same place, in the same organization. I believe in Darnold having more improvement in year 2 with the same OC. You bring a new OC in here, there's going to have to be a little bit of a learning between the OC and the quarterback, and there's going to be a bit of a resetting there that's unavoidable, quite frankly. Marty, I do agree with you. I think Spoon does offer flexibility. Carter doesn't. He's more of a complete player than Carter is. Carter's still not that great against the run, and the Eagles do protect him in that fashion. And that's kind of an important part with Carter, where it's like, okay, gives you pass rush, and he can be a monster as a pass rusher, but there are limitations to what he can do as a run defender. And in Spoon, you have a guy that was, for most of this year, if not right now where he's at, he'll be really close to being the highest rated cornerback by PFF this season. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's a complete player. Breeze Murphy is legit better than Carter. I don't know what combo you're all having. Yes, he is. And then we get another guy like Murphy can do things that Carter can do. Murphy can do all of the things that Carter can do. Yeah, he is a better player. There are people who always argue Carter's at the top regardless of the year he has just because of his name coming out of college. A little bit, yeah. Look, I love Carter as much as anybody else out there, but who he's been as a pro is, and especially amongst Hawk fans, quite frankly, a lot of Hawk fans that are still kind of bitter about the fact of not taking him. His reputation amongst Hawk fans versus, where he truly is at as far as a complete player goes does not add up. And I see the lamentation out there that exists. One second here. So look at this, folks, just to kind of like bring my point to bear here, like how significant this is in some of this discussion that just doesn't make a lot of sense with Carter. Here's Carter's grades right now for his career. And if you notice, if you look at this, isn't it interesting? You got a little bit like the Woolen situation where the best season of Carter's career is essentially his rookie year. But if you notice, there's one particular thing that's interesting about this since his rookie year as you look at the grades, and I want you to look at the run defense grades from 23 to 25. 68.4, and he goes down to 59 last year, and now this year he's down to 41.2. If you also take a look at how Philadelphia, with the snap counts there this year with Mr. Jalen Carter, look at that 2025, and take a look at the discrepancy between the run defense reps and the pass rush reps. So 640 total reps for Jalen Carter this year, 237 rushing snaps, 237 of those 640. 400 of the 640 reps are pass rushing reps. Well, does this fit true to his career there? Prior year, 830 reps, 830 total snaps. 286 of those 830 snaps defending the run. 541 of those snaps as a pass rusher. Go back to 23, his best year as a pro. 562 total snaps. 155 defending the run. 407 as a pass rusher. What does this data say on top of, as I always say with this, when you marry it to what you see from the game tape with Carter, when I watch the 22 of Eagles and I'm checking out Carter and seeing what he's doing, what does that data tell you in conjunction with that? It's that, number one, he's a deficiency and a limitation when it comes to defending the run. Number two, the Philadelphia Eagles are trying to protect him from those deficiencies within his ability to protect against the run. Dwyer says, I still can't believe we got Murphy the 16th pick. Me neither. Dwyer, this is part of the reason why I think your Atlanta owner is firing his general manager today. Is that's one of those places and one of those picks and one of those spots that they're looking at going, why didn't you have Murphy there? Why did you take Penix? You didn't tell me you were going to draft Penix. It should have been Murphy. And as I said on draft day with this, I've been consistent about this since draft day with Murphy. You're getting this player and this caliber player because so many teams in the front of the draft for you this year had two things happen. They got punch drunk in love with the quarterbacks in the draft, number one. And number two, they got hyper concentrating on the offensive side of the ball. Those were the two factors that led you to getting Murphy. It wasn't Murphy had some deficiency in his game or a limitation to his game. It was that these teams were caught up in those two factors at the front of the draft, and you got to feast off the back of that. Yeah, let's see Emanwari looking like Adrian Wilson out there. That was my comp for Emanwari coming out of the draft. Spoon and Mini Palomalo. That was Coach Carroll's comp coming out of the draft with Witherspoon. I think it's rightful. Different to positions they play, but similar kind of players in how they play. John brings up a good point. Says, what top drafted left tackles ever hit the market? They always get paid because they are so rare. Indeed, when we go through and look at the contracts that have been paid out to these top end left tackles, John, to your point, team by team by team by team by team basis, you might have one or two on the top 20 paid left tackles that aren't guys that were just there at their original team being rewarded on their original team. You don't want to go out in search of left tackles. There's a reason that this rebuild began. Russell Wilson moves. Now we need to begin. Now we need to start. Where did it start? First top end pick you made at that point in the reset, Charles Cross, left tackle. There's a reason for it. It's important. You'll be great, Cross. You'll be great, Herbicide. Good points on your part, too, here. King Bomber says, yeah, the Cross deal seems like a bit of an overpay, but the rest of the numbers have to come in first. Could very well be a 3-year, $69 million contract with the fourth year being a lot of money to push up the AVV up. Exactly. Got to wait to make sure on that. Got to wait till the final numbers come out, King. First numbers are always agent numbers. King says, and it's a 4-year extension, not 3, outside of special teams. Seattle extensions have mostly been 3 years. Last time it was a 4 was maybe 2020. Adams Lockett, which is interesting. Yeah, John tends to like to stay, I think, more in the 3-year territory. But because of Cross's age on this as much as anything, I think he was probably comfortable getting the fourth one in there. Or said the JSN price tag will hurt my soul. Yes, it will. Prepare yourself. And we're going over $50 million a year for JSN. Seahawks says it's going to be raining again in Carolina. Rams could lose. That definitely does not help the Rams team. That's not good for them. Also, think teams have till tomorrow, Wednesday, to request an interview with Kubiak. If those teams still haven't hired a head coach by the time the season is over, hopefully we're in the Super Bowl. Hopefully so, man. Chris, Raiders should do something like parlay the first they get for Crosby into a trade for Burrow and add to the O-line, but they won't. I don't know if Burrow would want to go there, Chris. Though I will say once the Bengals did trade a former number 1 overall pick to the Oakland Raiders, or that time it was to the Oakland Raiders, being Carson Palmer, but I doubt Burrow would go there. Love the trade idea, though, as a possibility. That'd be exciting for the Raiders. He'd get killed behind that offensive line, though. King, by the way, Kubiak has to be requested within the next 2 days because we're on a buy-in in the playoffs. Remember when we couldn't talk to McDonald? There's a ton of coordinators in the playoffs. Yep, it's a factor, man. And a lot of teams, to your point on that, King, don't like to wait for those guys as they have to go deep into the playoffs to get that in-person interview. So we'll see if that maybe is affecting here. Cool says, wait, so Jesse won't be wearing the hat tomorrow? This is my second 9/11. Yeah, it's the hat's not in. So the hat that I chose is not one of those ones where they've got like a million of them sitting in backstock and you can just order them overnight. I had to order this kind of from a special site. There's very few of these actually in circulation right now. So in order to get the best hat, had to wait a little bit of time on it to get the right one. But when you see the hat, Cool Breeze, when you see it on his head, when you see it in person, you'll understand why we had to wait that extra week to get this one on his dome. Yes, it's Mike McDonald's Stranger Things, upside down version of McVay and Shanahan. Yes, sir. I made a hat with Dave Barclay over on Jesse's channel too. Let's go, Herbicide. I feel you, Chris. Jake didn't take it like a man. Oh, careless. I'm just kind of out on the roundtable pass predictions because we keep circling back to the quarterback discussion. That's all we're talking about. Yeah, I get it. It definitely dominates a lot of the discussion there. I've tried to let a little bit of it go because of that. Stay more into different items as we can. He took the hat well. Took the loss poorly. That's correct, Herzide. Yeah, this is rebuild starts by overpaying Purdy. Yeah, they definitely think they're still in contender mode. Yeah, absolutely they do. Cooper's Jesse has been critical of his team this year when needed. I think he will give us credit. Jake thinks the Rams are the best things in sliced bread, and he believes they are 17-0 this year. Dude's delusional. Yeah, Jesse's very good on most takes. It's the quarterback thing that we've got some disagreement on, but he's got a smart football mind, that's for sure. For instance, can you, quote unquote, can you point to something specifically? Well, he lost 2 games that one time, so he's a pure pumpkin. Exactly. Exactly. Lord Desai Blocksnest, Sam was drafted to the New York Jets. Give me a break talk about the most unstable place to be drafted. Does anyone think that might have something to do with his development? It's the case that I've been trying to make, and that you don't have to just reference this to Sam. You can reference this to Zach Wilson. You can look at the situation with Justin Fields and paying him a 2-year contract and now releasing him after 1 year and eating the dead money because no, that wasn't the right choice. Let's get to the next one. It's in all of these organizations, you can just see them constantly scrambling. And that's not a vision. That's not a well thought out approach. That's you just throwing things at the wall and hoping it sticks. And to hold Sam or any quarterback in that environment to account, Geno Smith had to run down the same kind of trail too. We saw it with him in New York. I mean, it should open people's eyes a little bit. But it doesn't, and people don't always like to do that advanced math there. Oh my goodness. All right. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Randall. 3rd for A.J. Brown. I love the fit on field, not the locker room. I'm at a pretty hardy point where I find myself watching these receivers and the way that they go about their business. And quite frankly, I feel like receivers have always been a diva problem, but I just feel like they more as the year goes by, get further and further out of pocket with some of the shenanigans and some of their mode of behavior. And I think receivers have in a lot of ways overtaken the diva quarterback of the 2000 teens to get back into the mainstay of being this position that's the most making your eyes roll, give me a break kind of situation. And when it comes to A.J. Brown, I think that he's been at a center point of that kind of player where you just won a Super Bowl last year. You're coming off of winning a Super Bowl last year and you're out here with body language that's awful, that you're out here throwing fits. demanding ball. I could never run across another receiver bitching and moaning about this or that again, and it'll be too soon for me, Randall. And I feel like from my standpoint, I'm going to treat him like kryptonite as we go into the future. I don't want he's really talented, but I don't want to butts with my receivers. I want my receivers to go out, do their job, and whether they're targeted 5 times, 10 times, 2 times, I don't want to hear from you. I don't care. I want to hear from you. And I think that there's plenty of receivers in this sport that don't have to do that. I don't think it has to be something that you have to sign up for and that everybody you've got to, that you're going to find these guys all over the place. But I think that I would make it a point of emphasis for me in looking at these receivers, because one guy like a Brown can sink a locker room. It can completely upend the chemistry of an offense. It's probably cost them games this year with the Eagles, quite frankly, especially in a game or two where they're trying to feed Brown constantly to make him happy. I don't have to be thinking about making my wide receivers happy. I just want to execute my offense in the most lethal of fashions. What makes us the most dangerous today? Well, we've got to make sure we're getting our guy enough targets, because he might start getting to become a headache if we don't do that. Oh, no. I don't want to do any of that. Something about the receiver position that stands out to me and looking at last year's draft and looking at these recent years' drafts over and over again is that, like, I can find productivity in drafts with wide receivers. I can find quick productivity from wide receivers in the draft. I don't have to do this thing where I get completely caught up on, having to put up with all of the headaches that come with that on that side of it. So no, I also am not really sure of where his health is going to be at long-term. Randall, that's a guy who's, I think his body over the next couple of years is going to get broken down pretty good. I think as well, Roseman will find a way to get somebody to give some too much draft capital back in return. So you'll be overpaying. I don't think you're going to be anywhere close to a third. I think it's probably more like a second, maybe a late second, but it's still going to cost you a second. So he's been a good player, but I think that I can't with the attitude stuff. I'm kind of over that. DK, we had to run into some of this as well prior. And I think these receivers need a bit of a reality check, quite frankly. I hope the game goes more into the rushing attack in future years, quite frankly, because of this a little bit, because they've gotten out of pocket and it's just so dumb. I thought Brown's behavior was just ridiculous this year. You just won a Super Bowl. You were playing on the Titans through the first part of your career, going nowhere fast. Like, appreciate your situation a little bit. You've been highly paid by this Eagles team. So you can't come back if you're Brown there and be like, I've got to get the production up so I can get my payday. Like, you've been paid. If I'm not mistaken, they've done 2 contracts with him, I think, a restructure or something, but you've definitely been paid. So you don't have to worry about that. I just don't get it, Randall, with him on that. I don't know where all of his stuff's coming from. And it just feels like useless drama that these receivers will drum up at times that does not have to be a part of their reality. Randall with another $5 donation. Randall, appreciate you for that. Do they put out an adjusted strength of schedule? If two off the top of my head, we beat 5 teams with 10 wins and 6 playoff teams, beat 3 or 4 division winners. Not bad. That sounds about right. Sounds about correct. So you beat the Steelers, you beat the Bucks, beat the Texans, Rams, Niners, Panthers. So 6 playoff teams, and yep, that's right, 3 division winners. Got the Jacksonville Jaguars, you got the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, I'll try to get an updated strength of schedule. I'm gonna be doing on the weekly roundup show on Wednesday, Randall. We'll try to get an update on that. Get you guys the final strength of schedule on the season and take a look at that. I'll add up all the games and losses on that versus the opponents. I think that'd be a good exercise, Randall. Thank you though, man. Appreciate the donation. Hope you're having a great day out there. We are just about to get into 6 hours here on the stream. I said it was going to be a quick day. It turns into a 6-hour stream, of course, but I expected that. We got a playoff week. We're all locked in. Not a surprise today, but we probably will kind of get this starting to wrap up a little bit here. Is Jesse wearing the hat? So I got the hat. We had to order the hat specially. The hat's going to take a little bit of time to get there. Wasn't going to get there in time this week, but we will have Jesse in the hat by next Tuesday, 100%. And the good news there is their season might come to an end at the same time. So he's not only got to wear a Seahawks hat, but his Niner season has come to a season in addition to it. Jeffrey, love myself Jadarian Price as well, man. Very well could be a K9 replacement you're looking at if he does move on. Like I said, agreed on Brian testing the waters, but Shaheed will be back. Spoon and JSN will be prioritized. Agreed? I see probably going that way too. Can we make Carl Scott a co-defensive coordinator? I don't think that that's going to be worth a lot for Carl Scott because whoever is the defensive coordinator anyway for the Seahawks doesn't get to call the plays. And then, okay, you're the co-defensive coordinator who doesn't call plays. How much worth is that going to be to any team looking at you for an eventual perspective to become a head coach? GBH, $20 million for 2 safeties was a bad time. It was. And more than it being about the Seattle Seahawks learning the lesson of not paying 2 safeties high water mark money at the same time and that it didn't work out well for you, it didn't help you in load balancing your cap. Beyond that, this is one of those things where we look out across the sport and we go, who out here in the sport is paying 2 safeties high water mark money at the same time? Nobody. Maybe there's a good reason for that at that point. You know, maybe it's a little bit of a hard and fast rule rather than all these teams from all these other 31 teams are just being stupid, you know. Tan may be, not sure if you already covered this, but what are your thoughts on Browns firing Stefanski? I think Stefanski, in general terms, got a bad shake with the Cleveland Browns. They never got him a legit quarterback in there for him to be able to execute his offense, and that you had questionable amount of offensive talent that he had to work with there throughout his time there. That also was a mitigating factor in him not getting more out of that offense. And so I think that the Browns are definitely letting go of a guy that they kind of gave the short end of the shiv to a degree. If Stefanski cannot get a head coaching job out there and doesn't, and Kubiak moves on, he would be one of my highest priorities as a guy to replace Kubiak. Because I think he's a very good offensive mind. I think he knows how to call plays. I think he's knows how to utilize the personnel we have. And that you wouldn't have to really have a fall off at that point. So like Stefanski a lot. We're hearing that maybe New York is a team, Tanme, that's looking at him pretty closely. So may just get another head coaching job out there because I think teams and people are going to recognize the fact that the job he's done with Cleveland's not been a bad one and that it's been a little bit of a drama fest there with the Deshaun Watson deal, with the Shedeur Sanders and the whole situation that played out this offseason with the draft there. It's been a mess that's a little bit at times feeling outside of his control. Cam Moore did play great. And I think that a coordinator would think that he'd be a fun guy to work with, but they have a lot of other talent that they need to add to that team to get the most out of Ward in the future. John says, just a thought, but if we find rich wives for players, they don't have to rely so much on their salary to be easier on the salary cap. It's true. My cat's being annoying today. Sundell was praising the O-line coach a lot. He's a good one in Benton. He is a good one. Joe, today I learned our special teams coordinator is Jay Harbaugh, son of Jim Harbaugh, rival coach of Pete Carroll, Andy Diaz. And he's had a hell of a season might be the best season all time for a Seahawks special teams coach. If Clint Kubiak leaves, who do I want as OC? I'd look at Stefanski. If Mike McDaniels was let go, I'd jump all over him. I'd call out to Kubiak's brother with the San Francisco 49ers, who is currently the offensive coordinator, but who is not calling the plays. I would do the same with LaFleur with the Rams. These would be the basic calls that I would be making out there. I don't have a list of like 10 guys, but just those guys in general. Getting an AJ Barner throwback jersey? That's a tight jersey, man. Let's go. Alpha sucks at mock drafts. B, I don't know if you saw the stat. JSN became the first player in Super Bowl era to lead the NFL in receiving yards while playing for a team that ranked bottom third in pass play percentage that season. Crazy. Not doing it off the back of a high volume approach. You look at Calvin Johnson's season, Megatron, how many of those yards came within the back of the lines being behind on so many games and them having to throw constantly and him having so much more of an opportunity to make headway in order to set that record. And you're right. It's what makes JSN's record-setting year this year so impressive is that he was able to do it in a non-high passing approach offense. You're Darnold's 15th in total attempts amongst quarterbacks this season. And of course, there's a lot of teams that had multiple quarterbacks starting. So I'm going to guess in general terms from a passing attempt standpoint, we're sitting, as you say, bottom third, 22nd, 23rd in total attempts versus other teams. And it just doesn't make it all the more impressive what JSN's done. He's done it very efficiently, basically, as a bottom line there. Yeah. 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 They're saying you got the zoomies on the stream. Quinn says, by third round, do you mean third round in this draft or third round on average draft? I mean a third round in this draft and the way I would view his grade towards being added to the Seattle Seahawks. I think if you're talking about I try to look at when I draft and project these guys out, I'm projecting them to the round that I think that they should go, but also the round that I think is the right one for them to go for what kind of player they would be fit the scheme that we want to run. So Quinn, for instance, when you look at edges, Mike McDonald wants to look at power edges, and he wants guys with good size and good length. Okay, so if I've got a 6'1" edge rusher with sub 32-inch arms who's really talented, who's really productive, who maybe you should be going like the second round, I'm going to drift him and knock him down a little bit because he's not really as much the fit for what we want to look to in our scheme. So in Pregnon, for instance, I have a third round grade on him for where I would pick him to be in our scheme. But if I had a gap-based system that was run heavy, if I had a Chargers-like system, I might have more of a second round grade on him. I try to view it through the value to the Seahawks team specifically and projecting some of this stuff. It's a balancing act. King Bomber Dirty being hired elsewhere gives us 2 third-round pick compensatory picks. It does, if you can get somebody to hire him. And definitely Kubiak's not a bad OC to your point, King Bomber. He's very high quality. He's not getting calls to be a head coach if he's not a good OC. GB says, yeah, I wanted Jalen Carter, but once we got Murphy, haven't thought about it once, bro. Me neither, man. Byron fixed everything. Misfit Eagles are ridiculous in spending and low cap hits first 3 years. I often envy that approach, especially with their O-line being really, really good. I do too, man. I think they've done the right thing I always say teams need to do. And we talk about this oftentimes in the rebuilding, ascending mode or being stuck in purgatory, but we don't always talk about this in terms of your elite. How can you extend that elite out that much further? How can you make decisions within your contracts to extend that out further? The Eagles have done so by burying void year monies until about 2050 across the board on a variety of different players. And there's a price to be paid for that down the line, but you got to respect the fact they're doing it in the here and now to better maximize the Super Bowl window. And that's what you want to do. Swedish says, no way Hawk fans are going to complain about John Schneider overpaying for an O-lineman. Oh, Lordy. Brian says, Tatum Bethune with a torn groin. Oh, my God. The Niner injuries just keep coming, man. They're down 3 inside linebackers now, Brian. Happy says, I hope Stefanski gets the Atlanta head coaching job. Kendrick says, Jesse seen the hat yet, or will it be a surprise? Nope, he's seen it. He has seen it, and he has lauded me on my selection. He said, "Good, yeah, that's a good one." Okay, it's kind of like that vibe, Kendrick's like, "All right, yeah, that's good. No, that's good. Okay." So he says, "Oh my God, when's the next roundtable? Already popping the coin." Tomorrow will be the NFC West roundtable. We won't have them in the hat yet next Tuesday because we got to order it sort of specially. DM says, yeah, Rams have PTSD in Philly if they got to go in the divisional round. They've lost that team 3 times. 3 times they played them over the past 2 years. You would understand if they looked at that and went, man, we don't like this matchup. GB says, I just love how we're really a season away and we're the best team in the league. How about that, huh? How about that? Brian says, David Tepper finally learned his lesson and let Canales work to build the Panthers culture and talent pool. Woody Johnson wouldn't. The Jets will never amount to anything as long as he's in the owner. Agreed. All the way through, man. Tepper does feel like he stepped back a little bit there, which is good. And I just feel like, to your point, yeah, Woody just can't do that. And a guy with the name Woody, kind of not a surprise either, huh? King Taco still live. You're a different breed, Brando. I do what I do, man. Do what I do. Game Taco. Yeah, we just did this a second ago, but I'll give you the fast and free one here real quick. I've got the Texans winning. I've got the Bills winning. I'm going to go with the Chargers winning. So 2 upsets over there. I'm going to have the Bears winning in an upset. And then I've got the Eagles and the Rams winning. Those would be my predictions. Kirk Stemmer, thank you for the $2 donation, Kirk. Have any teams reached out about Clint Kubiak? Yes. The Atlanta Falcons have said that they want to do an interview, so that's going to come down the pike. I haven't heard about any others. Being told that, according to sources in this chat, that they have to reach out to Clint within the next couple of days, with us being on the bye week, to show their interest, and so that he can be reached out to in that way. But yes, the fact that Atlanta's already started to reach out on that is not a good indicator here for our Seahawks team on that. We'd like nobody to be reaching out, but does sound like he's going to get an interview with them, and we'll see how that goes. I imagine with Atlanta, they kind of had a fast process last time where Kirk, they sort of went, they really got hot to trot with Bill Belichick, and then sort of when they got into the 11th hour of that deal, they sort of were like, no, we're not going to do that. And then they just quickly pivoted, it felt like, to Raheem Morris. I would estimate that they're going to put a little bit more of an exhaustive process at play in this head coaching search at this point. But thank you, Kirk. Appreciate your donation. Atlanta so far. What's up, Vendor Steve Ware? How you doing, Cal? Pumpkin is our leader. She is our leader. We don't need another DK, man. I don't want it anymore, man. This locker room is defined by guys that are buying in. It's a team group. It's everybody. Even you see this with JSN and the attitude that he brings to play. That these guys are interconnected in that fashion. I don't want an outlier. I don't want that. I want this to be a hallmark of this team moving into the future. Team, team, team. Yeah, DM, I think Vegas is going to go completely the wrong fashion with this. They're going to get hot to trot on Mendoza. They're going to put that guy in a hellacious environment. He's going to fail. He'll be off the team within 3 years. They'll put him out there starting next year. They'll give him no time to sit. They're not going to give him any offensive line. Again, these organizations that just keep doing the same thing over and over again, failing in doing the same thing. Definition of insanity, yet absolutely refusing to ever change their ways. And I hear you on this, Brian. Atlanta's position, you got to worry about old Cousins, Penix injuries, no first rounder right now, an elderly owner that might sell. These are valid. I don't know that those that really will come into account too much for anybody that's being offered that head coaching job. They're valid, but I just don't know if they're valid enough to really move the needle for a coach hot to trot on becoming a head coach. Brian says just not Arizona for Stefanski. Yeah, I don't want to see him there. That'd be a good hire for them. They need to go for another untested guy like Kingsbury or Gannon. More of that. I want more pew-pew. Dan may say, B, were wide receivers divas back in the day too, or is it a relatively new phenomenon? If so, what do you think contributed to it? Thankfully, we seem to have ourselves a non-diva in JSN. Yes, it's always been a little bit of a thing that's there. I mean, I remember back in the day watching Jerry Rice throw a fit in New Orleans on a given game back in the day in the late 80s. And you're like, really, Jerry? Like, really? You're not getting enough targets? You're not getting enough touches? And I think with time that it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And I think the receivers seem to operate from the standpoint that you often hear a lot of people talk about, that there's no such thing as bad press. Meaning, Tan May, any press is great press. And I don't agree with that. But you can see a lot of guys that have come along the track that no matter how bad the press would look. So you have a Terrell Owens in his out there on his front porch, essentially doing sit-ups for the media while he's talking to them about his contract situation, right? Like he's out, like, what are you doing? Antonio Brown and all of the shenanigans that he brought into play. I think what's happened with this is that it's just subtly gotten worse and worse and worse by the years. And that those guys that get in this mode, they think that it's just going to be, it's going to be good for me because it's putting headlines. It's getting people talking about me. And maybe it is good for their brand. Maybe it helps them out on advertising dollars and all that. Maybe it keeps them in the news more, but I hate it for the team. I do. And I think that there's then a cost for whatever production they're giving to you that comes to the other side of it. And JSN's been the non-diva. You're right about that. There's never been a point that he's shown any signs of being that whatsoever. But I think what contributes to it is that it is a position that is relying upon other parts. And it's not just merely you getting the job done, and you can go out there and get the job done. You can get free, you can open. You're not getting thrown the ball. So now you're going to get pissy about it. And that's where a lot of this stuff kind of comes from. Certainly with AJ Brown, that's essentially where his pissiness is coming from. But it's also that mentality is then driven as far as a self. It's about me. I got to get mine. I got to get every other position in this sport's about trying to help out your partner, your teammate. This one seems to be one wholly driven by got to get mine, got to get mine, got to get mine. I think it's an awful mentality for receivers. I think it doesn't help locker rooms. I don't think they're doing themselves any favors. I understand you get paid by getting catches and getting on yards and all that, but you just look like a pouty child. That's all you look like. All you receivers out there with all this stuff, you look like a pouty, spoiled brat. And I don't want any part of that on my team. DM says, boggles my mind that we haven't picked off Stafford in either game or a sack, maybe one, but their last three opponents all picked him off multiple times or had a big opportunity to do so and sacked him. It's a good point. I think in the first game, there was not a lot of passing attempts, DM, and that Rams team was playing it very safe into that second half. So you just didn't have as many opportunities for him really trying to throw those high leverage throws in place. In the second game, I think your zones just got slaughtered by Stafford. He just cut them to shreds. And kind of as simple as that on that one a little bit. But maybe that just means we're due, DM. Joe says Kubiak will get more attention as we make more progress in the postseason. It's true. Great performances from an OC at this time can go very far, to your point. Yeah, I get this. Joe, you're bringing this up. It was just brought up above that I can, your guys' logic is not incorrect. But this is, again, I think the difference of a fan thinking about a situation and a coach actually thinking about the reality of going to the situation. So it's interesting, like you're talking about, I don't know where this comes from, and I'd love to see you guys in the chat explain this one to me because it's such a pervasive thought I'm seeing in the chat, and I've seen it probably half dozen times in this, that these coordinators somehow look at these jobs and they like get offered a head coaching job and they sort of go, oh, thank you for offering it. I go through all of this interview process with you, and now you're offering me the job, and now you're going to offer me the 4-year, $20 million fully guaranteed paycheck. But you don't have a first round pick. But Kirk Cousins is getting a little bit old. It's not that you're wrong in thinking this wouldn't maybe be a logical thing to think about, but it's that this is never anything that is really thought about by these coordinators when they're trying to choose to go get the job. So I can get that this is your initial instinct, but let's dispense with this right now. It's not going to be a factor or weight in. So to think about it and to be turning this over, and well, Atlanta though, an old owner, and Kirk Cousins, how long is he going to last? And I can play this game just as fluidly to the other side. I got Bijan Robinson, the best back in the sport. I got not one quarterback. I got two quarterbacks. I've got 3 of my offensive line positions completely settled. I've got Kyle Pitts coming back. I've got Drake London out on the outside. That if we want to play the attractive game for OCs, there's plenty of attraction there, but let's throw the whole argument out. It's not going to matter. If Clint Kubiak gets offered a head coaching job, I don't care if it's in Timbuktu. If he gets offered a head coaching job, he is going to take it not because I have insider knowledge on Kubiak, but because I've watched how these coordinators are hired for my whole lifetime. And I can count on my hand the number of times in my lifetime that an offensive coordinator has turned down a head coaching job to go back and return and to be a coordinator at that job. So when you're prospectively trying to look at it, and I always say this, when we're looking at situations and trying to predict how they're going, and they can go either way, it's obviously nobody's able to foretell the future. But if you're looking at trying to foretell the future and predict the future, you want to be leaning in the mode of, what is the rule of thumb here? Is there a rule of thumb? Is there something that happens by and large over and over again when these kind of situations present themselves? Is it 50-50? Is it more that the coordinators go into it and they turn down the jobs by and large and wait for that magical opportunity? It's not. You don't know if you're going to get another head coaching job offer, number one. Clint could, and this is what he's going to be thinking about. I get this offer right now. I pass on this offer. I come back next year. Let's say the offense is middling. Maybe I lost my one opportunity to be a head coach in this league. I've got a father in Gary Kubiak who had to wait a long period of time to become a head coach. Probably going to be letting me know a little bit about that. If you got to jump on the opportunity when you get it. Guaranteed money. Clint Kubiak is only on a probably $750,000 like salary right now, somewhere in that territory. If the Falcons offer him a job, it's probably going to be something like 4 years, $16 million, 4 years, $20 million. And that's all guaranteed money. So I get the thinking on this. It is more of a fan aspect of it versus if you're the guy who's got $800,000 you're being paid and you got another offer here for just merely $20 million, throw out talent, throw out landing spot, throw out what I can do in that situation. That alone, for the majority of coaches out there, is enough to sway them over to taking the job. Say nothing of the extra items then brought into tow. So this is being brought up a lot in my chat on this, and I can understand the thinking on it. I'm not nailing you guys on this and saying that it's not logical and reasonable that you're operating from the assumption that this is the way that they would be thinking, but that's not the way that the rule of thumb plays out. That would be anomalous. That would be highly unusual for what we see in the sport over and over again on how this stuff does tend to play out. I get it. I totally get it, Joe. I really do. But it's not going to be the factor when it comes down to it. They either offer him the job or they don't offer him the job. And then he will take it at that point if they do offer it to him. For all those reasons that I just kind of supplied a little bit. I get it. I totally get it. But, and again, it's Libon's here too. Clint Kubiak should wait until next year when Andy Reid retires in 2027 draft loaded with quarterback talent. So it's this again, what you guys are saying is not intelligent. It's intelligent. It's smart. It's something that maybe these coordinators should be thinking about more. Okay. It is that. It's all of those things, but it's just not, and then you put should in there. It's just not what really they put a lot into. It doesn't carry much weight when the reality hits on this one a little bit. Maybe it should, Joe says, I apologize, just joined. I see B's been out of 5 hours. Have you discussed the 2026 opponents that was released today? If so, I'll check the beginning of the stream. We did. It's, do go back and check on the early point of the stream. I've got a couple different points we've mentioned on it. I think it's not as easy as the schedule this year. I think it stands out is that you got the home opponents well set up for you to be able to look. Those are the tougher opponents. So you got a little bit of the benefit of being able to play at home in those games versus on the road. I think the schedule is a little bit easier on the road. It is going to be tougher than this year's schedule, but I don't think it's significantly, Joe, tougher than this year's schedule. Lord Disciple Hawksnest, one knock on Sam, I hope, is he can improve on his ability to look off defenders. If he can do that, he levels up. The more he can go through reads, the better, to your point. Agreed. I do think he does get a little laser. I think you're right. Does get a little laser locked in on targets at times. I'm not sure how much Dogzilla Kubiak's making right now, but I'm estimating it's somewhere in that. This is about what OCs are going to get. This is right around about $1 million, $750,000 to $1 million or so. And usually on shorter term contracts than what the head coaches are going to get. And you're right. Woody's absolutely partly to blame for the BS surrounding Darnold. Marty McFly, thank you for the $2 donation. Marty, have you seen the Seahawks 2026 schedule? I have. We have talked about this one about 3 different times today, Marty, but you are kind enough to donate, so I will go ahead and bop through it here again. I do think we're probably landing in about that spot where I got to start to put a little bit of a wrap up on this because we're definitely tripling back down on different discussions points in the stream here today. Again, you can see on this, the home opponents are set up well suited to be able to have success here out the gate, Marty. So, Kansas City, Chargers, Patriots, Bears, those are your tougher games here a little bit on the schedule outside of, let's say, the Eagles and the Broncos. You get to play those games at home. Dallas Cowboys get to play that game at home. Cowboys tend to play a little different on the road than they get to play at home. I think it stands out that this home schedule is set up. You don't know where the Chiefs are going to be at with Patrick Mahomes coming off the ACL. If you get that, let's say, Chiefs team in week 3 of the NFL season, you may not even be facing Mahomes, and there's a lot of work to be done for that Kansas City Chiefs team to get themselves back to right to front. When you look at the road schedule, You've got the Eagles and the Broncos. That's going to be tough. I would estimate that one of those tough games on the road, being the Broncos, the Eagles, or the Panthers, probably is going to be elevated into a primetime game, thus making the road games just a little bit easier because of the fact that maybe you have one or two less 10 a.m. games on the books than let's say we had this year, which I think we had 4 or 5 10 a.m. games this year. So that part of the schedule will be made to order just a little bit easier in addition to that, Marty. But it's a little harder. You got a first place schedule next year. That's not going to make it easier to get through this thing. No doubt about that. But it's also not I see some people talking about this, Marty, like it's a bit of a murderer's row thing, or like it's like it's going to be way harder of a schedule to deal with than the one that we dealt with this year. I don't feel that's the case, as much because of those home games being the ones where the difficult games lie. Somewhat of it being as well too, Marty, the fact that, I don't know if I'm fully bought into the fact that the Bears it goes without saying, the Bears will replicate what they did this year. I don't know if the Chiefs are going to be able to bounce back next year. Chargers should be tough. Patriots should be tough. Both those teams will be legitimate. I mean, I look at I'm not going to undersell, the Chargers, Patriots, Eagles, Broncos. Those are all going to be really tough games, but everything else around those games is imminently, Marty, absolutely winnable, on that side of it. I would say you absolutely can pull all that off with it. All right. Well, we're 6 hours. Oh, we got another donation. Marty, thank you, man, for the $5. And so hopefully we're not too short and too quick with you on the thing with it. We're 6 hours and 15 minutes in. So I'm definitely at that spot where I got about ready to go get some food here and wrap it up. We were going to do a short stream today, but you guys kept me rolling and going. The anime says, B, I'm 100% with you on the wide receiver topic. It's all about you, then go play an individual sport, team first, period. Makes me respect guys like JSN, Largent, Larry Fitzgerald, Calvin Johnson, and Andre Johnson, all the more. That's it. These guys want to have the best of both worlds. I think you captured well. And a big shout out again, Marty. You're awesome, man. Thank you for the double dip donation. We can get after this schedule, man. We can absolutely get after this schedule. I got 4 games on this one that you go, oh, those are going to be tough. Is San Francisco going to be as strong next year? Trent Williams, McCaffrey, what goes on with Kittle? We'll see. Does Stafford potentially retire next year? We'll see. Cardinals got a lot of work to be done. So I think it's, Marty, I think it's well suited here. I absolutely do. Tanmay, in regards to, your take on this, yes, I hate this thing these receivers have brought into this, which is this individual outlook to the sport, a sport that is about the team and should be about the team. And instead, these guys have gotten caught up and they want to treat it like it's an individual sport. And just because you have to rely on other individuals for your success does not then make it an individual sport for you. And their outlook on it has been completely broken, especially considering that receivers are those that get paid as high as anybody in the league. It's not like they're the running backs out there. Like, maybe you could understand the running back squawking a little bit, right? Because the running backs is a depressed position that doesn't get highly paid. So maybe they would have a reason to kind of start, hey, this isn't very fair. This sucks. But instead it's the receivers that are sort of taking on that tone, and they're the ones being paid like twice as much as the running backs. Make it make sense. And so I have no more patience for it. For a while there, you kind of go, all right, I mean, it's maybe just what you got to do with these receivers. But now I just kind of find myself going, you know what? No, it's not right. And I don't lean into it. Don't reward those guys for it. Let it be somebody else's problem to deal with. King Bomber, Stafford plays in a different mode when he plays this. Dude is locked in and plays like S against S teams. Maybe so there. Maybe so. Joe says, I think Clint Kubiak's gone, B. I mean, I'm kind of intimating a little bit with this on it. And that's why I'm kind of pushing so much on the look. If he gets offered, you guys got to understand he's just going to go. And that this is really about, we got to limit down the number of times he's interviewed. We got to limit down the number of teams that are going to be talking to him, because the more they talk, the more there's a possibility there, the more teams that are going to have head coaches available because they've fired so many guys, and it's starting to add up. It's starting to add up. You get to six, seven vacancies, Joe, who are the 7 wildly better candidates than Clint Kubiak right now in the sport? Those people that will say it's a year early. He'd be better served to have another year here. He'd be better served to pick a better landing zone. Completely valid points, completely points that if I was in Kubiak's situation, I might try to think about as much as I can. But I just think that the money comes down at one point or another, money talks and BS walks, so to speak, even in a sport like this. And Joe, again, it's this more the accumulation of some of the discussion today on the, he's going to wait. It's not going to go. He'll think about this. He'll think about that. And that's just more of, I could be sold on that, but somebody's going to have to give me a baseline of coordinators turning down head coaching jobs and not mention the name Ben Johnson. So throw Ben Johnson out, who's the last guy that we know of having a job on the table they could go take, who turned it out and was like, you know what, I'm going to go be an OC. You know what, I'm going to go back and be a DC again this year. Robert Saleh is maybe going to get that job down there with the Raiders or a different job out there with a non-attractive location. Here's a guy that just did the very same thing last time where he just went to the Jets. First place, just go. Good organization or not, doesn't matter, just go. Take the job. Took the job, so you go, well, he would have definitely learned his lesson that the next place that he goes to, he's going to want a more exact pick the spot. What are you going to see happen with Saleh? Whoever's the team that first offers him the job this offseason is the team he's going to go take. And it maybe shouldn't work this way, but it does work that way, unfortunately. King says, I think it vastly depends on the coordinator, Brandon. The top candidates who are good, great situations have the luxury to choose where to go specifically with. That's why, and maybe you can have a good answer on this, King Bomber, down below on this. When I say take Ben Johnson out, who are the coordinators that this has been the case on? Not who you're guessing on, but who are that we have known on, because it's always widely reported. It was certainly widely reported when reportedly Ben Johnson turned down wanting to be a head coach when he came out, right? And even he came out and turned it down only after he had essentially supposedly kind of crapped the bed in the interview with the Washington Commanders, and that they were going to say no anyway. But who's the coordinators that we have is, if this is a standard issue where there's so many guys that'll just do this, and it's something that we can rely upon them as a rule of thumb, I ask with absolute curiosity, who have been those that have turned that down? Who have been those that have been willing to make that tough choice? And I can't think of too many myself off the top of my head. You might have a couple good ones I can, maybe I'm not remembering. And again, King, I'd offer, go back and listen to some of his press conferences this year. Kubiak said that at the time he was hired. Number one, guys talk all the time and say certain things all the time and then come back and do something different down the line, right? Kitty, you can't step on the deal, girl. Oh, my cats are driving me crazy today. Yes, he said this, man, but this is, again, coaches say this type of stuff all the time. He said at the start of the year, the media members, King Bomber, and this is why you watch me, man. This is why you tune into me, because I'm watching all these press conferences. I'm listening to all these things these guys say, and you probably are missing some of these press conferences along the way. So he was asked in a couple of different press conferences where the Seattle media did a really good job of pressing Clint on that very soundbite that you're talking about, on saying, hey, you said this at the start of the year, and so that must mean then, if you got offered a head coaching job, you wouldn't want to move your family then a second year. He basically was asked this question a roundabout way in the press conference, and he said, no, it's not going to make a difference. That's the NFL. My kids have kind of embraced that part of it. So this is where they're like politicians sometimes, King Bomber. When their lips are moving, they're kind of lying. And again, coming back to the proof of this is that coordinators don't turn down head coaching jobs. It doesn't happen. One little outlier once every 10 years maybe, but it's just by and large, you get offered the job, you go through the interview process. Kind of to your point on this, he wouldn't even interview with the Atlanta Falcons then if this is the case, right? They've requested this interview, but then what we're going to hear, to your point on this then over the next couple of days, is that he turned down that interview because he knows the timing's not right, that that's not the right team, that he'd be benefited from another year. But that's not what we're going to hear. We're going to hear that he interviewed with him. It's where I'm kind of surprised so many folks are pushing so back hard on this a little bit with me in the chat, that this is somehow a deal. And here we go, King, Ben Johnson. So that's like this. Do we count on the rule of thumb, or do we count on the outlier? Do we count on the anomaly, or do we count on how things play out 99 times out of 100? And I would offer to you that 99 times out of 100, a coordinator gets offered a job. That's how it goes. So the Ben Johnson one is one that's hammered a lot. I get it. But that's all you have as an example. That's it. That's all she got. Every other one I go through, every one we go down to, it's going to be like, took the job, was offered the job, took the job, offered the job, took the job, right? So it's not that it isn't a valid one, but it's kind of the only example that we got. Clint Kubiak would be a fool to turn down, as Brian said, generational wealth opportunity, even if it were in Timbuktu. That's it. And as much as like the landing zone does go on, it's really like, ignore the landing zone here. Ignore the ownership. Ignore the possibility of that OC being able to turn things around for success. Mike McDonald's on a $10 million a year contract on a 5-year contract. He's going to make 5 years, $50 million or something, right? Clint's not going to be able to get a 5.25. That is a significant bump. That is generational wealth. That is maybe your one opportunity for generational wealth. It's again, this surprise to me that so many aren't kind of putting the two together on this, where I'm not saying he's getting the job, but this thinking that he's going to turn down that money and job because he's going to want to like wait for an ideal opportunity, which may or may not come about to be next year or into the future. That's a hell of a risk to take. And I think if any one of us was sitting there in his situation with $25 million on the table as an offer, I think all of us, including many of the folks in this chat that are making this argument about him supposedly, passing on and taking a year off. It's like, well, it's easy to say when it's not your money. When you're looking at that $25 million check staring you right in the face, though, I think you kind of jump. I'm going to go down the bottom on this, King, because I'd like to see on this. I'm at the bottom of the chat on this, King. If you've got, again, some examples, and I'm all ears. It's not to come from the dickish territory, but just truly wondering, because maybe I'm missing some examples here that I'm not thinking about. But if you've got an example, I'm all ears on this, as far as outside of Ben Johnson. And even in the case of Ben Johnson, I'm just not really all that sure that the way that played out as far as the narrative with Ben Johnson is actually accurate. Because the reports that I heard is that he was out there and he went to the interviewer and the interview was a crap show. He had failed at the interview, and then he sort of got ahead of things PR-wise to go, you know what, I'm taking my name off the books this year. It's just not the right time. So even that example is the one that's a little bit questionable. I'll give it to you though. But what other example do we have over the last 15 years with all of the head coaches that have been hired through that time, with all of the offensive coordinators that have been hired through that time, remembering within this, King, that the portal of college coaches to the pros thing that existed even 20 years ago has basically dried up. As that's the thing that's happened the same time for the last 15 years, with all of these coordinators just automatically saying, yes, I'll take the job. 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 The same thing that's happened at that same time is we've seen less of these coaches coming from the college levels, meaning that your pool gets reduced down to essentially just pro OCs and former head coaches, thus making them get even hired at a higher rate. And when you factor in that they don't really turn down the job on top of it, they're getting hired a lot. But again, there might be some ones I'll look on the thing, and if you've got some more examples, I would love to see them. But I do think that it's one where you're making $750,000. Somebody offer like throw out all this other stuff that I think is kind of irrelevant. You're making about a $750,000. Somebody comes in and they offer you $25 million. Does the average man, rule of thumb, because that's what we're trying to predict here. Nobody knows Clint Kubiak's heart. Rule of thumb on average, does that tell you that guy's probably taking the check or that he's passing on that check waiting a year? Chris says Bears could have a tougher season if they don't fix that defense. You can only have so many late game comebacks. One thing that we've learned about teams that have lived on the back of late game comebacks and winning close games in one particular year to find success, to your point, and get to the playoffs, is that it's not one that's a point of sustainability. That is one that you're going to find more fluctuation that exists within that. And they did a really good job this offseason of cobbling together that offensive line and really souping it up. But you went for older guys like Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson. Does it sustain as well into the future there as well, to your point on that? I'm not so sure. Don't think they'll be bad, but don't know if they'll hold up as well. King says, maybe I'm just coping because I don't want Kubiak to leave, but I do think few candidates have luxury of picking and choosing, especially those who value their legacy more so than money. Yes, but that's there. In theory, there should be those guys out there that happens. I can understand why you think in theory that there's a lot of those guys out there that there should be, that maybe this is a new trend, and maybe it will be, but I'm always a baseline guy, King Bomber, to believe something, I need to have a baseline for it to come to the conclusion at it. And right now we don't have enough of a baseline on that's the case. I think about the luxury of picking and choosing too for a guy like Kubiak, who's still a very young offensive coordinator. I don't know that he can as much look himself in the mirror and say, I'm going to be able to pick and choose into 2027 and 2028. Year by year, the NFL can fluctuate. So King Bomber, let's go back to, for instance, to nail this point home. Remember the guy out with the Texans a couple years ago? What was his name? Bobby Slowick. First year was CJ Stroud, right? He's kicking ass, taking names, got him in the playoffs, got Stroud playing awesome, right? This looks like he's on a fast track to be a head coach. And now a couple of years later, after 2 seasons, he's fired, he's out. May not even get another offensive coordinator job ever again, say nothing of getting a head coaching opportunity. Coobs is in kind of a similar situation where Bobby was at that time. A little bit more of a background to what he's doing, but I don't know if he's got the pick and choose ability on this into the future there, and that you could find yourself back around, you wait. You come back the next year and you found, wow, I shouldn't have waited. Now there is no opportunities. Now there is no 5-year, $25 million check on the table. That's fully guaranteed. It's tough. Again, it's completely logical and reasonable, the things you guys are mentioning about thinking about this stuff and having this at the forefront of your thought process, because, you know, setting yourself up for a failure in a situation, nobody wants to do that. And it makes no sense to do that. But these coaches kind of like embrace that they're willing to do that a little bit. Holy hand grenade, Hawks are Super Bowl bound. I love it. Dan Mezeb, can you imagine if the Panthers do the Lord's work by taking out the Rams, given the recent trend of that matchup, and blow this entire playoffs wide open, especially clearing the path for us? Man can dream. Why not dream, man? And this is the point of getting that first round bye, is that you don't put yourself in that risky standpoint to have to go out there on the road and win in that way from a Rams perspective. Because anything can happen in this playoffs. And anything can happen in the NFL any given Sunday. A couple bad bounces. The weather twists and turned wrongly in their favor. I mean, the whole thing the Rams sat there and complained about Ram fans as to why they lost that game the first time was because of the fact that every time their offense got on the field, it rained. And then every time their offense left the field and the Panthers got on the field, it started to get dry. It was this weird, wild thing that occurred throughout the game. But that's what can happen in the random game, and in the random game against a playoff opponent, meaning that this ain't the Cardinals that you got to play last week and you can just find your way through for 2 quarters if you're not ready to play. You better be ready to play right from the jump. So I think you can dream. I don't say why not. There are upsets that happen in every year in the first rounds of the playoffs. Every year. Every year. King, if Dirty got a head coaching job, wouldn't think twice. No, I don't think he would either. Brian Brandon, you're the best. As long as we go, you go. That is commendable, and we absolutely appreciate it. I love you. You guys are my peoples, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else other than what I get to do here, man. Even when I get a little moody at the end of streams. Ashton says running back should be the top 3 highest paid position in the NFL. Kind of should in theory, right? The abuse that they take, how short their careers are. I agree. King says, yeah, that's fair. Outside of Johnson, hasn't been a lot of president. That's where it's, to me, that's pretty stark the data to me, you know, that King on it. And I'm not trying to come off dickish to it. It's just, it's really stark the data to me to go, all of those guys. I can go to a Jonathan Gannon who's like, you know, becomes a head coaching candidate because of the Eagles' performance defensively speaking, basically has training wheels with Vic Fangio on the roster as he does enough, quote unquote, to become a head coach, has to go to the Arizona Cardinals and inherit Kyler Murray. He's got to inherit that. Like, you got to make this guy work. You talk about a situation which has almost no chance for success from his position, but I'll take the job. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's almost the equivalency, King Bomber, of like when they used to say to the FBI agents in movies back in the 80s, we're going to put you on a post in Alaska. And it's like, you tell the coordinators that in this sport and they're like, but I get the millions though, right? I can deal with the code for the millions. I can deal with the cold. Chris is 700,000 versus millions and running his own show. If you don't work out, you'll probably get another shot at OC. That's the thing. You may not get another shot as a head coach, right? If you turn it down, but you know, if you go and take the head coaching job, you're likely to get another OC job somewhere else. Stefanski fails as a head coach here. He'll go be an OC somewhere else. If Mike McDaniels were to get fired, he'd go get an OC job tomorrow somewhere else. Yeah, it's a good point. Kevin says, I generally don't think Kubiak is ready. I think McDonald was a lot of that success. This is where we come back to the logical, reasonable thinking by you guys in the chat for where Kubiak really is. And then I don't disagree with that part at all. The assessments about where he is, better served to wait for the better job. I think you come back to this offensive roster and that you don't take a step back and that you build upon this and now you even have a better potential job. I think this is stuff in the way you guys are talking, I think is completely true. I think all of that stuff is on point, 100%. It's just about what draws these determinations and decisions and what ends up making it go one way or the other, And Joe, maybe his dad does advise him not to advise him. I also think Kubiak's father will advise him to take a job if it is offered ASAP. I do as well. Another factor at play here. Gary Kubiak had to kind of wait to get the head coaching opportunity that he got. And you got to feel like he's going to advise his son in that same way of careful by waiting. You may not get another chance, Earl J. Cololi, even if Kubiak fails as a head coach, he has generational wealth. He can retire if he wants. There it is. There it is. Aaron says if he calls a horrific game in the playoffs and we lose because of him, then he stays. That would probably be, that can be a way that draws. You've heard it. You've seen the headlines before on it where you come out playoff game and like, well, his name's cooled down after that, including Slowick. I think came off of a lackluster playoff performance in the offense. And people are like, well, let's cool our heels on that one for a second. Very well could go that way too. King says there's a couple examples I've found when I looked it up of Vrabel, Schwartz, but most of these are assistant promotions, not necessarily head coaches. I thought Jim Schwartz took the job in Detroit the first time he got offered it, King. I wasn't aware of him turning that down. In Vrabel's case, he took the first time somebody came back and started interviewing him. He came right back at it and obviously he had his pick of the litter a little bit on jobs to a degree when he came back last year and was interviewing. And he wanted that New England job. But I don't think that Vrabel turned anything down the prior year. As well with Vrabel, and last year he's still being paid by the Tennessee Titans. So there's a little bit of a thing too with this that I'd say if we're talking about coaches that have just been fired as head coaches that are still collecting the multi-million-dollar paycheck versus the coordinator that's turning down the job. You guys also have to consider if Clint fails as a head coach, he can go back to being an OC, most likely. Yep, there we go. Says it's a disaster. Can always go backwards on it. Way harder to get a coaching job. It is. Not sure on you saying this. I'm not sure on this one what you mean on this, King. Declining to be a defensive coordinator when they're assistant elsewhere. Yeah. I kind of understand what you're saying there. But that's also to where my example on this would be coordinators becoming head coaches. That would be the relation I would try to draw on that as a equivalency. King says Gary Kubiak also declined a job with San Francisco to go to Denver a week later. Was he aware of the fact that he was probably going to be the Denver job was on the table at the time that he turned down the decline the San Francisco job? I'd estimate that he was probably well aware of Denver's interest at that time when he turned down the San Francisco job. But again, this isn't exactly what we're talking about, like apples for apples, right? It's not really an example of what we're speaking to here. For instance, Kubiak's probably not going to have multiple job offers. Probably one team offers him a head coaching job. And certainly if multiple teams are offering him a coaching job, he's gone in that respect too. My understanding with Gary Kubiak is that, as I was looking at this a while ago, that he had to kind of wait a little bit to get the head coaching job. So maybe once they came that year, there was multiple teams offering, but it was one where it was not easily had to him. It wasn't quickly given to him. Brandon, Hawksnest, are we getting 2019 crazy playoff Brando or chill 2022 playoffs Brando? I think you had more faith in the 2020 team than the 2022 team. Probably. We're going to get probably hyped up, Brando. I'm going to be hyped to the moon because there's actually something at play here, King Bomber, apparently Todd Monken's rumored to be out in Baltimore. Still not sure if they're really going to go fully with Harbaugh in the long term there either, King. But there's another name, like Slowick a couple of years ago. Hot to trot as far as maybe a head coaching candidate out there. I think he probably even interviewed in a couple different places. And now you're 2 years later, you're out in the streets. You're for the streets. King Bomber says, I can't really find any precedent for declining head coaching promotions. And you can feel maybe a little bit within that why I'm so kind of dickish on this one and pushing back so hard and saying, I just don't see it. And I'll always be open to all the possibilities. And you never know when you might have a guy that's an outlier. You do. But I'm always consistent in this, King Bomber. It doesn't matter whether it's this situation or any situation where I always say, don't count on the outliers when you're trying to put together a predictive model. When you're trying to predict your team, when you're trying to predict a player, when you're trying to predict a coach, when you're trying to predict how things are going to go any which way, the outlier, if you're going to lean to that, will lead you astray. And it doesn't make a big difference here in being led astray because he either goes or he doesn't, right? So it's like it's not really a big deal when it all breaks down. But that's what I found as well, King, is that I just went down and I looked down the line of this at coaches that get hired, and I watch this every year and see these coaches that get hired, and you see just no hesitancy in their willingness, let's just say, King Bomber, to interview with everybody. You know, I'm a hot to trot candidate. Let's interview with everybody. And you go, oh, well, he's definitely taking a job. He's going to go with all these. He's you know, shaking the bushes. He's trying to find it. And yeah, it's just, it's weird. Again, it goes kind of counterintuitive because I think to your thinking and a lot of people's thinking in this chat today on this, you would think about some of these things being taken into account more often by these OCs and DCs, and think about the right landing spot. Is the right landing spot? Am I potentially setting myself up for failure? I mean, that's the most key. Am I setting myself up for failure? Millions of dollars. Am I setting myself up for failure? Millions of dollars. Am I setting myself up for failure? Millions of dollars. And I like I said, I'm an idealist too, and I'm a guy too that would say, yeah, if I was in that situation, I want to pick the right spot. But man, you got that paper, that $25 million check in your fingers, and you're looking at all of those bloody zeros, one after another. They just keep going down the other side of the check. You know. Steve Spagnuolo finally getting interviews after a long time. Yeah, there's been a lot of people that looked at him as just kind of, I think, of a really good DC, but maybe not a great head coach. And that's definitely been nipping at his heels for a long period of time. I do think, though, maybe there's something to that where there's something smart in, you know, recognizing you're also at one point or another, maybe I'm just a great coordinator. Brian says other things to consider is how many teams are requesting an interview with Kubiak, how many other interviews is Atlanta requesting, and who is Kubiak's competition. That will be important. Absolutely, that'll be an important part of this. I think to your point as well, I think Atlanta's going to be pretty exhaustive in this search because it just didn't feel like they were being exhaustive in the last search. Misfit, Kubiak may well feel that another year learning from McDonald and our veteran staff would make him a better head coach and candidate for head coaching vacancies the next hiring cycle. It's definitely been mentioned a lot. I would think that in theory that this would be something that would be taken into account, Misfit, but kind of as we're talking a lot on this stuff, it doesn't tend to be. If I take 100 different offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators over the last 25 years of football who are being offered a head coaching job, you maybe could find one or two on that list that thought about those parameters that you're talking about. Everybody else just took the job. Was Jonathan Gannon really ready to be a head coach? Was Cliff Kingsbury really ready to be an NFL head coach? No, they probably knew they weren't ready, but they were probably like, well, hell with it. I'll fake it till I make it. Misfit, thank you for 13 months as a Hawks Nest member. Kubiak, another season learning from Mike Frazier. I appreciate the long-time support and then you guys in Misfit, I know just popping on in here. We've gone about 6 hours plus today, and there's been a multitude of folks that have posted that in the chat. And so you're not alone in presenting this forward, and I can get the thinking on this. I understand it, but this is just not something that's really taken into account by guys considering whether or not they're going to take a head coaching job in the NFL. It's just not, it's not baked within. This might be one you guys just have to take my word for it on this one. If he gets offered a head coaching job, Clint Kubiak is going to take it 100%. Not 99%, not 92%, not 50-50. He will take it 100%. So I understand that this is where things kind of from an ideally fashion versus practicality fashion, from an in theory fashion to how does it really play out in reality fashion. In theory fashion, you want to think about this stuff as an offensive coordinator. You don't want to go to a place that you're going to be fired tomorrow. You don't want to go to a bad organization that tends to fire guys all the time, because what's that going to accomplish? But at the end of the day, I don't know if I'm going to get another head coaching job into the future offered. It's no guarantee that Clint Kubiak comes back into 2026. Take this, for instance. You go, well, we got all this talent here. We got this defense. What if you come back next year and there's an injury epidemic and the offense underperforms and Sam Darnold gets hurt? Are people going to be lining up at Clint's door to hire him at that point? Or is he going to then have to wait another year? And then hope that next year that the health does hold up. Hope that his performance come back into the realm. And then now he can go get that job. So it's like, I get it. I understand it, but it's not the way this situation is going to play out in the form of, I'm making $750,000. Somebody throws me a 5-year, $25 million check. That alone, I'm jumping for that. I don't know when I'm going to get another head coaching offer. I get that alone. Got to make me jump for that. So he's going to go if he gets an offer, but there's no guarantee that he gets an offer too. King says, in the case of Vrabel, is apparently turning down a defensive coordinator job in San Francisco when he was an assistant in Houston. Not apples to apples, like you said. Yeah. And on that stuff, I would say I would get that. That makes sense to me. That's where I think we could find a lot of examples of that, of coaches where that's been the case. Where, we tried to do this a couple of years ago, I think, King, where we were trying to get Mike Kafka from the Giants, and they ended up giving him an assistant head coaching job to keep him there. That's where I would go very specifically down to the exact apples for apples would be a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator who is up to be a head coach, who's being offered that head coaching job, but who's turning it down in the name of, I need to develop myself better. I want to wait for a better opportunity. That would be the specific circumstance, because that's kind of what we're talking about here with Kubiak. It's the exact kind of equivalent to what's going on with Kubiak. Hand grenade is $700K or whatever going to be the going rate for an OCDC. Can organizations offer more? They can offer whatever they want. There's no salary cap on coaches. You could match the price that whatever Atlanta was going to spend to give him on a head coaching job. I don't think you're going to tend to do that. You don't tend to see that very often, but it doesn't mean that you can't. I think the Denver Broncos, for instance, have a very highly paid staff and how they've set that up over there. But it's a guess. I don't know the exact amount that Kubiak's making, but it's going to be somewhere in that territory. It's going to be about 1/5 of what you'd get paid as a head coach. And the thing with the head coaching thing is it's not just 1/5 per year. So it's just the difference of making $700,000 to $5 million per year. It's also that head coaching contract is fully guaranteed. It's not like the players. It's not like you cut the guy in year 2 and then you're off the hook for the remaining 3 years. The Raiders released Coach Carroll today. The Raiders are going to have to pay Coach Carroll's contract in full. So it's a lot of money. A lot of money. Coolberry says the owners are a big part of a big club and we ain't in it. I think we look down on folks who turn down offers. I could see them being like the mob. If you say no, they make your life hell. Maybe so. Reputations travel in that way. Google says also people don't turn down promotions. No, they don't. Misfit says more zeros if you're a successful head coach rather than one and done. Delaying the wealth can be considered. It will be there for him next year too. No guarantees it's there for him too. There's no guarantees. We're going through, I can bring you recent representations up there as always. Let me back up what I'm saying with my points on this. Bobby Slowick. After his first year there in Houston, he was looked at as a guy that was absolutely on a fast track to be a head coach. Didn't get a head coaching job after that first year. Needed to do a little bit more, right? Now, after 2 years, he's out of a job. Is he even an offensive coordinator in the sport right now, or is he just sort of sitting on his couch? Todd Monken's being talked about as being fired out of Baltimore. If I went back 2 years ago at the very same time that Bobby Slowick was being talked up, you'd see the very same pressers around Todd Monken being that guy on a fast track to be a head coach. Because you're a hot to trot head coaching candidate this year does not mean it goes without saying that next year it's going to be the very same thing. It might, but it's a risk. And it also might not. Again, the Ben Johnson reference. Ben Johnson being potentially the one outlier guy that turned down the job. I don't know that he turned down the job either, though, because if you go back to the reports on this misfit, he interviewed with the Washington Commanders. Then after the interview with the Washington Commanders, he comes out in the press ahead of the Commanders and be like, you know what, I'm just taking my name off the table. I'm taking my name off anybody's list. I'm just not going to be a head coaching job. So it was a little bit to me of, we're hearing the rumors coming out of Washington Commanders interview that he didn't do a very good interview. He kind of failed in the interview. And so he kind of got ahead of that from a PR standpoint. But even if I give you that one Ben Johnson, and that one has been hammered a lot, that's the only one. That of that 100 coordinators we talk about, that's your one outlier. That one guy who maybe took the year. Maybe. I mean, if we believe what Ben Johnson says, then that's the truth. But I think that if we went to the Washington Commanders misfit and we say, was your intention to hire Ben Johnson? Did he blow you away in the interview? Did he sell you guys? I think they'd come back and go, no, it was an awful interview. It didn't go right. Commanders wanted Mike Macdonald. The reason that you had to go to 5 years and $50 million to bring in Mike Macdonald was because somebody else wanted to hire him too. Misfit says it may be wishful thinking, but it's happened. Kubiak's amazing. Yeah, that's where like me and King Bomber were talking about this misfit a lot. And King was kind of saying the same thing was, well, it's happened. It's happened. But when I press down for King Bomber and I go, okay, it's happened a lot, right? In the way you're speaking about it's happened. It's happened. It's definitely happened a lot. And the Ben Johnson thing, I'll give you that one as an example. We'll just give that. I think you could debate it, but I won't debate that one. I'll give it to you. What are the other examples we have? Who are those coordinators who we know have a job on the table that they're like, nope, I need more time to develop. Nope, I want to wait for the right situation. King was not able to find another example. I have not seen one other person that's been able to present another example. And I think that makes it somewhat of a representation of a hard rule of thumb at that point. Tell me there are only a handful of these jobs in the entire world every year, and you're not even guaranteed an interview nor the job when it's all said and done. Not to mention the money. Yeah, enough said. Kind of where it is. Kubiak has pedigree. He'll be there for him next year's cycle. Not necessarily. Like I said, I just gave you two examples of two guys that were hot to trot. 2 years later, they're not only out of a job, they're not even an offensive coordinator in this league, much less sniffing a head coaching job. So, and that's just two off the top of my head. I can find some other examples if I kind of dig into this where it's not necessarily the way that it rolls. It really isn't. You would think it would. You would think logically it would, Misfit. I'm not saying that it's completely silly thinking to think that it would logically work that way. It just doesn't work that way in actuality. Rampanzi just joined, but any Seahawks fans thinking Clint will stay if another team is willing to offer him and his family generational wealth, you are sadly mistaken. He's not Ben Johnson. I think the money is pretty significant. I think you're signing like a 1, 2, 3 year contract at most as an assistant coach. I'm not sure that those contracts are guaranteed, King. I am sure that the coaching contract's guaranteed. So it's 5 times the money you're making on a yearly basis. It's an extra couple of years of guaranteed salary on top of the extra money. I think we're talking tens of millions of dollars of difference. I paid OC's about $4 million. Maybe that's a way to get this done. Throw all the money at him. I'd be willing to do that. Look, there's no salary cap. So when it comes down to that, that's a way to keep him and get him to think about those things you guys are talking about, King, and what Misfit's talking about. You know, if you can just throw him all the money to get him to kind of lock it in, I'm okay with that. Biden says Lenore equals Kerry Williams. There's a deep cut. Z says when the Niners had their golden era in the 90s, star players were signing for less to be part of their Super Bowl window. Seattle could be in that window. Legacy in the long term can become more profitable. It could. It could. And you're right. They were able to get a little bit of that were the Niners. I mean, one of the things the Niners were famous for was being one of those teams that forced the salary cap because they were doing kind of like the Dodgers are doing in baseball right now, where they were taking advantage of the lack of salary cap. But then into the early 90s with the establishing salary cap, then they were able to get a little bit more of that. And it could be a factor. You might get a couple guys that look at this team as, hey, I'll take a little bit less to come there for that chance at a championship. We saw that with the DeMarcus Lawrence this offseason, for instance, in that way. Joe says, out of curiosity, do OC defensive call coordinators who call plays have incentives built into their contracts like players do, or does that not exist there? That doesn't exist there. Not that I'm aware of. Z says, indeed, Brandon, Raiders are currently paying for their X number of coaches. Yeah, they got a couple of guys on the books, don't they? We got the discussions for Thursday, B. Let's go. Slowick doesn't have the same bloodline pedigree. You're right. He doesn't have he doesn't have a dad that was a head coach in the sport, but I don't know that that is going to be a singular driving force to this. Nor do I think that that's going to carry a lot of weight. Like, I don't think that people are going to hire Clint Kubiak because of the name. You're hiring Clint Kubiak because of his performance and his ability as an OC. So I again come back to it's like that's kind of a hard thing to sort of prove one way or the other on that. But I gave you two examples that are off the top of my head. I could go through and find a rich history of guys that have had their names as hot to trot offensive coordinators misfit for the last even 5 years, who then a year later sees their name settle down and suddenly it grows very quiet. And suddenly now they're even struggling to have an OC job. It's a very volatile place. It's not one where you as a coordinator are just locked in for the future there and you'll always maintain your standing. There is fluctuation there. Ben Jones had canceled at Army as far as we know. No, we were on Mike McDonald. And he was well aware of it. That's the thing with him. I think he was well aware of that he wasn't getting the job offer he thought, and he kind of just said, okay, I'm just pulling myself out of it. It's where I will give it as an example. I'll give it up in the name of peace on this one, but I don't know if I fully believe that he really did turn down a head coaching job. Brass tacks. Chris says Raiders just need to wipe the slate clean. Just send us Crosby and JPJ for a first and a pack of Carroll's leftover bubblegum. I don't think Johnson had that second interview. I don't think we requested the second interview. I think we got locked into Mike McDonald by that point, but I can't remember for sure, to be honest with you. You might be right. Misfit says Kyle Shanahan had a pedigree like Kubiak too. His dad came first. Same for Kubiak. Yeah. And we've got some guys we can find in NFL history that have been sons that have been able to be coordinators after so. I don't know that they have necessarily a faster path to becoming a quarterback because of the pedigree. You know, Shanahan didn't just leave where he was, I believe, the offensive coordinator there with Washington. He didn't go from Washington to the next head coaching job. He still had to accomplish what he accomplished down the line, right? So he had to go to a couple of different organizations. He had to go to the Atlanta Falcons and turn Matt Ryan into an MVP. And that's what finally got him the head coaching job, where he not only turned Matt Ryan into the MVP for the first time in his career, but that was the Falcon team that got to the Super Bowl that year too. So it was kind of like he had done undeniable work and how good a work he had done by that point. And that was, to me, that's where it's harder for me to go to Shanahan and be like, well, Niners gave Shanahan the job because of the pedigree, because of the bloodlines. I don't think so. I think that was a factor too, you know, Misfit. This is his third stop as an offensive coordinator. And that if that's true, then wouldn't it, after the first stop, after the second stop, if the pedigree's worth something, wouldn't that have carried enough weight right then and there? Like, wouldn't the Saints looked at him as much as anything from Sean? I mean, him versus Kellen Moore. Kellen's done more than he has, you know, to that spot. I mean, if anything, that shouldn't have that just come down between those two guys to pedigree at that point. King says, I think a quote from Aiden Dirty is important here. He said he thought he was being interviewed to be interviewed, never thought he had a chance. Money talks and promotions do for some people. Indeed. I'm talking about the money difference between DC assistant, DC positions, not between head coaches. Right. It's significant, man. It makes sense. Hence why there are some people who declined assistant role promotions. Yeah. And I get that. That stuff is a little bit more of a little cakey in there, right? A little bit. Me, thank you for the $50 donation. Me. Thank you for that, me. Appreciate you. Very kind as ever. Thank you for the $50 drop. Says, have a pizza on me tonight, B. I might do pizza tonight. That sounds good. Boy, it's getting late. But pizza sounds good. I could go for a little pizza. Pizza. Good suggestion, me. Thank you for the dono. And might have to do that. Might have to do that. Very kind of you. Go a little pepperoni, huh? A little pepperoni me. Appreciate you. M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, quote unquote, this is just going to be a shorter show, Kane. All jokes aside, love you, B. The best in the biz. I know. Thank you, man. I probably never should say it because whenever I say it, I always end up at 7 hours. So I just gotta quietly go through the process of a quick out. Oh, appreciate you, man. Thank you. Visor says, do you think Steichen goes? Coach from Indy? No. They're going to keep him because they got him finally that thing that you didn't get Stefanski, right? So the same problem that ran into Stefanski, you could be running into it from a Colts perspective where you never got the guy, the quarterback, smart offensive minded coach, and you never give him the quarterback, and then you wonder why he fails. And so you finally got him the quarterback this year in Daniel Jones. He succeeds at the highest of order, and then you lose your quarterback. So you really can't blame, I don't think, too much on Steichen for that. I think he's done enough at that point to still stay there. King says, I think he did turn down the commander's job. Would be insane if the commander's staff was flying to Detroit and he pulled himself midway through. That would be. And like you said, it could be just PR on both sides. Hard to say because each has got a different story. Like, no, I broke up with them. No, they broke with me. No, we didn't want to be with them. No, I didn't want to be with him. No, we didn't want to be, it's a little bit of that he said, she said. But that's why I think it's also fair, should be fair on my part, because it is an example that's at least in relative terms real. And I don't want to make it seem like I am throwing that one away. It is a valid example. I do just think that it is a little bit of an only example that we have in regards to that. How you doing, industry? Good to see you in the house. Not Vexo. Hey, B, thoughts on Dable if Clint leaves? I'm not as big on Dable as an offensive coordinator because you're not going as much like for like with the Shanahan scheme. A lot of what Dable did in his time back to Buffalo Bills and then his time with Daniel Jones and the Giants, it's a lot of the RPO type of stuff of concepts. It's a lot of the integration of spread conceptual stuff from college to the pros. And this is at the time when I think that stuff's working less and less and less. And we're getting back more to the under center stuff, more to the play action stuff, more to traditional offensive approaches. And so I can't quite get there with Dable myself. Cool Breeze says, we're 3 minutes away from someone telling us Mike should take a pay cut to keep Coobs. How did B get so deep on this topic? It's what we do in here. It's what we do. Misfit says, true, Kyle killed it in Atlanta. Owen saying, I think your name lasts longer for league-wide consideration if you have that pedigree. Same for players. Jerry Rice Jr. laughing out loud. There may be something to it, man. I can't prove it as much on it, but I'll throw some validity to it. There's certainly maybe something a little bit to that. I certainly think if your name's Joe Schmo or you've got a Shanahan on the back of your name, you have a Shula on the back of your name, like Chris Shula this offseason, it can't hurt. To your point. Jack M, thank you for reminding me on this. Please hit that like button, folks. Sub on up if you get a chance. I'd really appreciate it. This is a Slowick type fades faster, but failure makes everyone's fade faster. It's true. Names get hot, names get cold. It's kind of like a stock almost. Misfit says, okay, so what are the good head coaching jobs so far and projected openings? Well, I don't think there's a lot of good jobs. These guys getting fired, there's a lot of bad locations. I think from an offensive coordinator standpoint, the Atlanta job is a pretty good landing zone. 2 quarterbacks there. Yes, Cousins is getting old. Yes, Penix has got the ACL, but you got 2 guys there to work through. You've got a fairly solid offensive line in place. You've got the best running back in all of football. You've got a top 10 wide receiver in Drake London. They have finally unlocked Kyle Pitts. They've got a defense with some very interesting parts and pieces moving into the future that's starting to get re-engineered. Lockdown corner, couple of edges that can work off. I get up in games. I've got a couple edges that can be closers for me into the future. I think the Atlanta job is probably as an attractive job as there exists out there. I think I would not want to go to the Raiders. I think the Giants job is far away. I'm not a believer in Jackson Dart, and that roster's got a long way to go there. Titans are a mess. That roster is defunct and devoid of talent. Arizona. Arizona could prove to be right behind Atlanta a little bit in certain ways because they're going to be able to give out from under the Kyler Murray contract. They've got a young defense. You do have Marvin Harrison and Wilson as two receivers starting to develop for them. They've got some work to do too, but all in all, I just don't think there's a lot of great attractive jobs out there, Misfit. Most of them are going to be pretty tough spots for most guys they're going to. Have a going hand grenade. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. I like McDaniels as an offensive coordinator option. Won't get poached. Indeed, I think that if Mike McDaniels loses his job with Miami, that he would have to do a lot of good OCing at whatever next stop he goes to ever get another head coaching job. I just also think he's a little bit like Spagnuolo, where I have a bit of an instinct here that maybe he's just a guy that's maybe going to be at his best as just an OC, calling plays. If Miami were to let him go, I would jump on him instantaneously. And that would be my option number one to bring in to replace Kubiak if you could do so, if it does go down that way. Does seem like Miami's going to keep McDaniels here, though, Daniel. It does seem like Miami's kind of putting the blame at the feet of the general manager that had been there for so many years. And I can see where they get that. I could see you looking at McDaniels going, look, I don't know if I trust him as a head coach, but I can't let him ride or die on the back of Tua Tagovailoa's success or failure. I've got to get him a different quarterback to at least see what he can do with that. Yeah, Misfit, he'd be a sweet addition to our group. And I don't, kind of just an ideal definition of a guy that seems like a better coordinator and not necessarily mentally wired or has the sort of way he carries himself that doesn't necessarily work as well as to be the head coach. Callahan might be a possibility too. Yeah, I think Atlanta's a decent spot for an offensive-minded guy. I think that'd be a very attractive location, especially considering some of these other landing zones where you have almost nothing. I go to the Raiders, an offensive coach. I got to get a quarterback. I don't know, I have receivers. I've got almost no offensive line. I don't know what the hell I'm doing with Jackson Powers Johnson. Arizona's got maybe a little bit more, but I still have a whole offensive line I got to rebuild up. I like Trey McBride. I like Harrison. I got a little bit to work with there, but Titans, it's Cam Ward and Aiyana Moore. It's about all you got. Well, maybe Tony Pollard in there. JC Latham, maybe. It's kind of lean, is it? In a lot of these other spots. Yeah, not so much. Not Vexo. With Pete gone, do the Raiders seem more interested in trading Crosby? Yes. And certainly the way the situation has twisted in the last week has basically ensured that this is going to happen, because they shut down Crosby at the end of the year to try to maintain the fact that they wanted to get that number one pick in the draft. They had a trade on the table with Seattle at the trade deadline and sort of turned it down at the last 11th hour. I don't know if that's Coach Carroll coming in there and putting the poo-poo down on it or if that was Spytech, but you've got Crosby burned out at this point. You have a Raiders program that needs assets, that needs draft capital. It aligns like an eclipse right now to move Crosby. He will be gone this offseason from the Raiders. Not even at 90. I'm at 100% certainty on this one. Goes as I don't care. I don't know if I care for McDaniel, but the name's too good not to ponder. Got to ponder it, man. Got to ponder it. And I think as an OC, he's a very smart guy, and he inherited Tua there, man. He had inherited Tua. He inherited a bad general manager. Doesn't mean that he's maybe not the greatest head coaches, but this guy knows how to coach offense. And what's more important is that, in my opinion, with McDaniel, he not only knows how to coach offense, he coaches offense in a cutting-edge kind of fashion. His pre-snap and post-snap motion alone would have me all on board with him. So I think that gives defenses fits. And you give him a legitimate quarterback that can make all the throws. I think that offense only gets that much better with it. Misfit says, who's the brainiac that went from the Jags to Minnesota? He could be someone ready to OC maybe. I think you're talking about Udinsky. I believe that's the guy, the young whiz kid that everybody was talking about as being a guy that's a fast track to being a head coach at some point in the near future. And that's his rep. That is his reputation. Absolutely, that's his reputation, Misfit. He seems to be a guy a lot of people. I think we even interviewed him a couple of years ago, Misfit, for the OC job at that time. So we're also kind of aware of him over there and what's going on. All right. Udinsky, that's right. Udinsky. He might be a guy to be watching this offseason too. So maybe a guy that you go back and double back to as well in this search. Kind of the nice part from John Schneider's perspective on this, maybe potentially on coming back around to this, is that you you did interview so many different guys throughout this whole process, from your head coach to your OCs, all the different guys you went through on that. And then maybe there's a couple of guys that he kind of remembers from those interviews where he's like, well, let's go back to this guy. Maybe I kind of like this guy over here. And I don't know if he would do it either with the lateral move part of it. You mentioned Misfit, but he doesn't call plays in Jacksonville. I think you touch on what would be, I think, an ideal here if you can't kind of get the name guy. If you couldn't get a Stefanski, if you couldn't get a McDaniels, then maybe what you can look to do is go find these guys that are running a like system somewhere, or really smart young minds. So it's either a Nudinski in Jacksonville. It could be the Kubiak out there with the 49ers, who, to your point, doesn't call the plays there. Or it could be LaFleur with the Rams, who doesn't call plays there. And then you go to one of those guys and you go, look, we're going to give you kind of the lateral move, but you actually get to call plays. And then in having the opportunity to call plays, you're going to have a pathway to actually going and becoming a head coach. See, we just had it happen with our last guy. It can happen for you. And maybe that's a way we're able to make this happen. Because if I'm Kubiak with the Niners right now, I don't know if I think that I'm any closer in being there as an OC to getting a head coaching job. Same I would say to the other on that, where I would be looking at it in their perspective, LaFleur, and going, everyone's just always going to give McVay sort of the credit while I'm here. How about I go to a spot where I can start to get some of the credit? Nacho, Yo B, barely tapping in. Did you go over the potential OC guys you would want if Clint Kubiak leaves? It's not a long laundry list at this point, so I'm still kind of going through what available names are out there. I think Stefanski's on the open market and doesn't get a head coaching job. I would definitely be looking at him. Kubiak's brother with San Francisco doesn't call the plays. LaFleur, the other LaFleur out there at the Rams, not Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur on that. He doesn't call the plays at the Rams either. So I would go to any of those three guys that don't or any of those other two guys that don't call plays, and I'd say, hey, how about an opportunity to do so? Run your same system here. Take over for a system that was already in place that's a like-minded system. You get to call your own plays. You got a stacked team that just won 14 games last year. What do you say? What do you say? Those would be the main guys at the forefront. I would look to kind of at the front would be kind of those four guys. McDaniels, if he got let go by Miami, I'd be all on board with him. I don't have a lot of names beyond that, and I'll try to do a little bit more research of possible guys beyond this. But I would really like to stick with the guy that has a balanced offensive attack, not pass happy, not shotgun based in his approach, kind of like Dable would be. I want under center guys that are running outside zone. That would be the heavy preference, Nacho. Not Beck. So I just can't see McDonald working with McDaniel. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, you'd have a little bit of a dichotomy of two extremes there, right? McDonald's quiet, sort of just smoldering intensity, and McDaniel's easy peasy, easy breezy, laid back, just chill man kind of vibe. Yeah, I could understand that. Addison, what's up, Brando? This is the fourth time the Hawks have secured the number one seed. The other three times we went to the Super Bowl, 2005, 2013, 2014. Maybe history will repeat itself. I could see it. And I don't think that there's any coincidence in the fact that we've gone to the Super Bowl three different separate times when we've had this number one bye, the last three times we've had it, that we've had that occur in two different eras. Two different coaches got you there to have that happen. I think it does speak to, number one, when you walk into Lumen Field in winter, you're walking into a hell of an environment. Just let's take the weather alone. You're down there by the water. It's going to be a bit cold no matter what. It's going to be probably a little bit icy right on the edge of that ice. You have a little bit of that mist in the air, maybe even a little bit of rain. You're going to have probably some wind blowing. The combination of all of that once can definitely bring down offenses, make it a little bit harder for offenses to roll. And then you've got the noise factor, and that you have fans that are not only there for a regular season game in the middle of the year, but they're there for a game where they know everything is at stake. And when you saw the Mariners, for instance, in the playoffs this year, and you saw how that stadium was rocking in the playoffs this year and how loud that got there. This is a fan base that understands when the stakes are large, we got to bring the goods. Our fandom is going to bring the goods. And that you look at that, the games you play with that number one seed in 05 and on through 13 and 14, and it is a hellacious environment to walk into to try to win a football game. It is not a regular season game. It's not just normal stuff. I don't care if you're a Rams team that plays there a lot, and so you're somewhat quasi used to it. It is going to be hellacious if whoever's going to walk into our building. Misfit says, why doesn't Sean McVay have a son ready to OC for us? He's so young, man. He's just popping them out. What are your thoughts about the Peake firing? I wasn't surprised. The NFL career should be over. I don't want to see him coach anymore. It's just sad at this point. Yeah, it'd be nice if a lot of the folks that came in here and flamed me for pushing for Coach Carroll's firing and saying how out of pocket and wrong I was and how much I was going to be proven wrong by us firing him would come back in and kind of own a little bit of this and go, well, maybe you were right, Brandon. Maybe you were kind of on it with that one. Anybody that's followed this channel, you included on this, Addison, knows this is no surprise to me as well. Coach Carroll was let go at his time at the end of Seattle because he did not evolve. He did not evolve in the same way that he said 2 years prior he had to evolve. He sat there at the combine 2 years prior and said, look, we become arrogant in our ways. We got to change our ways. I got to update this stuff. I can't just keep doing the same thing I've done for years and hoping it's just going to suddenly start now reworking again when it's not working. And instead of doing that, he kind of doubled back down into the old ways. He made very moderate adjustments, very tiny little adjustments, and he didn't embrace it in full. And if you don't evolve and if you don't adapt, you will die. That is the NFL. And I don't care if you've won college championships and national titles and Super Bowl titles and that you've had endless decades of a successful run. If you reach a point where you're not willing to adapt and adjust and try to modernize, you will find an end game. And with Coach Carroll, unfortunately, the same problems that came to be with him and the Raiders were the same problems that he dealt with here. A defense that was not updated to be on the cutting edge. A Coach Carroll that had his fingers in all of the pies, contributing to a little bit of the issues there with Chip Kelly coming in. The nepotistic hires rather than hiring the best possible person for every single job. So you have multiple sons that are on your roster serving important roles. Is that a lot like what happened here, where you kept hiring in-house for your defensive coordinators, one after another? And we need to look for our next defensive coordinators. We need to find the best guy for this job. We need to actually find the most smartest, talented, brilliant guy to take over for this last guy who sucked, who we hired in-house, who was not good enough because we hired him in-house. I know. Let's hire the next guy in-house. Wait, you said you needed the most brilliant, the smartest, the guy that's in it? Wouldn't that cause you to look across the landscape and go in search of that? No. I'm sure we've got it in-house, but you didn't last time. Yeah, no, but I know we will this time. There was a ridiculousness to it. There's a sheer and utter ridiculousness to it. And Coach ignored that. And beyond all that, he walked in the Raiders and time was urgent and time was necessity. And we got to turn this around fast. And I don't want to do this slow. I don't want to do this the proper way. I'm going to try to microwave this thing. I'm going to try to make this fast forwarded. Don't work. Daniel should trade us a chain. Love me some a chain. I love Devin a chain as well, man. He's great back. I wouldn't turn that down, especially losing as a Walker replacement potentially. Addison, I was in the corner firing Pete back in 2023. I was calling for it years prior. Too many fans in this fan base basically gave him a hall pass to quit on his own because of the 2013 Super Bowl. That was essentially what they were wanting to tell me when I said, now's the time. Because then I would say, well, when is the time? And they wouldn't say an answer to that. And I'd go, okay, so you just want to give Coach Carroll a blank check into perpetuity? That he just gets to coach forever no matter the results because he won the Super Bowl in 2013? That's kind of ridiculous. No other NFL team does that. It was the right move. I'd love to get Stefanski, Joe. I think it would fit. I can't speak to the personality wise, but he runs outside zone, features a lot of the two tight end looks, well balanced in utilizing the run game in addition to that. Yeah, he'd be a perfect kind of coach to where like scheme taking over, got the personnel to utilize his scheme to the utmost. He'd have in Sam Darnold a better quarterback than anything he got to really work with in Cleveland outside of maybe Baker Mayfield, but you got rookie Baker Mayfield at that time or Baker on the rookie contract. So yeah, absolutely. Just I can watch the stream. It has been covered. I'm assuming it has, now that I think about it. No, it's all good, man. I don't mind it on that. I'd be okay with Stefanski, bro. He runs outside zone. And he was one of the big forerunners to this 12 personnel thing that's taken over the league. Like the Rams running 12 personnel, Stefanski was kind of the one to really embrace running a high amount of the 12 personnel looks at a very high percentage rate. So he's a guy that you like because he has this offense, similar offense, and a guy that will be willing to be kind of a guy to live at the forefront of things, trying to drive a little bit in that evolutionary standpoint, to be a little bit cutting edge, like we are defensively. Not Vexo, don't forget Mike McCarthy for head coaching job. He always finds a way to enter the conversation. He does. I don't know who's hiring him, though. Who feels excited about hiring that guy? But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Addison says that coaching the NFL has never been given a free hall pass to retire on his own terms because of his winning legacy. Look at Bill Belichick in New England. He had a couple of bad years post Brady. Yeah, this was a thing that our fan base was creating. This is a thing, and it's not a thing. No team does that. You certainly, for a guy that gets Super Bowl wins, gives that guy a little more extra time. You'll be willing to be a little more patient with him, but it had been 10 years since the Super Bowl win by the time you move on from Coach Carroll. You were hardly in a position of, being reactive or sort of knee jerky about it. You were doing the thing that was like, by that point, it was sort of like, we got to do this. And even then there was folks who were like, no. Nick says this was the Seattle's 12th division title. Another thing lining up. Go Hawks, 12th division title. The timing's just so good, isn't it, Nick? 12 seconds we scored in the first Super Bowl in the first half against the Broncos. 12 seconds we scored into the second half. There's something about that. Addison says the New England ownership staff wasn't scared to move off of Bill Belichick because of his winning legacy. They recognized the fall off that was occurring and moved on at the right time. Yeah. You can't be in football a victim of the past. You've got to be aware of what's going on now, what might have changed, and things can change on a dime in this sport. It is part of it can be frustrating to you. It can drive us crazy. It can have a dynasty stop before it's just getting warmed up like the Legion of Boom. But this is the nature of this particular sport. And it does work that way for coaches as well. They are not off the hook on that mark of things. Not at all. All right, we are going to put a button on this one at that point. We got ourselves almost 7 hours, 20 minutes in the books today. We have been cooking up. I think we got through all the donos. We did indeed, which is cool to see. Please, if you guys get a chance for me today, please do hit that like button. It does show me up on the algorithm, and we're going to be Seahawks fans that are looking for Hawk coverage on YouTube over the next 2 weeks, and they're going to be searching, and you can help them by putting me up there on that like button, posting me up there so that when they search, my videos pop up and they can find this channel. So by hitting that like button helps out tremendously. Subbing on up helps to do that very same thing. If you can do that for me, as it would be a big benefit to this channel to be able to have you guys keep hitting that up as you guys are. You're doing a great job with it. So I appreciate all of that up until this point. I want to thank all of the many donations today. We got almost over 50 donos in the house today. So thank you guys for all of your support. The generosity and the goodwill from you guys over this year has been second to none out here on YouTube. I mean, the bang for buck and what you guys do as far as throwing support my way is just tremendous. And I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for doing that. A couple of programming notes. We're going to have the weekly roundup on Wednesday. We have the NFC West Roundtable tomorrow at Tuesday. We're going to be doing the B&B show on Thursday. We've got the Seahawks Syndicate on Friday. I'm going to be doing a call-in show for members of the channel on Thursday. So I will try to get that posted tonight. Be on the lookout on your community post. If you're a member of the channel, look under community posts. This is where I post the membership benefits so that I get both the members and patrons included in on it. So we will be getting a call-in show 5 o'clock Thursday for you guys out there. Be on the lookout for that. Feel free to call on in here. We're going to be getting the link out to you guys, but it'll be under your community post. So please do be on the lookout for that. Big thank you as well to the sponsor of the show. It's going to be Sleeper Fantasy. They've been sponsoring us throughout this year. You can take advantage of this today. Use my code NEST. Get 100% matched up to $100 of your first deposit. When you use my code NEST, and they've got the freebie deposit. So no deposit needed. Just create a login, and they'll put a free $20 into your account through the Sleeper app. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Here are my picks here for this upcoming week, where we're going to have, I've got DJ Moore going over 2.5 receptions, DeAndre Swift going over a reception and a half, and Romeo Doubs over 2.5 receptions in that playoff game with a 30% boost because they got some nice promotions in there. Please see their site for terms of use. Conditions do apply. Big shout out to them, though, for sponsoring the show. Really much appreciated. Much appreciated to you guys for utilizing that code, taking advantage of the Sleeper app today. Other programming notes, just in addition to the shows lined up this week, we will also be on Saturday and Sunday live streaming out. We're going to do at least 3 playoff games this weekend. So we're going to do all of the NFC games. We might work in an AFC game in addition to that, but be on the lookout as I will be going live throughout this weekend here, covering the plays, play-by-play, doing some play-by-play here for the playoffs in the next couple of days on that. So we're going to have a jam-packed schedule. Might even get you guys another little bonus show in the mix on this here before the week is through, because I am hyped. I'm ready. It is time. We have waited. We've sat in the cut. We've dealt with the years of mediocrity. We've dealt with the years of waiting for this team to finally break through and become a contender. And man, boy, have they broken through in a major way. Now is the time. 3 wins away, and you are Super Bowl champion. 2 wins away, you're in the Super Bowl. It's right there for the taking, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost this close. Let's go get it. So I'm hyped up here for this week. Rock with me this week. We're going to be going long. We're going to be going deep. That's the way this is going to roll here as we go through the end of this season, as it has been one of the great seasons in Seahawks history. How can we not go deep? How can we not go long? How can we not celebrate what we're getting to watch with this football team and with an utterly, I got to almost put on sunglasses, it's so bright kind of future. Like, I got to wear my sunglasses at night. It's so bright, our future. Hopefully you're really appreciating it. Hopefully you're reveling in it. I'll tell you this, as I see this in my chat today, that's the vibe I'm getting. People are enjoying the hell out of this, as well you should. You've had to earn the tough points to get to this good now, and how sweet it is to be in the good. Let's see what the Seattle Seahawks team's going to do. We got a couple weeks. We got to rest up, got to get right, got to get prepped. Mike McDonald out there in the middle of the night, burning the midnight oil, scheming things up right now as it is. And like, whether it's Carolina, whether it's the Rams, he's got them both. He's working both game plans simultaneously because he's just smart like that. We know he's going to have something cooked up hot and heavy for whatever team's got to walk in that stadium. And if you find yourself one of those ones walking in that stadium, I shouldn't have to let you know to be loud. I shouldn't have to tell you to be at your full-throated best. Give them all you've got. If there's people sitting around you and not doing the same, you let them know. Say, get your ass up. Get your ass up. This is the playoffs. This ain't the regular season. Time is now. Help this team out. Help them get that game. Create that environment that's been the reason why you've had the number one seed the last 3 times and you've gotten the Super Bowl every single time that you've had that seed. Because that home crowd is at their best in the playoffs, at their loudest in the playoffs. Be a part of that. Give all you got in that stadium. These boys are going to need it, and you never know. You might just be the helping factor to take them up over the top and getting them to a Super Bowl. My name is Brandon Kane. Seahawks Nest. Hit that like button. Sub on up. But beyond all else, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.